Of course, as soon as the president begins to speak, you'll see those comments live here on CNN. Leon.
I want to just inform you that we've just gotten word, according to Reuters news service, trading on the markets in New York have been postponed indefinitely. And we will try to keep an eye on that, but can't expect that to happen, get underway anytime soon. But we just heard our Major Garrett mention moments ago this investigation. We're just now getting reports here, the Associated Press, saying that U.S. officials are saying this is an act of terrorism. Let's go now to our David Enzor, who's on the phone right now, and give us some more information on what may be at stake there. David.
Well, Leon, I can just tell you that U.S. officials are also telling me that this is clearly not an accident in their view, and they do believe that terrorism is at the root of this. They believe this is a terrorist act. However, they have very little other information. Obviously, law enforcement agencies will be taking the lead on this, trying to find out who was flying the planes, whether they had in fact been turned away from their regular flights, and so on. So very little information.
David, we're going to cut you off. President Bush is speaking.
A moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Pace and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
Emotional President Bush there speaking in Sarasota, Florida, cutting short his stop there, saying that an apparent terrorist attack has occurred on U.S. soil. They're mentioning the 2 planes that have crashed into the World Trade Center this morning. He says a full-scale investigation is underway to hunt down those responsible for this, saying terrorism will not stand.
And Leon, on the heels of the president's remarks, CNN has learned that at least one of the planes involved in this hit on the World Trade Center was an American airline.
Who has been hurt? Who was killed, if anyone? We know nothing other than the fact.
From Boston, and how it ended up at the World Trade Center, our details will have to fill in as we go. But
Richard Thompson, now, are you still there, sir?
Yes.
Again, you are a licensed pilot. You were describing to us that you saw what appeared to be a small business jet that was flying, that came screaming by your office window and went right into the tower.
Exactly. Is that being a pilot is the first thing I recognized, that there was no way that a business jet could be flying at that level at this time of day over the city without special permission. So that I tried to crane my head out the window, but within 5 seconds before I could open my window and look out, it already had flown directly into the building. I mean, a pilot, I know that you could have avoided that at 99%. If you were in trouble flying that plane, you could have avoided that building. And so whomever was at the controls directly flew that thing right into the side of that building.
Could you, again, did you see the second aircraft? Apparently it might have come in from the other direction.
No, I couldn't see it. I was looking at the building when it hit, and I saw my colleague Tim Lufkin and I saw it hit the building, but we did not see it fly into the building. We saw the explosion from it.
And again, I guess we're still trying to figure out, there are some reports that these planes were hijacked. The FBI is said to be investigating that. But the one that you saw appeared to be a small business jet.
Yes. And the second plane was obviously a larger plane because the explosion from the second plane was tenfold larger than the first plane.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, we appreciate very much the information you've given us this morning.
And may God be with all those people, because this is going to be a tough day for all of New York.
Yes, it is, and we thank you.
We now have reports that the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated in the wake of the disaster at the World Trade Center. They had planned to open as normal, so right now everything at the Stock Exchange is on hold. And right now, let's go down to Joe Avalar, who's on the street downtown. Joe?
All right, we're down here in Soho, as a matter of fact. You're looking at a picture from Prince and Worcester Street, and on the ground you can see what has happened all over Manhattan. People are stopped and they're staring. They're looking up and they're trying to figure out all of what's happening. In talking to some of these people, I met someone, Philip Russo, who actually witnessed the whole thing. You were driving east on Bleecker Street, that's correct?
That's correct. I was driving east on Bleecker Street.
Have you step around this way? We'll put it right in the background.
I heard what sounded like a jet flying very low. I looked up, I saw a blue and white jet, 2 engines, going obviously in the wrong direction.
You were thinking jet, you were thinking 737, something like that, a
Something
large
like that,
jet.
a large jet, a large commercial jet, but with no markings that I could identify other than blue stripes on a white plane. It sounded too low. I looked up, it looked too low, going in the wrong direction, and I followed it into the building.
Flew straight into the building.
Straight into the building, dead on, disgusting sight.
Then you continued to look up at the building and you saw the second jet.
Well, then we were looking for about 5 minutes, just in horror at what happened, saw a second jet coming from the west that looked identical, both in color and in form, and it smashed right into the second building. Huge explosion on this side facing us.
Now we're all standing out, we're staring at the building, all of us, in horror.
Yeah, it's the only way to describe it. Horror, sadness, disgust.
You talked about fear and being scared.
What next?
And feelings of vulnerability.
2 huge planes crash into, the World Trade Center. What's going to happen next?
Mr. Russo, thank you very much for talking with us. As we look back up at the World Trade Center, and I know you can see it better with helicopters, but you can see it from the ground here as well. The picture that we are looking at, that most of lower Manhattan is looking at, flames inside the World Trade Center and the huge hole, and we can all see how the flames have spread to upper parts of the building, how it's billowing out of the building, and how the other building is occluded. And everybody from this vantage point is, as Mr. Russo is saying, looking at it in horror, looking at it in fear, worried about yourself, I imagine. Where were you, sir?
Right underneath the Trade Center when it hit. The second one, both of them hit. We ran like hell all the way up here.
Did you happen to look up?
Yeah, we seen the second one run right into where we're unloading the truck. We got right out of there. Scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
The planes never veered, did they? The jets just went right into it.
The second one, we heard the first one and seen everything flying out of the building. And the second one, we actually seen run right into the building. It came right from behind the building and ran right into the other side of the first tower, the further one down.
It's a terrible question, but what are you thinking about when you're looking at something like that?
I'm telling you, we ran because stuff was flying everywhere. It's the scariest thing in my life.
And
Never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it, man.
And your name, sir?
Sean O'Neill. Tell my wife I'm all right.
It is a way for people to let them know everybody's okay as they stand and watch this in horror. You're just walking through the area, sir?
No, I was with him.
You were with him?
And we heard the explosion, and I'll never forget that explosion, I'll tell you that. We were just under some scaffolding, and debris started falling all over the place.
Now, people here talked about the second explosion and didn't think it was that loud, didn't feel that it was...
We were there. It was loud, I'm going to tell you that. We were right there for both of them, and it was loud.
Windows coming down off the building.
We just had, like, rocks and stuff, just every type of debris you could think of, just falling all over the place.
Now, you were there when this happened.
Yes, we were right
Why
there.
did you stop up here in Soho and then turn around and look at it?
You just have to see what happens.
First time we turned around and looked.
You really, we were just running from there. I mean, to be
First to
honest
run
with you.
for safety,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Get out of there.
And I don't know why. There's a whole bunch of people driving down for someone down there, just blocking the fire trucks and everything. We were trying to clear the streets and let fire trucks go through, and
It's a madhouse down
this
there.
madhouse.
That's really a good point to New Yorkers who may be watching us, however they're watching or listening to us right now, is to try to get out of that area to let the emergency crews do what they need to do.
Yeah.
Because there are clearly people still trapped up there, and firefighters and emergency crews still need to do a lot of work. And you can see as we're standing here that fire is spreading to different parts of the building, different floors, as it continues to engulf the building. Just a horrible, horrible sight from here in Soho. It is sad.
Saddest thing I've ever seen, man. Shoot.
Sad. It's nothing like I've ever seen. Nothing like anybody here in New York has ever seen either. That's the scene here from Prince and Worcester Street, and we'll talk to some other people as time goes on. Back to you.
Joe, you are not close enough to... Okay, apparently Joe cannot hear us, so thank you, Joe. We appreciate that.
The 15th.
Obviously, we are, again, trying to ferret out all the information we can about exactly what happened in Lower Manhattan this morning. The president has said it was a terrorist attack. There were 2 airplanes involved. Dozens of eyewitnesses have told us that. One of them appeared to be bigger than the other. The second bigger than the other.
And we all witnessed it right here on live television. Caught us all completely off guard. A normal work day here in Manhattan has come to a standstill. We've been told that the subway lines 1, 2, 3, and 9 have been shut down. All the Hudson River crossings have been shut down. The New York Stock Exchange has closed down for the day. And right now, a lot of people are just stunned in shock. Again, 2 airplanes, 2 separate incidents, minutes apart, crashing into both towers of the World Trade Center. And you certainly see the result as far as the structural damage. I mean, it is major. And as you said, President Bush said that this is an apparent terrorist attack. We expect to hear from Mayor Giuliani in just a couple of minutes. Governor Pataki is in town. As a matter of fact, he does have an office in the World Trade Center, but President Bush says that he has talked to the governor.
Right.
So as far as we know, the governor is okay. And like I said, we should hear from Mayor Giuliani in the next couple of minutes.
But again, to reiterate, we know nothing about what happened to the people who work on in those floors, in those buildings. So we are simply waiting to find out about injuries and casualties, if indeed that's what happened. So you were looking at a scene that one would wish you could never witness in a city like this.
And of course, this is the second major attack on the World Trade Center. There was the bombing back in 1993. And of course, that was at the bottom. And the top of the building, obviously very vulnerable. And we certainly witnessed that today.
Right, with all the security changes that they've made on the bottom, so nobody can get up there without the right kind of clearance. But it's vulnerable to attack by air.
Absolutely. You can't stop it up there.
We are going to once again go to Katie McGee because, as we've been telling you, the city is literally at a standstill. No one's being allowed in from any of the river crossings. And the subway lines have been shut down in that area, and the airports are all closed. Katie, what more can you tell us?
Jane, this is the latest. The city at this point is at a standstill. All 3 major area airports, LaGuardia, Kennedy, and Newark, are closed at this point to all incoming and outgoing traffic. All bridges and tunnels. No one is letting any traffic head into town. At this point, outbound, you are going to find some people. We just saw some folks that had been sitting in one of the tubes coming out of the Lincoln Tunnel. They were allowed out, but now everybody being turned away. We also saw a backup down near Canal Street waiting to get into the outbound Holland. Those people also being turned away. At this point, again, no one being allowed to head into the city. For all intents and purposes, all train service suspended is what we're hearing at this point. Police are saying, please leave the city if you can. Of course, this is rough because of the way traffic is right now. You really, really want to steer clear of anywhere south of Midtown. And again, everyone right now being turned away. We saw traffic trying to get into the Lincoln Tunnel, actually turning around and backing up buses, New Jersey Transit buses, bringing people back into New Jersey, never even making it close to the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel.
Katie, what do you think right now would probably be the best way to get out of Manhattan? Probably head up the FDR and the West Side Highway?
At this point, you're going to want to try and get as north as possible. I can see from one of my cameras live right now the westbound Cross Bronx heading in towards the outbound George Washington Bridge. Traffic is an absolute crawl right now, but they are letting you get onto the bridge and, from what it looks like, come in over it and back into New Jersey. I do see traffic coming outbound George Washington Bridge, inbound again, completely stopped. If you were planning on heading into the city, even if you think you may still have a meeting, at this point, again, you're being advised to please stay where you are.
For example, if you lived in New Jersey, your best bet probably would be go through Westchester County, cross the Tappan Zee Bridge, and come back down?
You may want to try that out. Let me take a look right now and see how my Tappan Zee Bridge camera looks. Just bear with me for 1 second, and I'll tell you. Actually, it looks like right now, traffic heading into Westchester is moving, but it's at a crawl. Again, at this point, things are happening so rapidly. If you were to leave home in Westchester right now, I can't tell you you'd definitely be able to get into town in another half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
Well, it sounds to me like
Jane, we're just getting a report that there's been an attack on the Pentagon. This is the Pentagon. This is from the network. This is the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia.
These are pictures that have just come in to us here at News Channel 4. You are looking at live pictures of what appears to be an attack on the Pentagon. We can tell you nothing more than what you were looking at. This is approximately an hour ago that we had one airplane crash into the northern of the World Trade Center towers, and about 18 minutes later, another airplane crashed into the southern of the towers, and now we have this.
We also hear that the first plane that hit the World Trade Center was apparently hijacked after takeoff from Boston. It means there's a very good possibility that that plane did have some passengers on board.
Do we know what kind of an airplane is it? What does it say? It doesn't say?
At this time, it does not say. It just says the first plane that hit the World Trade Center was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. That according to a U.S. official.
Now, according to the pilot that we had on a few minutes ago, he said that appeared to be a smaller jet, business type of jet.
Yes.
So perhaps it was some sort of a commuting airline or something like that. Let us go back and listen to what President Bush had to say a few moments ago. This was before this latest explosion at the Pentagon.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you.
This was President Bush about 20 minutes ago, but now let us tell you that since that statement, there has been an explosion at the Pentagon, and we have on the wire now a story that says an Associated Press reporter saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the building. And
this is a live picture of the White House. We understand the West Wing has been evacuated. Again, the president is not at the White House in D.C. He is down in Sarasota. He was reading to a class of children at a school when he was told what happened, and that's where he held his press conference. But again, 2 planes have hit the World Trade Center, and now witnesses say just a few moments ago in Arlington, Virginia, another plane has plunged into the Pentagon.
And again, we have no information about exactly what happened down there, other than the fact that some sort of an aircraft has crashed near or into the Pentagon. So obviously, it is a day that we are witnessing something we have never seen before, and we don't know anything more about who's responsible for it than we have since the very beginning, which was about an hour ago, which was when the first aircraft,
as the president said, apparently a terrorist attack.
Exactly, and he has ordered full-scale investigations and has vowed to use every effort he can and that this country can to find out who is responsible and to bring them to justice. We have had numerous eyewitnesses who have talked about the airplanes that they saw literally smash into those 2 buildings about 18 minutes apart within the hour. And obviously it was something that they witnessed with shock and with horror. And we have nothing to tell you at this point about the number of injuries or the fatalities. We understand Mayor Giuliani is about to hold a press conference,
yes,
and perhaps he will be able to give us some more information about all of that.
This just crossed about the Pentagon. An Associated Press reporter said he saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the building. He says smoke is billowing out of the Pentagon. So obviously now we're looking at the hijacking probably of 3 commercial airliners here in the United States. We know the first one
Came from
that plunged
Boston.
into the World Trade Center came from the airport in Boston. And through a transmission, they learned that that plane was hijacked.
We should also warn those of you who are watching us that if you have plans to come into New York City today, you must cancel them. The city is literally shut down. The stock exchange has been closed. The airports are closed. The bridges, the tunnels, closed inbound and pretty much outbound at this point. The subways, all train service has been stopped. So we, of course, recommend that you stay put wherever you are and stay tuned to find out exactly what is happening.
And we've just learned that after what has happened at the Pentagon, that the West Wing of the White House has been evacuated, as well as the U.S. Capitol now. So I'm sure all government buildings are being shut down in the nation's capital and pretty much around the country. And I'm sure that we are now we're on terrorist alert, probably nationwide, I would think.
And there's another report that's just come over that says the White House was threatened with a terrorist attack, a source says. We have another report from an eyewitness at the Pentagon. Says it was a huge fireball, a huge orange fireball, And another witness said that it might have been a helicopter that exploded. We've had an AP reporter who says it appears to him to have been a large airliner of some sort. And we do have reports that, of course, the FBI is investigating reports that it could have been hijacked aircraft that crashed.
As a matter of fact, the FAA has just now halted all air traffic throughout the United States. So as of right now, there are no commercial airliners in the air.
I doubt that has ever happened before in this country.
I don't think so.
So again, we do have a bulletin that I see here that says a Palestinian DFLP official denies any kind of responsibility for the World Trade Center crash. You know, again, everybody is trying to find out exactly what it is that has happened here. We simply do not know who is responsible. If we might, could we see the video again that showed us the second airliner crashing into the southern of the buildings?
Now, as you will see in a couple of moments here, a plane will come into the picture from the upper right-hand corner of your screen, if you're watching at home. Coming down here in just a few seconds as our camera backs up from Chopper 4. There you see the plane coming into the picture. It will dip down below the first building. We don't see it for a couple of seconds, and then it comes back out and slams into the other tower at the World Trade Center.
Again, this has all happened within the past hour and 5 minutes or so. We are witnessing things that we've never seen anything like it before. Obviously, there was a terrorist attack back in 1993, about 8 years ago, on the Twin Towers. At that point, 6 people were killed, 1,000 people were injured. Major security measures were put into effect after that, making sure that people did not get into that building unless they had the proper clearance. But obviously, the buildings today were vulnerable to air. We do not know anything about the people who were working inside those buildings. Obviously, it's a full work day in New York City, a Tuesday in September, and it's also primary day. So people were going to work as usual. Now, it happened a few minutes before 9 in one of the buildings.
Yes.
Well, one would assume that maybe some of those offices weren't quite open yet.
I would think so. A lot of people had not arrived at work, and we certainly hope that is the case. As you said, the first explosion, the first plane slamming into the first building, a plane that was hijacked from Boston, happened about 8:50, somewhere between 8:50 and 9 o'clock this morning. And it was 18 minutes later, we saw right here on our live picture from Chopper 4, the second plane, which witnesses have described as a full commercial airliner, slamming into the second tower. And you saw the dramatic explosion. And then, of course, just a couple of minutes ago, witnesses say that another commercial airliner has slammed into the Pentagon down in Arlington, Virginia. The U.S. Capitol and the White House have both been evacuated, and we understand that the White House had received a threat of a terrorist attack.
Now we're looking back at the Pentagon. Again, you can see the smoke billowing from there. We have no other information at this point about casualties or injuries or exactly what it was that smashed into the Pentagon earlier today. That happened, what, 25 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago? Something of that sort.
One of the other pictures we actually saw a member of the military in full fatigue.
Outside the White House.
Outside the White House, fully loaded and ready to go for anything.
We expect that Mayor Giuliani is going to be speaking shortly. As you can imagine, I'm sure there is a scene of much confusion now at downtown in Lower Manhattan, outside the World Trade Center towers. We have just been told that the Pentagon is being evacuated at this point. And we're looking back at the World Trade Center towers here. The smoke continues to billow. The fire is clearly not under control yet.
Jan, we have another witness on the telephone of the second plane slamming into the second tower. His name is Robert Thomas from Brooklyn Heights. Can you hear me, Robert?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell us exactly what you saw?
I was on the roof deck of my building watching the fire from the first explosion, and I was on the phone with my parents in Florida, and I watched the second plane coming in from Staten Island-ish area, and I was telling my mom on the phone, that plane is too low. I can't believe it's that close to the building after the first one hit. And it was a gray on the top plane, It was about the size of one of the shuttles, maybe coming from D.C. area. It was not a small plane. It was like a 737 or something. And whatever airline is gray on the top. And I saw it hit the building. I have a very good friend who works at Windows in the World, the pastry chef, Heather Ho, and I hope to God she's okay today.
Have you attempted to reach her?
I tried to call her at home. The work number is busy, of course. And I tried to call her at home and got her message.
Okay. Again, we've been talking about how the FBI is reporting, or is investigating reports that at least one aircraft, if not two, were hijacked earlier today. So from your vantage point, what you could see appeared to be the size of perhaps a shuttle aircraft.
Right. It was not a small plane. It was a big plane.
Okay.
I know people have been saying a small commuter, but it wasn't small. It was definitely it definitely held a good group of people.
Mm-hmm. Could you see anybody through the windows or the cockpit of that aircraft?
No,
or were you too far away?
It wasn't that close, but I could clearly see the plane coming in. I could clearly see it aiming straight for the building. It was in a long, swooping motion. It wasn't a jerky flight. It went straight into it.
Oh, my.
And it was it was so low, it was unbelievable to watch. I tell you what, I'm scared right now.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments, and we thank you very much for giving us this information, because, of course, we are trying to find out exactly what happened on this Tuesday morning.
Jane, we're learning the State Department has also been evacuated. The Associated Press has learned that the White House was evacuated after the Secret Service did receive a credible threat of a terrorist act against the White House.
Does it say what time that threat came in?
No, it does not. So we don't know if it was before the planes crashed into the World Trade Center or after.
What we're seeing now is there's information that the aircraft at the Pentagon crashed in a helicopter landing pad near the Pentagon. Again, the West Wing of the White House evacuated amid threats of terrorism.
As well as the U.S. Capitol and the State Department now.
Exactly. One of the planes, we're also being told that one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston, as you've just said, citing a transmission from that airplane. Let's go and review for you exactly what has happened as a result of all of this. All airplane traffic across this country
yes,
has been grounded. There are no airplanes leaving or land. I would assume they can land, those that are up in the air.
Right.
But there are no aircraft that are going to be leaving any of the airports around the country for at least the time being. We do not know how long. It is virtually impossible to get up into this city right now. The bridges, the subways, the tunnels, everything is shut down. There are major traffic jams from people who were trying to leave or trying to get in. Obviously, it is a good day to stay put wherever you are. Obviously, the airports here are all closed. Right. The stock exchange has been
closed down. Subways, the 1, 2, 3, and 9, all train service in and out of the city is now shut down. And not that in the big picture, this is really not that important at this moment, but you have to wonder if maybe the primary election will be possibly be suspended because of this.
Well, people can't get their polling places.
You're absolutely right.
And I'm sure that's something that they will sort out later.
Absolutely.
Because I'm sure not a single one of these candidates is worrying about that at this moment.
No.
We heard the president call this a terrorist attack. That was before the explosion at the Pentagon. So the president is being fully briefed. He said he had talked to the governor. Now, the governor has an office in the World Trade Center. He was in Manhattan, but we do not know where he is. President Bush has said he has talked to the governor, so we assume that he is safe at this point. We are waiting for the mayor to give us some kind of information about casualties or injuries this morning.
Okay, we have another reporter out on the street, Walter Perez. Can you hear us, Walter?
Here we are about 2 blocks away from... Okay, 2 blocks away from where the whole thing happened, and this entire area has been cordoned off, and people that have been working in nearby buildings have been told to evacuate. That's what this mass exodus is to my left-hand side. To my right, we have 2 witnesses, and as we speak with you two, we're going to pan up and show a shot of what we see from this vantage point. First, Marna Ringel. And Marna, you work across the street. Tell me exactly what you saw on the street, and as you looked up, what you saw, because you said you saw the second one. Am I correct?
No, I didn't see the second one. I actually was coming out of the building, and there was maybe about 30 or 40 people at the bottom of One World Financial covered in blood. I did not expect that at all, and I work for Lehman in One right here, and a gentleman that I work with was on the telephone. He said, "What was that?" I said, he thought it was thunder. I looked over, screamed, it's a bomb, because I saw a piece of the building flow down, and I think I scared my entire floor because I can scream pretty loud, and it was pretty bad.
Now, you mentioned that you saw people on the road outside of the building. Explain that scene.
I saw there's maybe about 30 or 40 people covered with bandages and blood. It looks like a lot of them were either on the floor of one of the exchanges. There's actually, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but it was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing. The reverberation, and another explosion on the right-hand side. Another building has gone up on the right-hand side of the road. People are now running down the street. We're not sure if that was another explosion or if that was advanced debris. Joining me also is Jim Plant. Jim, you're also a witness of what happened. Tell me exactly what you saw from your vantage point across the street.
I was just across Liberty and West here, and I saw the second plane hit the Tower 2. Looked like a 737. It hit a glancing blow. It didn't hit it direct. I don't know where the rest of the plane went, but it went in, fireball came out, and it hit lower than the first plane, which hit the upper floors.
Jim, thank you very much. At this point, as you can tell, there's absolute pandemonium in this area because of what had just happened. Exactly what, I can't confirm, but on the far side of the building, there seemed to be another explosion, and also on the right-hand side, there was also another explosion. We're not sure if that was extra reverberation from what happened at the World Trade Center, or if that was an added explosion. At this point, there's a lot of smoke, massive plumes of smoke falling from the building across the street. People that were running down the street or walking are now running away. We don't have any information as far as what the most recent reverberations were, but from 2 blocks away, you could feel what happened. We'll get more information and pass it along to you.
All right, thank you very much, Walter. Again, 1 or 2 more explosions again around the World Trade Center. We don't know if it was in the same building or adjacent buildings.
Can we re-rack that video that we were looking at as Walter was interviewing those people, because perhaps that will give us some indication of what this was. Obviously, there are buildings nose to nose down there.
Yes.
We have no idea if this was a third explosion or if it might have been something from the debris raining down from one of the World Trade Center towers. It appears to be to the south of those buildings, but take a look at those pictures, and that is quite an incredible sight.
Again, this all started this morning at about 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. We understand that a commercial airliner, maybe a small commercial airliner, was apparently hijacked leaving the airport in Boston, Logan Airport in Boston, and slammed into one of the towers. About 18 minutes later, a second commercial airliner, which witnesses tell us was much bigger, slammed into the second tower. Soon after that, we heard from President Bush that said this was an apparent terrorist attack. Not long after he talked, a plane crashed very close to the Pentagon. From what we understand, down in the nation's capital, the White House, the U.S. Capitol, and the State Department have all been evacuated, and that the Secret Service did receive a very real threat that the White House would also suffer the same fate as the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, which has not happened yet, and we hope it doesn't. And of course, all commercial traffic around the United States has been shut down.
Air traffic,
yes.
Commercial air traffic.
All commercial air traffic.
Joining us now is Jim Rosenfield, who's been up in the newsroom. Do you have anything you can add to all of this?
Well, just, you know, in getting here to Rockefeller Center this morning to share with you, because you've been here in the studio, just the scenes on the street, people on their cell phones trying to find out what's going on, people calling loved ones trying to find out if they're okay. As you walk into this building, a lot of people out on the street not being permitted to go up and down through most of the elevators for security reasons. Obviously, as we think about the landmarks in Manhattan, people are taking very serious security precautions just for that reason. A lot of emotions I should share with you up in the newsroom too, as we hear these just gut-wrenching eyewitness accounts of what these people must be going through, especially in the Twin Towers right now. Just amazing.
We have just been told that this, what we thought was another explosion, was indeed, according to the Associated Press, another building that has either been attacked or exploded. So it appears to be separate from the two that we have already witnessed this morning. And if you take a look at this scene right now, the smoke that is billowing over Lower Manhattan is truly a frightening sight to see. Again, the part that I think concerns all of us is that we have no knowledge of what happened to the people who might have been inside any of those buildings. It's a normal workday, and although the first explosion came early, it might have meant some people weren't there yet, but I guarantee you that there are a lot of people who were already in those buildings.
Sure, in the Twin Trade Towers, a lot of state workers in those buildings who get there well before 9 o'clock. And as you come down some of the major arteries in Manhattan, you can just see this smoke from miles away, a very eerie sight as I was coming towards Midtown. You look up, and there's the smoke coming out of the World Trade Center.
How did you come to work today?
I actually walked most of the way because traffic is, as you would imagine, a complete mess. Emergency vehicles trying to make their way all down to downtown to lower Manhattan. So it's difficult for anybody who's trying to get around. Bridges and tunnels, as you've been mentioning, are closed. So getting on and off the island isn't going to happen right now.
Hey, Jim, right now we have a terrorism expert on the telephone, Harvey Kushner. Harvey, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Harvey, this obviously has all the earmarks of terrorism.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And, you know, I've been in this business almost 40 years. And quite frankly, I couldn't have written a scenario like this. If I would have come forward with something like a possibility like this, they would have laughed. I mean, this has all of the worst-case scenarios put together into one. This is monumental. This will be something that, you get Gary Condit in the news, you have O.J. This is something that we're going to be looking at for the next couple of years, unfortunately, and not just from a media perspective, but from the people who've witnessed this. I mean, when you think of the psychological trauma this is going to cause to New Yorkers and to Americans, it's monumental. It's off the map.
As you see the scope of this and the methodical way in which it appears to have been planned and happened, and again, we don't know what truly occurred, but there's talk of aircraft being hijacked,
right,
of second explosions, of et cetera, What, if there are signals you can read in that as an expert on all of this, what can you tell us about that?
Well, it shows that, in the last couple of years, and I just got off of the embassy bombing trial. I was involved in that. And I've seen a picture painted of Osama bin Laden, not to say that he's involved in this necessarily, but of his network and his ability to try to do damage to the United States. And over the last couple of years, a lot of terrorism experts worldwide have been talking about the day of the freelancer, for those not familiar with the term, individuals who do things by themselves. Obviously, this type of event which occurred today is something that costs a lot of money, a lot of planning, such as what happened in the embassy bombing trial, had to blow up 2 embassies. And obviously they had the will and the desire, many people, to be able to pull something like this off. I mean, think about hijacking a plane, the difficulties involved in that, but yet to have it flown into a building is just monumental in terms of timing, in terms of the ability of the number of people on that plane. I mean, if I had to surmise, I would think it wasn't just one individual. It had to be groups of individuals to be able to control something like that, to pull something like this off. And if the reports are true that we're having a coordinated attack at other American targets, such as the Pentagon or the White House or other buildings, this indicates that we're facing a new era. We're back to the old state sponsorship, large groups being involved in having the wherewithal and intelligence and the ability to pull something like this off. I mean, this is very, very serious. I've been involved throughout the years in these various different exercises that we played, where we would talk about an event such as this, such as a biological attack or some other type of thing occurring. But this type of scenario never really was painted, because the type of planning to go into something like this was just thought to be not as possible as the launching of a chemical or a biological, even a small nuclear weapon. I mean, this is just something that, brings goosebumps to me. And I've seen everything, and I've been through everything. And this one tops it all in terms of the temerity, in terms of the planning, in terms of what the aftermath is going to be, the shock to the American psyche, to the American public. I mean, think about this. We try to calm people down by telling them, the chances of you being involved in a terrorist act is very, very small. What do we tell people now when they walk around New York City and look up and see the trade towers on fire? We see other buildings exploding. We see people crying in the streets. I mean, this is a horrific event, and it's a very, very sad day in America. American history. And
Dr. Kushner, I don't know if you're watching television, but we are now showing our very first pictures of some of the victims of this today, and we can see some horrific, what appears to be burns.
Yes.
Some serious injuries. Again, this is video that we have just gotten in.
Yes, I'm watching it. I can see it.
We've also been told that the second tower that was hit by the second plane, which is One World Trade Center, we understand that tower is actually collapsed at this point.
Well, I'm looking at this picture right now, and you cannot see the top of the second tower.
That's correct.
So a few moments ago, if you remember, there were just billowing smoke there.
We just have to hope that area was completely evacuated.
You know, if I might just interject this, I was involved in a civil litigation against the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey because I was representing with a team of attorneys who represented two clients who were at the B2 level. And the trade towers was warned many years in advance that there's a possibility of having a bomb placed in the bottom of the building. And my report showed that the construction of that building was in such beyond the code that even such a powerful bomb couldn't do the damage. But now looking at these pictures as we speak, I'm choked up looking at it, thinking that this type of risk assessment wasn't there and we didn't have. But how do you guard against something like this? This means that you have to put a perimeter around New York in terms of flight pattern, in terms of having jets ready to shoot down planes that they're going into buildings. I mean, this opens up a new level. This is ratcheted up a new level in the annals of terrorism and what we face here as a country and as a civilization worldwide. I mean, people were looking what was going on in the Middle East and not understanding the nature of the fear that people were going through on both sides. And now this to be visited here in the United States, in the capital of the world, the crossroads of the world, with the symbol of American capitalism and American might just in ruins, brings a tear to an eye. I mean, think of the humanity that's lost in this type of thing, but think in terms of what it's going to do to us as a country. I mean, what type of procedures will we have to put into place? What protocols will we have to put into place at our airports, at our borders to protect against this? There'll be a human outcry about security that has never existed before in this country. This is just monumental. This is something that happens and you're in history and you don't realize that the world is going to change after an event such as this. I can't see America going back to where it was in terms of not looking at security, not looking at intelligence gathering, not looking at our ability to protect ourselves. This now is on the front page. It removes everything off. Every other story is gone. This is something that is going to be with us in the decades to come.
Dr. Kushner, if I might interrupt you, thank you very much. Please, will you stand by, because I want to ask you some more questions, but we need, for those, please stay on the line. The people that are just tuning in, we need to just reiterate and give them a bit more information here, because there have been a couple of recent developments that we need to tell people about.
One of the most startling is the fact that we now only see one tower of the World Trade Center Twin Towers standing. We've gotten word that one World Trade Center has either partially or fully collapsed.
Well, it looks like a partial collapse.
Yeah.
We can still see below the smoke. This is actually tape. Okay, this is actually tape.
However, and this is, you are now witnessing
That's the collapse right there.
There it is.
Obviously, that structure weakened by the aircraft that we saw fly into it, over an hour ago now. That was the second tower
that was the second one, but it was hit much lower. It was a good 30 stories down, something like that. It was about double the ways down from the first of the world towers.
Which the lower it is, obviously, the more vulnerable it is to have a collapse like that.
Now, I don't know if you've seen this, Jim. This is, all right, we are looking once again earlier.
This is about the point where I, too, tuned in to News Channel 4.
If you look up in your right-hand side, you will see an aircraft coming into the picture. It'll be there any moment.
Right there.
There it is. Now watch this.
I'll actually dip behind the first building. And there it is.
So it goes around behind that building and comes in from the left side, it appears.
It crossed
Sort
over
of
the
through.
Hudson.
Right.
And we have had eyewitnesses who have watched that aircraft. They told us it appeared to be a good size. They compared it to the size of a shuttle, you know, like the Boston or Washington shuttle. And indeed, an aircraft was hijacked in Boston earlier this morning, and the FBI knew that because of some radio transmissions that came to them. So if you think about this theoretically, that may have been the aircraft that then went into that
And this isn't only New York that's under siege right
this was
now.
just the first. You know, not long after that, another commercial airliner crashed into the Pentagon or right next to the Pentagon. That building's been evacuated, of course, in the nation's capital. The U.S. Capitol, the State Department, and the White House have all been evacuated. The Secret Service says that they received a very real threat on the White House today, and now we understand that the federal buildings in Newark have been evacuated, and I would imagine that is taking place pretty much around the country.
All planes have also been grounded nationwide by the FAA.
A lot of planes are still being diverted into Westchester Airport right now and into Syracuse to keep the planes out of the New York area, obviously.
But once those people who were headed for New York land in one of those airports, they are not going to get into this city anytime for the next few hours. That is certain, because virtually all traffic coming into the city has been shut off. The bridges, the tunnels are all closed to incoming traffic and to a lot of outbound traffic. I don't know if anybody is getting out of the city at this point.
Did get a report that New Jersey Transit trains are still running under the river, so.
Okay. And again, if you can get out of town, that probably would be the wisest advice at this point. Most of Lower Manhattan has been evacuated at this point. And again, the subways are shut down.
Look at that, the Lincoln Tunnel at 10:15 in the morning over in Weehawken. Never looks like that this time of day.
It's completely empty. So again, let us bring you up to date on the fact that we know nothing about the number of casualties, the number of people who've been injured. We've seen photographs of some of the injuries, recent photographs. What we could see appear to be a lot of burns, a lot of lacerations, that sort of thing. We're waiting for the mayor to hold a press conference so he can bring us up to date on the extent of the human damage, so to speak, in all of this.
During this, the period that followed the initial impact on World Trade Center, the FBI did get word, as I understand it, in some sort of coded message perhaps, that there had been a hijacking, at least those are the reports, from the plane involved, one of the two planes involved, we presume, that then made its way directly into the World Trade Center tower.
And of course, we heard President Bush a short time ago call this a terrorist attack. That was before the attack on the Pentagon.
Yes.
Called this a terrorist attack and promised a full-scale investigation to find out who is responsible and to bring them to justice.
Jane, right now we have our Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo on the telephone. Melissa, are you there?
I'm standing outside St. Vincent's Hospital right now, where the scene is absolutely unbelievable. When I arrived here, it was just as the second building explosion happened, and there is what I could describe as chaos in the streets here. There are hundreds of people just in shock, police officers telling people to go home, obviously worried about crowd control. But at the hospital, there has not been much activity in terms of ambulances arriving here, though you might expect there would be. After that last explosion, some ambulances took off and headed down 7th Avenue, which is otherwise closed to traffic. But St. Vincent's is obviously preparing for the possibility of many, many people arriving at their emergency room. They have what looks like a trauma center set up on the street, on the sidewalk of 7th Avenue. Dozens of stretchers, hospital personnel, nurses, with hospital equipment, IVs, out on the street, awaiting the inevitable, people in need of medical care. It's very disturbing.
So, Melissa, what you're telling us is that you have not seen the number of people that you might expect to be there after an explosion of this magnitude.
That's right. I've only been here for about, I would say, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, but we've seen a couple of ambulances come in. As I said, after that last explosion, I saw some more ambulances race out of here and head down 7th Avenue. But they're obviously preparing for people to be brought here on full alert. They have, as I said, dozens of nurses, nurses' aides out on the street outside the ER on 7th Avenue and 12th Street, stretchers lined up on the street. They're just waiting for people to be coming in, obviously in need of treatment.
And we're looking right now, Melissa, at some tape that we saw earlier of a woman being taken for medical treatment. It did appear that she had some burns. This
Yes.
is some very...
And we are told that there have been some patients brought here. They probably arrived before I got here. We don't have numbers. We're waiting for a briefing from the hospital. The public relations person from St. Vincent's Hospital did come downstairs and alert the members of the press who are here that as soon as they have an update, they'll bring it to us. But obviously they're overwhelmed with preparing for, an all-hands situation here at the hospital.
Melissa, isn't it true that the Emergency Management Office of the City of New York is located in the World Trade Center?
It's located at 7 World Trade Center, not in one of those 2 buildings. But of course, it crossed my mind as it crossed yours that this is the place that was set up. The nickname for it was the bunker. It was supposed to be a place that would be shielded from any kind of emergency situation where the mayor and top emergency workers would be able to get together in case of this type of emergency. I have not spoken to the mayor's office yet this morning. I don't know where they are working, but it is in 7 World Trade Center, which is on the north side of VC Street, on the other side. However, it's very close. I mean, right across the street from those towers. I would be almost surprised if they felt safe to be there, although I don't know what it looks like on the ground at that part of the city right now.
And Melissa, we would assume that what you are seeing in the way of preparedness at St. Vincent's is being repeated at hospitals throughout Manhattan this
I would
morning.
imagine it is. I mean, you can only think the worst in this kind of situation. Obviously, hope for the best, but there's certainly, I'm sort of surprised that we're not seeing more ambulances arriving here. We are one of the closer hospitals. I mean, there's New York Downtown Hospital, which is right across the street from City Hall, essentially, in Lower Manhattan. And then we have St. Vincent's, which is here on West 12th Street. You're hearing some sirens behind me. Those are some additional police vehicles heading down 7th Avenue right now.
Melissa?
Yes.
If I could interrupt you for a second. There's an urgent on the wire that something has happened at the State Department. A source says, we don't know yet, we hear it might have been a plane. So there's a possibility now that a plane may have slammed into the State Department in the nation's capital.
That, of course, was evacuated about 45 minutes ago. So hopefully the people who were inside that building have safely left.
There's also information, Jane, on the plane involved, perhaps, in this incident.
It appears it might have been an American Airlines flight that was leaving Boston heading to Los Angeles. We're still making...
one witness described that as a gray plane on top, and that would be American Airlines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, again, let's go outdoors now to
Joe Avalar.
Joe Avalar, because he is on the scene in Lower Manhattan.
Well, what we're standing here is we're in Soho. We're at the corner of Prince and Worcester Street, and what we're seeing is a lot of what's happening around Manhattan right now, in Lower Manhattan. People were in that area, and they ran as far as they could, as fast as they could. I've got a group of people right here. They were all in offices right close to the World Trade Center. Is that correct, sir?
That's right. Right across the street at 130 Liberty Street.
You heard the explosion, and then what did you do?
We heard the explosion, and we didn't know if it was a earthquake or whatever. And they came on the PA system and said it was a bomb, but then we heard it was a plane. So then we went back upstairs because we thought everything was okay. And then we actually didn't see the second plane, but we saw the explosion hit the other tower, and planes just came flying towards us.
And that's when you ran?
That's why we went to the other side of the building and then waited to hear from the PA system. Then they said they were evacuating everybody. And then we just walked all the way up Broadway, and glad we did because the whole building came down.
Just got out of the area as far as possible. You've been trying to get through on a cell phone, too. That's been the other thing people are trying to do. Have you gotten out?
No, not at all. Some of us have.
Some of you have got, you just managed to get a call out on your cell phone. You're just trying to call friends and loved ones?
Just wanted to call my husband and let him know that I was all right.
This is terribly frightening.
Oh my God, it's so upsetting to know that there are all those people that, people come in to work early down here, and it's really horrifying.
You were in work today. You're still in your work clothes. You evacuated along with all your friends here?
Yeah, I was with these guys. We were by the glass, and we saw huge pieces of flaming debris fall, and the building shook. And then, like he said before, we looped around. We went downstairs, went back up, and then we saw the second plane hit. and then shortly thereafter we evacuated the building.
You stopped here, you turned. It's what everybody's doing all over the city. They get to a spot, they turn, and they watch. And you almost have to watch.
Yeah, it's surreal. It's like watching a movie.
It's surreal and it's horrifying at the same time. What was that?
Yeah, that the top of the building, when we turned around, we just saw a big pile in the road because it had just fallen down. The whole thing is gone.
And now, of course, number 2 World Trade Center.
That's going to go down too.
It's gone. And then what we're looking at, spin around, we can see the picture this is from where we're standing. We're a good 20 blocks or more from the World Trade Center as we're standing here, and you can see the flames. You see where the hole is, and you can see how the original hole is, which is in the middle of the building. And if you look at it, you can see how the hole has grown. Also the flames below, maybe 10 floors below now, those flames have spread from the original fire. We've seen with binoculars, there have been people out here with binoculars. They've seen people in the buildings. There are still people in that tower. Another ambulance screaming through the area. You were in that area today.
Yes, I was on 299 Broadway when I felt a huge vibration. Thought it was an earthquake, didn't know what it was. People were running across the street, barefooted, some crying on the floor, almost like a stampede was occurring. Everybody just ran. This is where I'm at now. I don't know how many blocks I ran. I almost caught asthma by the time I stopped. Lost my cell phone. I can't even call my family right now. And
that's the big thing, of course, all the New Yorkers are trying to do. Everybody who is in that area, everybody who's in the city today is trying to get through, either in a cell phone or finding a store or something. I did the same thing, trying to call their family, trying to call a loved one, telling them that you're okay. Talk to someone who was in the building, had just gone into one of the World Trade Towers when it all happened. He said from where he was in the lobby, there was a flush of debris and a flush of fire down one of the elevator shafts. He actually was singed, and he was in the lobby. This gentleman here, where are you coming from?
I was in the Century 21 building.
So you were downtown too?
Right. Our office points right at the buildings, and we're so accustomed to seeing people of all walks of life down in the lobby and everything, and every day, and then all of a sudden this happens at 9 in the morning, and fire came out from all sides of the building. And to us, we thought bombs went off or something, but apparently planes went. But it's a sad, very sad time for America.
What we're going to do is we're going to turn back to the tower right here. We're going to send it back to you. And of course, what everybody is thinking is that our prayers are with the people who are in that tower. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Get an update on the State Department real quick.
Apparently it was a car bomb that exploded outside the State Department. That's according to senior U.S. law enforcement officers. The State Department had been evacuated previous, apparently, to this bomb. So one can only assume that the people that were in that building got out safe and sound. We certainly hope that they did. Let's go to Walter Perez. Walter is downtown in Lower Manhattan.
Okay, now as you can imagine, Ralph, as you can imagine, it is a pretty frenzied scene out here just a few moments ago. I'd say about 20 minutes ago. We're not sure exactly what it was. We have not confirmed it, but something either exploded or fell off the side of the one building that was attacked and caused a massive plume of smoke. As we turn left, you can see there's trucks go by that they are spitting off smoke. These were the emergency trucks and ambulances that were near the building at the time that had happened. At that point, it wasn't so much of a frenzied scenario because people were walking away from the building. This entire region has been cordoned off, and people who are working in nearby buildings were told to leave and evacuate the area for obvious reasons, for safety concerns. When that second plume of smoke came up from the ground area, people started running. People were covered in soot. There were people with blood on their shirts, rips in their shirts. And at this point, looking up at the top of the building, at a rate of about 1 every 5 minutes, you see people that are jumping from the top of the building. It is an absolutely harrowing scene at this point. Police officials told us to evacuate the area that we were in. We moved about 2 blocks further, but the scene is very, very similar. Plumes of smoke all around the area, and people not exactly sure what's going on. All the telephone lines are jammed up as people are trying to communicate, not just police to other people, but folks who saw what happened, trying to communicate loved ones and let them know that they're safe. So it's a very hectic situation at this point. As we gather more information and we're sure we're settled where we're supposed to stop, we'll get back to you, because at this point, police are still not sure where we should be. And as you can see, a lot of police activity. They're trying to move the media to a safe area so we can do proper reporting and let everybody know exactly what's going on. For now, back to you.
Walter, have they given you any indication? I'm sorry, he can't hear me. All right. We simply do not know who has been hurt and what casualties might have occurred, which is the information that we are. I want you to take a look at what's happening right now. That is a live picture.
That's a live picture too. That's World Trade Center 2 has just collapsed.
That's the second of the towers to collapse.
We are now looking at the collapse of the second of the World Trade Center towers. Again, this is something that we never dreamed we would witness in our lifetime. Let us tell you that to come into this city right now, you will not be able to. The bridges, the tunnels shut down, subway lines, trains pretty much closed. The New York Stock Exchange.
Just a moment ago, the entire top of the building collapsed. You can see a massive plume of smoke. People are running away from the area. There are firefighters and there are police trying to evacuate the area as quickly as possible. People who are near the area are in an absolute frenzied situation. The entire top of the building just collapsed. You can see the plume of smoke is coming in our direction. Let's get out of here, Ralph. We're going to leave because the smoke is coming right at us.
Obviously, this is a devastating
They're
moment
gone.
in our history.
They're gone. The World Trade Center is no more.
We do not know at this point the extent of injuries or casualties, how many people were in these buildings trying to get out. We've seen some gut-wrenching descriptions, witness accounts of people hanging out of windows, jumping, trying to get to safety.
You see the obvious.
Look at the plume.
All right, let's go to
smoke.
NBC News right now.
We are back at 10:30 Eastern Time on this Tuesday morning, this horrific, incredible, not to be believed Tuesday morning. You are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center where just a few minutes ago, within the last minute actually, the second Twin Tower collapsed. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, around 8:42 Eastern Time this morning here in New York City, a plane crashed into the right Twin Tower of the World Trade Center about 2/3 of the way up the building, leaving a huge gaping hole, a huge fire, and tons of billowing smoke. About 25 minutes later, a second jet, believed to be a 727 or a 737,
some reports of a 757 even,
then crashed in the second Twin Tower. The first plane, incidentally, was en route from Boston, Massachusetts to Los Angeles.
Here's the video, I think, of the second plane striking the tower.
That's right. We're not sure the origin of that plane, is my understanding. The first plane that caused that hole on the right-hand side in the other Twin Tower was from Boston to LAX to Los Angeles. It was Flight 11, American Airlines. We have confirmed that that plane was hijacked. What happened following the hijacking rather, is unclear. We should note that about an hour after the first collision at the Pentagon, reportedly another plane crashed into the Pentagon, which is just outside Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia. All air traffic has been stopped.
Government buildings have been evacuated, as have other buildings across the country. The Sears Tower in Chicago was evacuated. You can imagine that other buildings in major cities and small cities around the country are probably being evacuated as well.
There's an unconfirmed report of a car bomb at the State Department. We have not been able to pin that down. There is also, Jim Miklashevsky was told that there was an unconfirmed report of another air hijacking. We share this with you not in an attempt to in any way exacerbate what is already a terrible situation, but so much has come true today based on these early reports that we want you to have as much information as we can possibly get. At the Pentagon, all people outside were told to take cover just moments ago, but Jim Miklashevsky said the skies were clear.
There was an
at that time.
unconfirmed report of another hijacking with a plane headed towards Washington. Again, we don't want to sound alarmist, but that is something that Mick heard while he was at the Pentagon. We also want to mention that the president is en route from Longboat Key, Florida, where he was there to visit an elementary school to talk about literacy. Obviously, clearly, his agenda has changed dramatically. He will convene a meeting of the National Security Council as soon as he gets home. Colin Powell is also on his way back from Lima, Peru. He was scheduled to be in Bogota, Colombia.
And probably not at the White House. They'll probably take him to a safe location. There are a number of them, some in the hills of Virginia, as you know. And my guess is that Air Force One is in the unusual situation of having a fighter plane escort on its way back from Florida today. That's where we stand.
Think about the loss of life that we could have seen this morning. If you think about the fact that when full, the World Trade Centers hold about 50,000 people, no telling how many people were at work before 9 o'clock this morning and then shortly after 9 o'clock in the other tower. But if you look at this picture here, Tom and Katie,
at Lower Manhattan, it appears that terrorists have succeeded this time in doing what terrorists tried to do back in 1993.
This is war. This is a declaration and an execution of an attack on the United States, two of our most conspicuous symbols of the American system of capitalism. The Pentagon, which of course is the headquarters of the most mighty military in the world, was attacked today as well. The White House has been evacuated. The State Department has been evacuated. Financial markets have been immobilized. All flights taking off after these attacks were grounded.
International flights have been sent to Canada.
It turns out it's transatlantic flights only going to Canada now. So there has been great chaos visited upon this country, to say nothing, as you pointed out, Matt, so importantly, of the still untold loss of life, and it's going to be horrendous. We don't know yet what the exact numbers are, but we can only tell you by looking at those pictures that you can guess as well as that we can, that there are going to be a lot of people who are not going to be able to escape that.
Back in 1993, when the bomb blew up in the basement of the World Trade Center, so many survivors talked about how long it took them, with no power in the elevators, to walk down the smoke-filled stairways. And you think about how many people were still trying to escape those buildings when first one and then the second tower collapsed.
And of course, the triage unit that has been set up, area hospitals are all receiving victims. And as Matt said, 50,000 capacity when everybody is in the building. But many people at 8:42 a.m. here in New York are at their desks, working in their offices. One young man or one man was reached by phone and was asked what is happening there, and he said, "We are blanking, dying here." And there was screaming and yelling and pure chaos, understandably, going on in the background.
There's a picture of Lower Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen, the most important city in the world in so many ways. And now it has been attacked by terrorists at the World Trade Center, and the damage is beyond our ability to tell you in great detail.
Let me mention that,
I was going to say, here's what the president said. He canceled an education appearance in Florida. Here's what he said just a short time ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I, unfortunately, will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
That was George W. Bush about an hour ago, speaking from Longboat Key, Florida. He is en route to Washington, D.C. We're looking at some pictures on the ground, or we were, of apparently some of the victims. He is on the ground.
Quite extraordinary. These are the emergency workers who are coming back. It was just about 10 minutes ago that we described to you the possibility of that North Tower collapsing. About 5 minutes after we went off the air, it did collapse. Once again, we have no idea at this point the loss of life. I can only tell you there were hundreds of emergency workers down there, about 5 or 6 blocks. It took probably about, I would say, no more than 50 or 60 seconds for that dust cloud, dust and smoke, to literally make it the 5 or 6 blocks up here and begin to envelop us, at which point we started to move out of the way. There were literally dozens and dozens of firemen who were trying to run past us. In fact, our cameraman even put one of the captains in his car and drove him down to a command post. The people who you see here are pretty much all emergency workers. Many of them that I have seen in the last 2 to 3 minutes, quite frankly, are coming out of here. And remember this, these are professionals. They're coming out of there looking literally stunned, in shock, many of them, struggling for breath, obviously in serious distress. Breathing problems are the biggest problem for those who manage to make it safely out of that area down below us. You can't see much more than a block south of me right now. And the World Trade Center probably stands about 10 blocks south of where I am at this moment. And as you can see now, the dust is beginning to pick up here. It really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we get heavy dust or not. But at this point, I can tell you that in the first few minutes, emergency workers were trying just basically to get out of there, to survive. You could see that written in their faces. The situation was so desperate, they just wanted to get out of there. Now, many of them are beginning to regroup. A couple of them asked me where their commander might be. They're trying to get together and go back in there and try to take care of the people who obviously are in serious trouble. There's no other way to describe it. The language here, at times, if I slip into language which seems a little melodramatic, forgive me, but this is a circumstance which is very, very difficult to describe in many ways without sounding melodramatic. Certainly in more than 20 years of covering horrific events, this is something that I've never seen before. As we say, the emergency workers now beginning to try to gather themselves. Over there you can see a police emergency service unit. They're trying basically now to reestablish some kind of a safe perimeter. And many of the emergency workers basically just happy to be alive. Certainly that picture tells it all. Many of them just happy to be alive at this point, having survived what is an extraordinary event, the collapse of 2 towers. As we said earlier in our report, 110 stories each. I will tell you that what fell, what I saw fall, had to be at least 40, 50 stories of that building at first. The skeleton was left at about, I would say, the 50 or 60th floor after the shell, after the structure of the building fell
14.
down. The skeleton, the steel skeleton, was literally sheaved off, and it took probably about another 30 seconds before the skeleton collapsed into the street. That was the last we saw of the World Trade Center, and that was maybe 10 minutes ago when that final skeleton, the metal skeleton, steel skeleton, collapsed into the street.
That was NBC's Pat Dawson again. He's standing about 10 blocks from where the World Trade Center towers used to stand. You're looking at the collapse of one of those towers right now. We now have an AP News alert out of Pittsburgh. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming the crash of a large plane just north of the airport. That's about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Again, officials at Somerset County Airport confirmed the crash of a large plane north of that airport, which is located about 80 miles to the southeast of the city of Pittsburgh. We do not know whether that crash of that plane is related to what has become an obvious terrorist attack both here in New York City and in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon.
Matt, we just got a late word that State Department security officials are denying those reports of a car bomb at the State Department. Betsy Stewart is at the C Street entrance and also says there's no sign of a car bomb. Betsy Stewart is one of our producers who's very familiar with the State Department. The building has been evacuated. Top officials are still believed to be in the Operations Center, however. Those are highly secured areas in terms of penetration physically and otherwise. Colin Powell, as Andrea reported earlier, was headed for Lima, Peru, but he's done a U-turn and he's coming back. The president is on his way back. He'll have a National Security Council meeting, we think probably at around 11:30 or perhaps around noon. That is likely to take place either at Andrews Air Force Base or in some more secure location. The White House has been evacuated, especially with this report of another plane going down, this time in the Pittsburgh area. There were planes in the air when the order went out that there would be no more takeoffs, so we don't know how much more damage these terrorists had in mind.
Let's go to Bob Hager, who is, of course, NBC's aviation expert. Bob, what kind of information are you getting from your sources?
Not a lot, Katie, from the FAA. For instance, they are not talking about any possible hijacks. And normally they can tell when there's a hijack in progress because the pilot, the original pilot of the plane, has various buttons that he can push that set off a code and tell them that there were hijacks. But maybe as a matter of security, they're not saying anything about that. They did stop all takeoffs in the U.S. at 9:25 this morning, and then for pilots that were in the air, the question came up what to do about them, and they were given some discretion to continue on to their destination, so long as it was not the New York or Washington area, or divert to an airport if that's what they wanted to do. I saw the blast at the Pentagon, not the blast take place, but moments after it. I'd been at National Airport trying to get up to New York, and you could see that smoke billowing out of the Pentagon. I can give you a little description of what it's like on the streets of Washington, because it was quite crowded trying to work my way back here to NBC. They have now given not only the White House and those key buildings like the U.S. Capitol, but at this point they've given all federal employees the word to leave their offices and get home.
All
So
right.
there are traffic jams in Washington.
Okay, Bob, I'm sure you're going to get more information for us momentarily, but first we want to go to Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon, who has some more information. Mick?
Katie, they're still clearing people away from the Pentagon. Still, security forces believe that there may be another incoming plane headed in the Washington region. But there was a very telling, dramatic moment just a second ago when a U.S. Air Force F-16 flew very low level, did a wide sweeping turn around the Pentagon and back over Washington. And as one Air Force officer standing near me said, "My God, they're now flying air cover over Washington." A very dramatic moment, a milestone in what Tom has already described as a declaration of war, terrorist war against the U.S.
Let's go back and show you the pictures of lower Manhattan, where the situation only gets worse, not better. That is the financial district of the world. It's also a residential area and a great commercial area. Both Twin Trade Tower buildings now have collapsed onto the ground. There is an untold loss of life. The ripple effect goes on with all the smoke and dust that is spread out across that very densely populated area. It goes down below ground as well as in the high-rise buildings there. There are many residential structures in that area as well. Some heroic rescue workers were down there trying to get people out of the building when the first building came down, and then the second building did as well. Without any sound, and looking at this, there is a kind of a surreal quality. But that is the epicenter of a great, great national tragedy and a great loss of life. No question about it this morning.
We're talking about people who were hurt, perhaps killed in this blast. Many of them have been brought to area hospitals, including St. Vincent's Hospital. Bob Bazell is there. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, Katie, ambulances continue to stream in. Several New York City streets have been closed. Major avenues have been closed off so that ambulances can continue to come in. In addition, the New York City subway system has now been closed down, and several buildings that were not involved in the World Trade Center area have been shut down, and people have been told to go home, but a lot of them are just wandering aimlessly on the street. Many people openly weeping and hugging each other. This is clearly is a time that, as Tom described, is very close to the beginning of a war, and but the casualties do keep coming in. Burns, smoke inhalation, very severe, and again, all the medical people that I've talked to say this is just the tip of the iceberg. We expect casualties to be coming in all through the night and way into tomorrow and beyond.
Bob, if you could just stand by for a moment, because we have this report from AP that I'm just simply going to read. A large plane crashed Tuesday morning just north of the Somerset County Airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Airport officials said the plane, believed to be a Boeing 767, crashed around 10 a.m. about 8 miles east of Jennerstown, according to County 911 dispatchers. WPXI-TV reported. The crash came the same morning the terrorists crashed 2 planes into the World Trade Center in New York City, and the twin 110-story towers collapsed. Explosions also rocked the Pentagon and the State Department, although that was refuted moments ago, and spread fear across the nation. There was no other immediate details on the Pennsylvania crash, and it was not clear whether the crash was related to the others. Again, that was a report, a bulletin that was just issued by the Associated Press.
You know what is so stunning about all this? No indication whatsoever that this very carefully coordinated massive attack was going to occur. There's been a complete intelligence failure here, and there will be, obviously, down the road.
Tom, because we've often talked vulnerable, how unprepared for an attack like this.
Well, who are in listening post, and we've penetrated these kinds of organizations, but to have this kind of an attack, this sophisticated, this efficient, striking at the heart of the nation's, and if this is true that this plane went down as a result of this attack, we don't know what coordinated attack of some of a declaration of war on this country.
And terrorist experts are now saying, and intelligence experts are now saying that there terrorist groups that are capable. And I'm not going to throw them out now because we certainly don't have any reports. Before I go to Jamie Gangel, I just want to say that some of the are chilling here in Lower Manhattan, and seeing people jump out of the windows. We have each time another person jumped out of a window attempting. He felt the heat of. Jamie Gangel is our national correspondent. She's joining us now.
Those intelligence officials that you were just mentioning, now finally we can no longer reach on the phone and has been evacuated, which is the electronic eavesdropping agency, which is south of Baltimore near Fort Meade, Maryland, that they have been shut down. What we're hearing from both places is that all non-essential personnel have been told to leave. And I can only imagine that probably they are trying to move some of their operations out of those buildings as well for backup procedure. But in addition to whatever intelligence was or was missed in all of this, we now have perhaps some problems gathering intelligence as those buildings are now being shut down.
Right, Jamie, thank you very much. Tom, let's go back and talk about something you mentioned a second ago, that it shows the enormity of this situation. In addition to what we assume will be horrendous loss of life, all planes in this country have been grounded. I mean, you think about the impact that has, and I mean, is there ever a time we can imagine something like that ever happening before?
The most powerful nation in the world, and national security officials and terrorist experts have been saying for some time, a small band of very willful and sophisticated people can bring us to a halt, and they have done just that. There's a psychological terror as a result of all of this, as you can only imagine how it plays out across the country today. People looking in who don't live in New York or live in the nation's capital are wondering what happens around me. It is hard to overstate the consequences of all of this, and this is just the beginning. We'll be living with this story and dealing with the consequences of it for some time. The United States will change as a result of all of this. We already thought that there was a lot of security in America at the airports and so on, and yet there was a successful hijacking at Boston Airport today, and the consequences of that we're seeing on the screen here this morning. So this is going to change this country profoundly in not just the coming days, but the coming months, to say nothing, as you have been saying, Matt, of the horrific loss of life that we're witnessing.
On that subject, you know, and Katie and Tom, to complete a thought I started before, you both were out at the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a much smaller building, and it took rescue workers more than a week to find all the people trapped in that wreckage. We have a building here two buildings of each 110 stories. It's mind-boggling to think of what it's going to take over these next days and weeks to find survivors or victims of these explosions.
And of course, it continues to be a terrifying situation because there are a number of planes up in the air as this took place, and a number of unconfirmed and frightening reports about those planes that we heard earlier from Jim Miklashevsky, that somebody had gotten word at the Pentagon that perhaps there is another plane, whether they were talking about the one north of Pittsburgh or it's completely unclear. And it's also unclear whether these planes that were en route to a destination have been grounded themselves. In other words, that there were emergency landings or what. I think it's very difficult to get any communication with airports all across the country because they're, I'm sure, completely chaotic.
Katie, you know from your time in Oklahoma City and all the time that you spent with the victims there, the psychological effect of all of this on this country and how it's going to affect our whole sense of security and, in a way, our sense of innocence about this is Fortress America. It couldn't happen here. We said that about the Murrah Federal Building. We even said it about Columbine High School. This is an incident of a whole different magnitude.
I have to say, I've never, ever, witnessed anything quite as horrific. I hate to keep saying it because we have seen these types of things play out in movies and, you know, in worst case scenarios and in dramatic renditions of this kind of incident, but certainly no one has ever seen this kind of thing unfold and it is really shocking.
We want to go now. On the phone, we have Neil Livingston, who is an expert on terrorism. Mr. Livingston, can you hear me?
Again.
You know, we were talking about what it would take in terms of planning and coordination to pull off an attack like this with so many prongs. At least 2 attacks here in New York City, 1 in Washington, D.C. We don't know if the crash of that plane outside Pittsburgh is related, but give me an idea of how many groups there are in the country that would be capable of something like this.
Well, there are very few groups in the world capable of this kind of action. And you have to remember also that we have the people who hijacked these planes were going to a certain death as well. So they were suicide bombers in effect. And that probably suggests that this was not something like the Medellin cartel or one of the other groups that has the financial wherewithal and the infrastructure to carry out coordinated attacks.
Yeah, I know.
I think that obviously the finger of suspicion, and we're always very cautious about pointing that in any particular direction, but we have to look to the Middle East. We have to look to Osama bin Laden. We have to look at some Palestinian groups right now.
But even in the past, when we were talking about Osama bin Laden and his group, there have been intelligence experts who've picked up conversations, transmissions that occurred before an attack to give some kind of indication, even if we didn't understand them till after the attack. Is it unusual that with so many prongs to an attack that there wouldn't have been some type of warning through intelligence sources?
Well, it's a myth that we always know that these things are coming down. Part of our problem is, and we just had a warning go out to our embassies and military bases in the Far East. That could have been a feint. That could have been a diversion. We have so many warnings these days that people, they tend to fade into the background noise unless we have real specific information about an upcoming attack. Generally, we don't take action. And these groups are very hard to penetrate. They're focused with bonds of kinship and people who have known each other for years. So it doesn't surprise me that we didn't know that this was coming.
All right, Mr. Livingston, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Benjamin Levy is at the scene near the World Trade Center. Actually, he's going to tell us precisely where he is and what he saw. Benjamin, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, Benjamin?
Yes?
Hi, it's Katie Couric. Can you tell me where you are and what you have seen or what you are seeing?
Well, right now I'm in Lower Manhattan, but I was working, I work at the Federal Building behind City Hall. And we were just sitting at our desks about 9 a.m. this morning. We heard a big explosion. Then about 5 minutes or maybe 10 minutes later, we saw the other plane hit the building, the second tower, and then we just evacuated. And as we started to walk away, we turned around about maybe 15 minutes after we left the building, and the second tower just disappeared from sight. And I tell you, I've never seen anything more horrible in my entire life.
Did you see any people, any casualties, Mr. Levy?
We we bumped into a guy from Tower 1 who said that he had a chance to get out of the building after the plane hit the first one. He had a chance to get out of the second one, but he said that people were jumping out of the windows to get away from the fire.
Where are you now, Benjamin?
I'm in a hair salon in Lower Manhattan, talking to you guys.
Well, obviously, that was...
And was the whole Federal Building evacuated, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, well, we started running out of the building as soon as we saw the second explosion. And then I work on the 22nd floor, and as soon as we were down at the bottom, they sounded the alarm, and then they announced evacuation, but most of us were already out.
How far physically are you actually from the World Trade Center?
Right now, or where I work?
No, when this happened.
About 6 blocks away.
6 blocks away. And you were able to get out pretty easily, and there were no kind of electrical problems in your building as a result of the impact of the fire or anything like that?
No, we got out pretty good, thank God.
And as that whole area down there, the City Hall, the Federal Building, and all the other commercial buildings, they've all been evacuated as well.
Well, yeah, as we were leaving, the police were telling all the shop owners to shut their shops and go home.
And that must be enveloped by the smoke and dust and everything that we see now, because that covers the entire lower end of Manhattan, which is a considerably large area, not only physically, but in terms of the financial networks, the commerce that is done there, a lot of residential areas.
Yeah, you could smell the smoke. And you could smell it, but it wasn't. We were walking away from it.
Benjamin Levy. Benjamin, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate it, and we're glad you're safe.
Katie, I've got just a little rundown here, if I can, Matt, for just a moment about what's going on around the country. The State Department officials have been moved into the State Department Training Center in Arlington, Virginia. The state has been evacuated, obviously. In Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport shut down. The IDS Center in downtown Minneapolis, tallest building, evacuated. Georgia, all flights at Hartsfield Atlanta International Airport closed. The CNN Center, world headquarters of cable news network, was closed to the public. In Maryland, officials are tightening security throughout the state. Of course, that's the home of Andrews Air Force Base. Navy installations throughout the Hampton Roads, home to the world's largest Navy base, have been placed under increased security. In Pennsylvania, Philadelphia International Airport has been closed, and of course the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall are being closed as well.
In fact, all national monuments, Tom, I believe, have been evacuated and closed.
And California, the state has been put on the highest alert. They're on tactical alert in Los Angeles. The Department of Energy's Nuclear Weapons and Research Complex in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, put under heightened security.
It is now coming up on 10:59 East Coast time. We'll give you a recap of what we've seen so far in just a moment. Just a quick note from one of the hospitals downtown in New York City, where they say that hundreds of people have been burned from head to toe. This is from Dr. Stephen Stern at St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village. About 50 or 60 doctors and nurses standing by in scrubs. The entire entrance to the emergency room was lined with stretchers covered with white sheets. Doctors said the victims mostly had burns.
Of course, they're being treated in a number of area hospitals, including St. Vincent's, NYU. Downtown is just about 5 minutes away. As a spokesperson told us earlier, they've had a lot of experience dealing with problems at the World Trade Center from that February terrorist bombing in 1993. And obviously, they have all been mobilized, and emergency crews are working feverishly outside the World Trade Center.
You are looking at a live picture of Lower Manhattan at 11 o'clock East Coast time on a day of tragedy and terror in the United States. You're looking at what remains of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Earlier this morning, just before 9 o'clock and just after 9 o'clock, two planes and individual attacks struck each tower of the World Trade Center, causing gaping holes in both towers. You're looking at a tape now after the first impact. And there is the second impact of a large jet flown, we now believe, deliberately into the second tower. It was a short time after that the towers collapsed. And then there was an attack in Washington, D.C. We now have confirmed reports that a plane crashed into the Pentagon. We have no reports of confirmed injuries or death. However, it's clear officials all across the country are now saying this is a deliberate terrorist attack on the United States. As Tom has put it so far this morning, this is a declaration of war by terrorists against the United States.
And of course, we should mention, by the way, Tom, before we talk about terrorism, that another large plane crashed as well, just north of Somerset County Airport, 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was a Boeing 767 that crashed around 10 o'clock this morning, and it is unclear whether the crash was related to the other crashes that took place this morning.
President Bush is en route back to Washington. The State Department has been evacuated. There's been that attack on the Pentagon. That has been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. There will be an emergency meeting of the National Security Council. This is the most serious attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor. There has never been a terrorist attack of this magnitude, in fact, on any country in the world so far as we can tell. The untold loss of life in New York alone. We only know that there have been hundreds of burn victims brought to various hospitals. Both Twin Trade Tower centers have collapsed to the ground. That's a densely populated area, obviously. We don't know the number of casualties yet at the Pentagon, and we don't know the number of deaths in that plane that went down, as Katie pointed, north of Pittsburgh.
And what we've left out a piece of information, but we know for a fact that one of these planes that was crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked from Boston this morning. It was American Airlines Flight 11 en route from Boston to Los Angeles. We had reports it had been diverted to JFK, and a short time later, perhaps while feigning a landing at JFK, it veered dramatically into the World Trade Center.
All air travel has been stopped. Airports have been closed across the country to planes departing. In terms of planes that are en route, it is unclear if they've made emergency landings or if they're reaching their final destinations. The White House has been evacuated, the State Department, the CIA has been evacuated. Of course, many, many buildings in Manhattan and Lower Manhattan have been evacuated as well.
And transatlantic flights to this country are being diverted to Canada. Still, no claim of responsibility that is verifiable or credible at this time. Yasser Arafat has condemned this attack, saying it's shocking and appalling.
Of course, we should mention back in February of 1993 was when that bomb went off in the garage of the World Trade Center, killing 6 people, injuring 1,000 people. And that, of course, was an unbelievable scene, but compared to this
is what they intended to do back then.
Minor. Let's go to Bob Hager, who has some information for us. Bob?
Katie, I was just thinking as you commented there about the various planes involved. The one that we know of so far, because it's confirmed by American Airlines, is that Flight 11, which had been scheduled from Boston's Logan Airport to Los Angeles, that Flight 11 was hijacked this morning, and it is presumed that it may have been one of the planes that went into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. There were at least 2 more planes involved in this because the other tower was hit, and then the Pentagon was also, there were eyewitness accounts that it was a plane that went into the Pentagon, but so far we don't know the sources of those planes, whether they were commercial planes that had been hijacked, whether they were private planes, whether they'd been hijacked at all. And I would point out the report from Somerset County, Pennsylvania, is so far just local authorities commenting. The FAA has not confirmed that crash, so we're waiting to hear more, and I'm hearing just now, bear with me.
Bob.
Oh, FAA is now confirming, so this adds to those earlier rumors that there are several airplanes that are unaccounted for. So there were some rumors that there might have been other planes hijacked that we didn't yet know the outcome of it. And now the FAA is confirming that. There are several, is the word I heard, several planes that are unaccounted for that were evidently hijacked and has not come to a conclusion yet.
Bob, we'd like you to get a list of as many of those as you can, as specifically as possible. We're going to show you now, we're going to replay a tape of the second attack on the World Trade Centers in slow-mo. There's the plane. As you can see, a large airline-type plane. And now the collision. Flown deliberately into the second one.
When they say several, Bob, do they give you any indication of what they're talking about?
Several is the description that I had, and that was just passed on to me a moment ago, so I wasn't talking personally to the FAA person, but several is the account I had.
And Bob, American Airlines, the Flight 11 out of Boston, do we know what exactly kind of plane that was and perhaps how many people were on board?
We do not yet, but I think we're going to get some additional information from American. They were supposed to be adding comment to this from Dulles Airport here in a few moments, so we might learn a little bit more about that. But right now, it's very important to worry about rumors and so forth. I'd like to hear some more confirmation that a plane really has crashed in Pennsylvania, for instance, since the FAA hasn't confirmed that. But I think one needs to be very careful here in this chaotic situation.
We have a report here that Osama bin Laden, who is often identified as the world's leading terrorist, warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack on U.S. interest for its support of Israel. An Arab journalist with access said to him Tuesday in London.
Abdel Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Qud Al-Arabi newspaper, said Islamic fundamentalists led by bin Laden was almost certainly behind the attack of the World Trade Center in New York. Quote, it's most likely the work of Islamic fundamentalists. Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interest in an unprecedented attack, a very big one, Atwan told Reuters.
He has interviewed bin Laden, and he maintains close contact with his followers, according to Reuters. So that's the first report that we've had that Osama bin Laden may have been responsible. Obviously, it was a very sophisticated organization, carefully coordinated. It had to have its origins in this country. Louis Freeh, the FBI director, as he left office, said that his continuing great concern with the number of terrorist cells that exist in America, not just in some shadowy enclave in Afghanistan or somewhere in the subcontinent, but they've taken root in this country because it's so easy to get here.
Let's talk a little bit more about Osama bin Laden, because as you say, he was associated with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Why don't we talk about him and what he has done here in the United States, Tom, to give people a little bit of background?
Well, he is from Saudi Arabia originally. He's wealthy. He is very sophisticated in terms of using the new technology. We believe that he is being harbored in Afghanistan. No one knows for sure. A number of people have attempted to get to him and have been unsuccessful in that. They also believe that he was behind the bombings in Kenya as well. He is obviously a zealot of great, dark passion, and most of it directed at the United States.
Brian Jenkins, our terrorist expert, remains on the phone. Brian, tell us a little bit more about Osama bin Laden, and if you think that he might, in fact, have carried out this kind of well-orchestrated, horrific attack on the United States.
Well, certainly he would have to be included in any very, very short list of suspects, but it is premature to be able to say with any confidence who might be responsible. In something like this, I mean, we know what has happened, we know when it has happened, we know where it has happened, who and why. It takes a little bit longer to figure out. I have no doubt that we will ultimately be able to identify who is responsible. But until that time, we can only speculate.
But Brian, in an attack of this magnitude that is so carefully coordinated and executed with such cold-blooded efficiency, it obviously had to be a very sophisticated organization.
Clearly, this took organization, and while organization has in terrorism in recent years become more fluid, that is, we are not dealing with the identifiable terrorist organizations that we dealt with in the 1970s and 1980s. Terrorism in the last decade has been a lot more fluid, and from these universes of like-minded fanatics, people have been able to put together these ad hoc conspiracies. Nonetheless, the magnitude of this attack, the coordination involved in this attack, does indicate a considerable amount of planning and organization.
Right. Mr. Jenkins, if you'll hold for a second, I want to go back to Bob Hager of NBC. Bob, we were talking a second. Apparently, we don't have Bob at the moment. All right, let's go to Jim Kallstrom, who's the former director of the FBI's New York office. Jim, we just talked about the fact that sooner or later we'll know who did this, but where does law enforcement start? Obviously, we know that in several cases we're talking about the plane as the weapon, so to speak, but where do we start to track who's responsible?
Well, Matt, I think someone said it there, this is unprecedented. And law enforcement will start from the base of intelligence that they already have and hopefully always have. And I mean, that's the argument in the country. I mean, we have a very short memory in the United States, and maybe that's good, maybe it's bad, but that's why we need effective law enforcement. Although in a free society, as Brian Jenkins points out, and I agree with him totally, it's very, very difficult to stop things like this. I mean, the first goal would have been to stop this horrific event. And, of course, the second goal now is to save as many people as we can and to find out who did it. And thirdly, and most importantly, not let something like this happen again.
Jim, if you were starting the investigation tomorrow morning, where would you begin with the man who hijacked that American Airlines flight?
I'd probably have 100 courses of action taken simultaneously. I'm sure that's what's going on as we speak. It's a bit chaos. I mean, I just look at the TWA tragedy and why we responded the way we did. We were at a heightened threat for terrorism, and it sure looked like terrorism, and this is so much bigger than that. It's chaotic, but law enforcement's trying to make sense out of it. They're trying to obviously not let something happen again in the next 10 minutes, the next hour, the next 2 hours. So that's on the mind of public safety officials in Washington and locally. And, of course, a long-range plan to see what we can do about stopping this. You know, we live in a free society. People come and go. Our borders are open. We see that talked about on the news every night, not so much from a terrorism standpoint, from a work standpoint, but people land at our major airports every day undocumented. So it's extremely difficult. As Brian pointed out earlier, these terrorist cells are very insulated from each other. There's no particular hierarchy like there was in the mafia where you put a particular wiretap in at the top and you know everything that's going on. That's not the case here. We know there's tremendous hatred. I mean, we've talked about this in law enforcement for over a decade. They blew up the World Trade Center. They tried to bring the World Trade Center down. They've blown up many other government symbols, and Ramsey Youssef tried to blow up 11 jumbo jets simultaneously.
Okay, Jim, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's Katie Couric. We want to go to Pat Dawson, who's down at the World Trade Center with an official, talking to that official. Pat?
Yes, Katie, forgive me, we're just trying to get obviously, as you can imagine, Joe, go ahead, you may put the microphone on there. As you can imagine, this is a very difficult situation here. We are here with a couple of guests who can give us at least some insight into what's going on there. This is Chief William Hall of the Port Authority Police of New York. As we told you earlier, the Port Authority Police have jurisdiction over the Trade Center. And also Alan Rice, who's the director of the World Trade Center. Gentlemen, if I get you just to stand like that. First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
After the first two crashes, when the planes hit the building, there was roughly about, I would say, what, an hour and 15 minutes between that and the point where the South Tower collapsed, give or take. How many people you were able to get out? Do you have any idea?
We don't know. We tried to do a floor-by-floor search. New York City Police, the Fire Department, Port Authority Police, best they could, tried to get everybody out. But as you know, there were people still coming out after that building came down.
Do you have any idea how many people would normally be in the building at 8:30 or north? This is the director of the
There are
World Trade Center.
probably 10,000 people in each tower. 10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
Okay, so in other words, by 8:30 to 9, you figure the building would have been approaching full capacity with the workers. So we are talking about roughly 10,000 people
per tower.
Per tower. Now, at this point, obviously, you've got a situation, these towers having collapsed, that is bordering on chaotic. What's the first challenge? What are you doing at this moment? I've seen emergency workers try to go in there after the first couple crashes and come running back out. What are you trying to do now?
I guess the next step is between the chief and myself and my staff. We're going to go assess the condition and determine whether it's safe or not to send personnel into the building to continue looking and evacuating people.
Are there any emergency workers in there now?
We don't know that. We don't know.
If they were in there now, presumably they would have been trapped in there from the earlier.
It's possible. It's possible from what we saw happen there. Yeah, very much so. We were trapped ourselves in the building, in the basement. We were the building collapsed when we came out of that. But yes, I'm sure
you were in the basement of the South Tower.
No, we were in the basement of building 5, 6.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
and I was in building 5. We had to dig our way out to get out.
You dug your way out. What was that like?
Scary.
Scary, but I was a volunteer fireman for years, so you learn not to panic.
Yeah.
What was the one last thing? What do you do right now to try to get to those people? How long before you get to those people?
We're going to have to wait and make the building safe. We have our engineers here, our law department here. We're going to make the building safe, then we're going to send in rescue teams. We're already breaking the men and women up into rescue teams, and they're ready to go once the building is declared safe of what's left.
And how soon before they're back in there?
We're going to try and do this right now, and I hope soon.
Is any part of the building still standing down there? We can't really see.
I can't see either. I can see what you see. I don't know.
You don't even know how much of the building is left.
No, that's where we're going now, to assess the condition.
All right,
so thank you very
we
much.
understand you have emergency work to do. We appreciate it very much taking the time out. The latest report that we have at this point from those who are in charge of that building, speaking to the director of the World Trade Center and also to the chief of the Port Authority Police, they are at this point, as they said, just trying to put together a plan to go in there and just assess the damage. This sequence of extraordinary tragedies, this sequence of catastrophes, really, first the two crashes, and then in sequence, one tower of the building coming down, another tower of the building coming down. Obviously, the first order of business is to try to organize themselves and to go back in there in a way it doesn't endanger more emergency workers, because I can tell you, based on what I've seen, There have been a number of emergency workers who were put in harm's way this morning. They had to be, but the toll has to be extraordinary. Tom, we'll throw it back to you.
Thank you very much, Pat Dawson. Those are the first numbers that we've had this morning. They think there were about 20,000 people in the two buildings at the time of the attack, to say nothing of the untold number of people on the streets or in nearby buildings who could also have suffered injuries or worse when the buildings did come down. This is tantamount to war. You're looking at the lower end of Manhattan. A plane has attacked the Pentagon this morning as well. There is a report of a hijacked plane that went down near Pittsburgh. NBC's Robert Hager is tracking all of this through the FAA for us. Robert?
Well, there's some more information now on the one confirmed hijacking that we know of, and that was that American Airlines flight number 11. It was a 767, took off from Boston Logan this morning. It was to go to Los Angeles. American Airlines confirmed it was hijacked, and we have some first numbers on how many were on board. 58 passengers and a crew of 11, so 69 people on that flight. That's presumed to be one of the planes that went into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. The other planes that we know of, the other tower of the World Trade Center and the plane that went that crashed into the Pentagon area, those are unknown flights. The Pennsylvania crash, which is still not the FAA, but it's local authorities saying it, our affiliate in Pittsburgh has heard traffic on the radio scanners saying that it was a flight that originated in Chicago and was headed to Cleveland, but I'd caution that that sort of information coming off radio scanners is very, very sketchy and so very unreliable, but it's the first report off the scanners.
Bob, an FBI spokesman is quoted as saying that there were 4 flights that were hijacked altogether. We know about American 11. I'm not going to mention the names of the carriers or the numbers on the others. Are you getting any kind of detail like that at the FAA?
No, the FAA is not getting into that kind of detail, and a moment ago I said that they said there were several planes still in the air, and that was a report was coming to me while I was on the air, so I'm getting it secondhand, and now I understand what they were saying is that they had unaccounted flights, flights that were unaccounted for, so that could mean in addition to the American Airlines Flight 11, the other planes that went into those other buildings. It does not necessarily imply that there are still planes in the air. A little more information. Canada has now shut all of its airports down, but it will leave the airports open to allow incoming planes that were bound for the U.S. and are now prohibited from landing at U.S. airports to divert into Canada. But otherwise, Canada is allowing no takeoffs, and it's not taking inbound flights from any other place other than planes that were bound for the U.S.
Well, now we get word from American Airlines, Bob, just stay with us here for a moment, that it had 2 aircraft in this tragedy. Flight 11, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots. Flight 77, they're saying, a Boeing 757 operating from Washington Dulles to L.A. with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. That's from Al Henkel, who's one of our guys in the Dallas area, from American Airlines.
Yes, so now we know the identity of 2 of the flights involved in today's incidents. That leaves at least 1 more, and if the report of the crash in Pittsburgh is accurate, that leaves 2 more that we don't have identified yet, but it gives us those 2 that you mentioned.
Well, it could have been both these planes could have been into the Twin Trade Towers, because it was plainly there were 2 airliners that went into the Twin Trade Towers up here, as we saw on the videotape of the crash.
Okay, they say there's a bomb in the school here. I was told by firefighters.
Pat Dawson, let's go to you in Lower Manhattan. You have a report of another bomb.
All right, Tom, we've just been told we're being evacuated. You can see all the emergency workers walking north on the West Side Highway in New York. We've been told by firefighters here that there is a report of a bomb in this building. This is a school, a high school right here. And as you can see, they're moving everybody away from this building. They've said that there's a bomb in the building. They are evacuating us north now. That is according to firefighters on the scene, and we're going to move out of here right now just to keep ourselves safe. So we're going to start walking north ourselves, but that's what we're being told by New York City firefighters here, that there were reports of a bomb in that high school right there. It's called Stuyvesant High School. And so we are walking north to get out of the way. You can see just to my left here, these are even the ambulances which were down there are being moved north. The firefighters are being moved north. Everybody is being moved north. We're being asked by the police now to go north and get out of the way. Officer, do you have any idea of what the problem is?
There's a report of a secondary device possibly in the area of this school, so they're going to move everybody back as a precaution.
Secondary device meaning a bomb?
Possibly.
Okay, and where did that report come from? Was it called in?
It came in over our radios, and it's reported through our supervisors on down, so we're pulling everybody back.
And that's in the Stuyvesant High School right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Officer McQuaid.
Pat,
that's Officer McQuaid of New York City Emergency Service.
Pat, that school has been evacuated?
Yeah, well, I don't think there was anyone in the school, Katie, this morning. At this point, I think everybody had been evacuated from here probably when the first events took place early this morning, just because of the fact that it's so close to the World Trade Center. Most of these buildings around here have been evacuated, so I would imagine, I never saw any kids going into that school this morning, so I'm going to presume that they never even allowed them to get to school this morning, and that anywhere that were here at 8:45 were probably moved out almost within moments after this the crash took place, because it literally is only about 10 blocks north of here, and I haven't seen any students coming in or out.
All right, Pat Dawson, thank you very much. The big story, obviously, that is still to be resolved is how many planes were hijacked. We now have a report that there could have been as many as 4 of them. We know that 2 planes were involved here at the Twin Trade Towers. There's a report of a plane down north of Pittsburgh. Another kind of plane went into the Pentagon, but there could still be planes in the air that are under the control of hijackers. We don't know for sure what flights they are or where they're headed. There are some unconfirmed reports of them. We can only tell you that American 11 and American 77 have been identified by American Airlines as 2 of the planes that were involved in the incidents today.
And the hijackings are scattered somewhat around a fairly wide area, and we just have to remember that 2 of these planes did arrive at the World Trade Center within 18 or 20 minutes of each other, just to, again, point out the coordination of this attack. We're going to go down to NBC's Tim Russert, who is standing by with more information. Tim? Tim? Apparently Tim can't hear us.
All right, obviously people are scrambling to get as much information. I think we do now
Tim,
have
do you
Tim's
hear us?
audio. Tim?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please give us your information.
I've been just speaking to the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Porter Goss, and we're trying to get him on the telephone here and continue our conversation on the...
This is a special report from News Channel 4.
And good morning once again. I'm Jane Hansen with Glenn Walker in the News Center, News Channel 4 studios, and we want to bring you up to date on the situation right here in New York City. So we are interrupting the network for just a short period of time to tell you the latest on what's gone on here.
Well, as one distressed witness described it, a piece of America went down today. An unprecedented terrorist attack, as you have seen all morning, on New York City, the nation's capital. We know of at least 4 planes that have been hijacked. It all started a little before 9 o'clock this morning. A commercial airliner, probably a small plane, slammed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. You see the result of that right there. And while we were watching this scene, approximately 18 minutes later, a second commercial airliner, you see it coming from the top of the right-hand corner of your screen, came down, swooped down between the 2 towers and slammed into the second tower, a huge ball of fire. You see it right there. And that was just the beginning of a sequence of events that, from what we can tell, has turned out very tragic.
We had the mayor a short time ago say, quote, "I sense a horrendous number of lives have been lost." Obviously, rescue workers raced to the scene, firefighters attempting to put out those blazes. They didn't have much luck because, as you will shortly see, it was about an hour and a half after the first attack that the first of the towers collapsed. A horrendous and horrific sight for all of us to witness here in New York City.
There you see that happening right now. And we've been told witnesses have actually described this scene as raining bodies, people jumping from the building, people thrown from the building by the explosions. Just a horrific scene downtown. We believe the number of people working in the 2 towers is about 50,000. How many of those survived this? We have no idea how many were actually at work at the time of the explosions and the accidents.
Rescue workers, we were told, worked as fast as they could to get people out of the lower parts of those towers in between the time of the fire and the collapse. And here you see the second collapse. There was about an hour and a half between the first plane and the first collapse, and then the second one happened probably about 15 or 20 minutes later.
Now, they may have evacuated the area, but we understand that firefighters were there trying to put the fire out. There were armed guards around the World Trade Center. We do not know how many of them actually survived this. As you see, these are firefighters that were around the buildings when it collapsed. Fortunately, they were able to dig themselves out, but obviously they are in shock, distress. Witnesses who have seen this, it's just pandemonium downtown. And right now, let's go down to Lower Manhattan. Gabe Pressman is standing by live. Gabe?
Hello, Gabe. Can you hear us?
Yeah, is that Jane?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Gabe, well, you're in Lower Manhattan. What are you witnessing right now?
Well, people down here by the hundreds and by the thousands, I'd say. I'm at the corner of Leonard and West Broadway. At first they were stunned. Now they are angry. Basically bewildered by the sight they saw of this building burning. I'm using, because my cell phone's not working, and none of them apparently is, I'm using a telephone in a diner, and the manager of the diner is Ted Karunas. What did you see, and what are your feelings right now, Mr. Karunas?
I watched the second building collapse, and it just brought tears to my eyes. I'm in utter shock. I'm walking around numb. This is unbelievable. I thought I saw the sight of a lifetime when I saw the second fireball explode into the building, but watching both Twin Towers fall down. I mean, I was born and raised in New York City, and to see them fall like that, I guess it's time to go to war. I mean, just nothing but anger, fear, and just rage going through me right now.
You just can't contain your emotions.
It's crazy. 1 second you feel like you're going to cry and you're shaking like a leaf, and the next second you wish there was someone in front of you that you could physically harm because of this. So it's very intense.
There is an endless stream of traffic, of ambulances going by this spot south on West Broadway. Incredible number of ambulances. I counted 10 in less than a minute. There's a young man here sitting at the counter in the diner. What happened to you?
I was coming out of the subway for a graduation pictures day, and I saw everyone looking. I went. A woman was on the ground. I just got my Red Cross certification, so I started helping her.
Where was that?
That was right on the corner of Chambers and I don't know whatever street this is.
What about you? I understand your sister is safe. Is that right?
She is. Thank God. She works at 2 World Trade, but she heard on the news, and her husband advised her not to go to work. So thank God she's okay.
You thought for a while that she was in the building?
We did. She was in the building last time, the explosion, so thank God she wasn't.
Name?
My name is Cheryl Charles White.
And you're from what borough?
I'm from Brooklyn. I was on my way to work. The train got diverted. It skipped Fulton Street. We got up at Park Place. There was smoke. We had to evacuate, and the police ushered us forward. And you're seeing people covered with soot. There was this woman. She had no shoes on. Her feet were bleeding. It was just amazing.
What are your feelings about the people who did this?
They're animals. I just can't believe it. It's just unbelievable. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Another lady here.
Incidentally, her sister, and by God's grace, we're together. I work for the Bank of New York in a few blocks away, and my name is Sandra.
Thank you. Okay, so that's some of the feelings and the statements here by people who've been involved in this. Incidentally, I tried to get down to the World Trade Center on a subway, and I was stuck for about 45 minutes, and finally they let us out at 23rd Street. In any event, that's the story from here, Jane, and I don't know who's sitting with you at the moment.
It's Glenn and Jim Rosenfield. Thank you very much, Gabe. We should also point out that they are trying to assess when they can physically get into the ruins of those 2 buildings to see if there are people trapped, because we don't know if that is part of the circumstances right now.
Some 50,000 people on a normal day would be working in those 2 towers. We did hear on NBC they estimated today perhaps as many as 20,000 people working in those 2 buildings.
This has obviously created some chaos as far as transportation goes. A lot of people need to get back to their loved ones.
Boy, it sure
they
has.
want to get out of town.
Bear with us here. We do have a lot of information, and it is changing by the minute. But this is what we know about some of the transportation issues, some of the hospitals involved. Let's start with the hospitals. We know victims have been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital. We heard from Melissa Russo just a little while ago when we were on the air earlier. We also know victims have been taken to NYU downtown. That hospital is telling us hundreds of victims are being taken there and are seeking treatment at NYU downtown. A 3rd hospital, Bellevue Hospital, will also be expecting to treat patients. We should also mention, it probably is obvious, but this is a major primary day here in New York City. The primary has been canceled, so it goes without saying that will be rescheduled. Speaking of the hospitals, we want to go to NYU Hospital right now, and Leonard Aubrey has an update for us from the scene there. Mr. Aubrey, what can you tell us?
Well, as you may know, we are several blocks away from the World Trade Center, and I think as you just had in your report, we have seen hundreds of patients right now. We have about 20 to 30 what I would call very serious cases, and we had 3 patients, unfortunately, who passed away upon arrival at the hospital. So that's where we are right now, and we're very well set up to take patients as they, or if they continue to come in through the day. Hello?
Can you hear us? What kind of injuries are you seeing? Burns, lacerations, can you tell us?
Well, a lot of that, and a lot of smoke inhalation, a lot of smoke problems. We're using a lot of oxygen tanks and so on to give people oxygen. And of course, as you mentioned, lacerations, a number of more serious orthopedic injuries, broken bones, and so on. And we have had a couple of cases which we've had to transfer. One was a significant burn, which was transferred up to the Cornell burn unit, and the second neurosurgical case, which was transferred up to NYU Medical Center in Midtown.
You still getting a steady stream of ambulances to the hospital?
Yes, at the point, yes. Yes, so I can't give you exact numbers because they change quite frequently.
But you do have, you mentioned 130 people with what you would call serious injuries.
No, we had over 100, in the hundreds of minor injuries. We had 30 people, roughly 30 people with what we call red. We have a code here, green, yellow, red, the red being the most serious. And we had 30 of those, plus an additional 3 patients passed away upon arrival at the hospital.
Mr. Aubrey, we thank you very much, and obviously we will be talking back with you later this morning. Those are the first 3 confirmed dead that we've had that have gone into the hospital here. But we have a fax here from American Airlines which suggests that they've lost an awful lot of people in aircraft today, and it said that it lost 2 aircraft in tragic incidents, and this Flight 11, which is the one we believe smashed into one of the World Trade Center towers.
It'll be the second crash.
It was en route from Boston to Los Angeles. It had 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. So obviously those will be added to the casualty list that we are beginning to hear about here in New York City.
And of course, 2 other planes from United Airlines were also hijacked. One of those going from Newark to San Francisco, that is the plane that crashed in western Pennsylvania. And we just have it coming over wire. It's another plane crash.
We are getting a confirmation now that it was a flight, one of the other aircraft that crashed was the one you were just talking about, the one from
Okay, we have a confirmation on that. All right, right now, let's get another report from a hospital. Melissa Russo, our government affairs reporter, is standing by. I believe it's St. Vincent's Hospital, Melissa?
Yes, Glenn. We just had a briefing from hospital officials here at St. Vincent's. They are now reporting more than 112 injured patients have been brought into St. Vincent's. And their message today is that they're in desperate need of blood. You have literally hundreds of people lining up on 7th Avenue to donate blood. A hospital official told me earlier that they're very worried about the blood supply of the city hospitals being completely tapped out. And so they're asking people to donate blood. They're seeing injuries ranging from broken bones to burns to smoke inhalation. I don't know if you've been able to see any of the pictures yet, but the people being brought out of the ambulances are absolutely covered in soot, concrete, debris. You open the doors of the ambulance to bring these people out, and you just see the dust fly in the air. It's just unbelievable. They're literally covered in this grayish-colored dust. At least 2 people in the hospital at St. Vincent's have been put into the operating room. That number may have gone up by now. They have triage teams on site, more than 200 doctors working. In addition, they've been transporting doctors from St. Vincent's Hospital down to the scene of Lower Manhattan to work on scene. They have been bringing in additional shipments of hospital supplies. I saw one truck being unloaded about an hour ago with syringes, additional IV materials, and that trauma center, that makeshift trauma center that I told you about over an hour ago on 7th Avenue is still in place. At this point, they appear to be out of wheelchairs. They're using office chairs covered in sheets to transport patients. They do have some locations where people can go to donate blood. I guess one of the questions will be whether people will be able to reach those locations On Staten Island, they're asking people able to donate blood to go to St. Vincent's Hospital. In Queens, there are 3 hospitals where people can donate blood if you're in proximity of that hospital: St. Joseph's, St. John's, and Mary Immaculate Hospitals. In Brooklyn, St. Mary's Hospital, and here in Manhattan, St. Vincent's and St. Clair's, desperately in need of blood this morning.
Can you repeat those just one more time, Melissa, because that's
sure
really
can.
important information and it went by quickly.
I sure can. On Staten Island, St. Vincent's Hospital. In Queens, if you're within proximity of St. Joseph's, St. John's, or Mary Immaculate Hospitals, you can go there to donate blood. If you're in Brooklyn, St. Mary's Hospital. Here in Manhattan, St. Clair's and St. Vincent's. One more thing I should mention, Edward Cardinal Egan is here on the scene in blue hospital garb, and he just spoke as well with a message for New Yorkers. He invited New Yorkers to join in prayer. He said that this is a tragedy that this great city can handle. He said he's amazed at the goodness of firefighters and hospital personnel who are willing to do everything to save life at this moment. And he asked the Lord to bless us at this moment. Edward Cardinal Egan on the scene here at St. Vincent's, clearly trying to help calm the city in the wake of this tragedy. On 7th Avenue, police are working very hard to move the crowd along. People just stop and gaze down 7th Avenue, where there used to be a perfect view of the World Trade Center, the 2 towers. I was here earlier when those buildings collapsed, and there was just absolute panic here on 7th Avenue outside the hospital. People just staring at what used to be the Twin Towers and had now turned into a cloud of smoke, and people are just in shock here.
Again, a blood shortage, as Melissa mentioned, and that's certainly, if anybody does feel the need to get out, then that is certainly something that would be very important, I would think, at this time.
Especially if you're anywhere close to one of those hospitals.
Absolutely.
There is something that has just come across from the Associated Press, which says a police official in New York says the number of casualties from today's attack on the World Trade Center could be in the thousands. And again, we have only begun to hear the reports of people who have been injured and who have been killed in this attack.
A lot of loved ones worried about children in schools. And in Lower Manhattan, there are 3 schools where youngsters are being walked to another location, to another school, just to be safe. I'll give you those 3 schools that are involved. PS 89, youngsters are being walked to PS 41. That's PS 89, where the youngsters are being walked to PS 41. PS 234, the youngsters also being taken to PS 41. And PS 150, youngsters are being taken to PS 3. We had heard earlier that several schools were being used as triage centers, among them Stuyvesant High School, but as we saw earlier on our network, it appeared that Stuyvesant High School was being evacuated because of concerns about yet another bomb. So that's the latest we have on the school situation.
Once again, we should also tell people that you simply cannot come into this city right now by car, by train, by subway, by bus, and it is best that you stay put exactly where you are. Now, of course, that also means that a lot of people who had already come into the city for work today, there's not a lot of work going on, I can assume, which means that they probably are trying to leave the city, and that in itself can be a little difficult.
I do know that New Jersey Transit, which, as you mentioned, has suspended inbound service, but they are, we are told, putting extra trains to get the folks out of Manhattan.
Okay.
That's New Jersey Transit. Long Island Railroad has suspended service in both directions, from Jamaica to Penn Station and from Jamaica to Flatbush. Bus service, there isn't any, as you would imagine, south of 14th Street, and they are evaluating service for the rest of the city and to other boroughs right now as we speak.
Okay, right now, let's go back to NBC News with national coverage of this story, which, of course, is breaking not only in New York, but also in Washington and around the rest of the country.
We will be back
of steel and concrete that came cascading down as well and hit other places.
I imagine the collateral damage was enormous, but we were probably, I'd say, 2 or 3 blocks away in a building where we holed up for a time until we were fairly comfortable that it was safe to come out. But It was truly the most intense and frightening experience I've ever had in my life. It was literally pitch black on the street, and people were, obviously inhaling a great deal of this material as well. So there are many folks who are having difficulty breathing and were wearing facial masks as well.
Well, we're happy you're all
All right, we have
Okay.
United Airlines confirms that United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles is down as well. No details yet. It's confirmed that Flight 93, we believe from Newark to San Francisco, is down. No details as yet. That's the one that we think went down in the Pittsburgh area. I wish that we could be more specific. The information is, as you might expect, pretty chaotic, but there have been at least 4 airliners that have been hijacked today.
And Tom, there's going to be an awful lot of scrutiny on the security in Boston at Logan Airport, because it now appears that 2 of these flights originated there, and somehow someone managed to get on these planes and hijack them.
Well, this is an event, Ron. We're happy to see you. And
thank you. You have no idea how happy I am to be here.
Yeah, it is a relief. But then you think about the experiences of thousands of other people who are down there in the epicenter of all that, and were there when it occurred. Our hearts go out to them. We don't know what the numbers are yet.
And you hear about Cardinal Egan delivering last rites outside of St. Vincent's Hospital.
And the magnitude of this will go on for some time. This is not just a national tragedy, but this is a national security event of an untold magnitude that this country is going to have to deal with. The president's coming back, and we are at war, in effect, here. This country has suffered a devastating attack that will cost us in loss of life. It will also cost us in terms of our psychological security that we have in this country. We're going to have to revisit a lot of our freedoms as a result of this kind of an attack. And then, of course, there's the whole question of retaliation.
This is an
Who
upsetting,
is responsible, and what do we do?
Tom, this is an upsetting wire that just came across the transom from the West Bank. It says thousands of Palestinians celebrated Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States, chanting "God is great" and distributing candy to passers-by, even as their leader, Yasser Arafat, said he was horrified. The U.S. government has become increasingly unpopular in the West Bank and Gaza Strip in the past year of Israeli-Palestinian fighting, with many Palestinians accusing Washington of siding with Israel.
For those of you who think that events in far-off places like the Middle East or in Afghanistan or in the subcontinent or in places in Asia have no effect on us, this is the answer today. This place remains an enormous target in the eyes of a lot of people, and we are so vulnerable because of all those things that make us so great, our freedoms and our sense of security that we have. But America has been changed today by all of this.
We want to go and find out more about what's being done for those who were injured in these attacks. Leslie Van Sant is with the American Red Cross. I believe she's joining us from Washington. Ms. Van Sant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Matt.
Tell me what kind of resources you have available to you to pour into these areas where, obviously, in Lower Manhattan and in Washington, D.C. and outside Pittsburgh.
Well, our chapters on the area are local disaster volunteers. You know, they are, of course, the first people on the scene and responding. Unfortunately, probably now some of them are also victimized by the event. We're also mobilizing 80,000 units of blood to transfer to the regions as needed, and, you know, taking guidance from emergency management personnel on what assistance we can provide to them to make this, you know, response go smoothly.
Is there anything that, I mean, I know it's early after this has happened, but is there anything you can think of that people might be able to help you out with in terms of donating certain things? You mentioned blood and those things.
Well, you know, we're asking people who are in other parts of the country who are blood donors or maybe not blood donors, maybe they could call and schedule an appointment so we can make sure that the supply stays ready. Our disaster volunteers, our mental health volunteers and health volunteers are going to be responding. You know, this will, as Tom mentioned earlier, this is going to be a long, long response. The emotional trauma, the emotional impact is going to be felt weeks, months into the future, even years. So we're going to be working very hard at this for a long time.
All right, Leslie Van Sant with the American Red Cross. Ms. Van Sant, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Kathleen Zici of New York University Hospital, which is about 5 minutes away from the World Trade Center, where many of the victims have been brought. Kathleen, I know we spoke to you about an hour or so ago. Can you tell me what's going on in the hospital now? Okay, apparently we're having some problems with Kathleen, and I'm sure it's as chaotic there as it was at St. Vincent's, where we heard from Bob Bazell moments ago that There was a line with Cardinal Egan outside delivering last rites to some of the dead who were brought to the hospital. So we'll try to touch base with Kathleen in just a moment. But first, we want to go to Andrea Mitchell once again in Washington. Andrea?
I've been told that the State Department evacuation, Katie, was precautionary only. There was no car bomb, as had at least been reported or rumored, not here on NBC. But in any case, that was precautionary only. There are still some officials there. They are now being redeployed to another location in Virginia. The CIA is still operational. Intelligence officials are still meeting at Langley, but those officials have also evacuated the non-essential employees. The current working theory, as you have been reporting and speculating, is that there is only one terror organization in this world that could coordinate this kind of event, and that would be something operated by Osama bin Laden. Intelligence officials say he is in Afghanistan, where he has been protected by the Taliban, and as we know, the United States has warned the Taliban government of Afghanistan that if there were any attack against the United States, that they would hold Afghanistan responsible, so that we most likely will expect retaliation, military retaliation. But I think right now the full focus of the U.S. government is on finding out how many other possible targets there might be, how many vulnerabilities there might be, making sure that there is no chemical or biological element out there. I spoke to a former Secretary of Defense, Bill Cohn, and others who had been part of the anti-terror operation planning, and they say that those are the first lines of defense to make sure that there is not some other event, unexpected as this obviously was, that could make Americans vulnerable. Obviously, this is the largest intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor.
All right, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thank you. We're going to check in again right now with Kathleen Zicci of New York University Hospital. Kathleen, tell me what the scene is like at your hospital.
Well, we're at NYU Downtown Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and we have had a steady stream of patients coming through the door since the first explosion occurred some hours ago. We have information at this point on 3+ fatalities, plus because there may be additional fatalities that I have not yet been informed of. We have had a severe burn case. One individual is an amputee, a serious neurosurgical injury, a whole range of injuries from both debris, smoke inhalation, respiratory issues related to smoke and debris from the collapse of the two buildings.
So how many medical personnel, Kathleen, do you have working there at NYU Hospital?
We have a medical staff of 500 plus physicians. The entire medical staff has been mobilized, as has the nursing staff, and they are working as hard as it's possible to work.
And tell me again, Kathleen, I know it's hard to estimate how many people you've seen so far?
It's in the hundreds. Our entire cafeteria has been transformed to a triage area, and it is wall-to-wall people at the present time.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much for that update. I'm sure we'll be checking back with you a bit later on, and thank you very much.
Katie, let's go now to NBC's Bob Hager. And Bob, I think it's important that we recount. A short while ago, we were talking about 4 planes that were unaccounted for. It seems now we know what happened to all those 4 planes, isn't it?
That's it. There's no plane at the moment that we know of that's outstanding that's unaccounted for, and now NTSB is able to match the particular flights to the particular accidents or acts of terrorism. So the 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center were both takeoffs from Boston, one belonging to American Airlines, and it had been bound for Los Angeles. The other belonging to United Airlines, it too was bound for Los Angeles. Those are the 2 planes, the American airliner first and then the United plane, that went into the World Trade Center. The other 2 flights, the one that went into the Pentagon was an American Airlines flight bound from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, and the plane that's down southeast of Pittsburgh is a United flight. It had been bound from Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that it was Newark via Washington National to San Francisco, but I'm not sure of that. Let me tell you the flight numbers. The Boston takeoffs were American Airlines Flight 10, It had 92 aboard. That's one of the ones that hit the World Trade Center.
Bob, let me just interrupt you there
Yeah,
for a second, because
surely.
we've been reporting all morning that it was American Airlines Flight 11.
You know, I'm mistaken. You're right. It's 11. American Flight 11. Thank you very much, with 92 aboard. And then the United Airlines that left from Boston and hit the other World Trade Center tower was United's 175. I don't have a figure on how many on board it. The flight that went into the Pentagon was American Airlines Flight 77, bound Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. There were 64 people aboard it. And the United Airlines flight that went down south of Pittsburgh was United's Flight 93, and there's no number on the number of passengers on it. But again, you have 4 flights known to have been hijacked, known to have crashed, and no flights at the moment that are outstanding that we know of.
Bob, that the crash that you just mentioned near Pittsburgh, I just want to say that that is a United flight that was en route from Newark to San Francisco. Is that accurate?
That's what I have, and I've heard it 2 ways. It's Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that there was an intermittent stop that it was to make at Washington's Reagan National, but that's not confirmed, so it might be erroneous.
Yeah, United is now confirming that, apparently, Robert. We also have a report from the mayor of Cleveland, Michael White, saying that a Boeing 767 out of Boston made an emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns it may have a bomb on board, but no confirmation of
We
that.
also have, just because I have a personal friend who was flying from Kennedy to Los Angeles this morning, that plane was diverted to Kansas City. So apparently many planes that were en route to certain locations have made special emergency landings in the wake of this, and because of concerns that there may be more problems aboard more airplanes.
And what happens, unfortunately, in situations like this, if the terrorists themselves don't call in to say that there's a bomb on board, you have the twisted minds of other people who call in and say, well, by the way, there's a bomb on board that flight. So it is chaos in the skies for those flights that were already in the air. Other flights have been grounded. This country has been immobilized in terms of where its attention now is focused on New York City and Washington, D.C., the tragedies in Pittsburgh as well. No air travel, no financial markets. All national monuments are being evacuated. The president has been rushed back to Washington, D.C. The Pentagon has been attacked by an airliner, in effect, and on Capitol Hill, code red. The Speaker of the House was taken to a very secure area because he's third in line succession to the President of the United States. We are, as we have been saying this morning, in a state of war with terrorism.
And as a result, the Army has been placed at ThreatCon Delta. That means that armed personnel will be guarding U.S. installations, not only here in the United States, but in other parts of the world. You're looking at the southern tip of Manhattan Island here in New York City, and for so many years we've come accustomed to seeing the World Trade Center standing there in the background behind the Empire State Building that you see in the foreground. Those 2 towers no longer stand after a terrorist attack this morning. NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat,
Matt,
can you hear me?
yes, I can, Matt. If there is a war against terrorism that started, rather ongoing right now, it started here at about 8:45 this morning. As you described, a big hole in the skyline at the southern end, the southern tip of Manhattan Island, where the 2 World Trade Center towers have stood for the last 25 years, 110 stories high. They are no longer there. Just moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department, who was obviously one of the first people here on the scene after those 2 planes were crashed into the side, we assume, of the World Trade Center towers, which used to be behind me over there. Chief Albert Turry told me that he was here just literally 10 or 15 minutes after the events that took place this morning. That is the first crash. He said that at one point he had roughly 10 alarms. That would equate to roughly 200 to 225 New York City firefighters who were in the building. This was after the crash, trying to rescue civilians who were in there. Now, earlier this morning on the Today Show, we spoke to the director of the World Trade Center. He said that at that hour of the morning, you could have upwards of 10,000 people in each of those towers. That would be 20,000 people total in each tower. The chief of safety, as I said, chief safety of the Fire Department of New York City, told me that shortly after 9 o'clock, he had roughly 10 alarms, roughly 200 men in the building trying to effect rescues of some of those civilians who were in there, and that basically he received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off, He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place. And then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building. One of the secondary devices he thinks that took place after the initial impact was, he thinks, may have been on the plane that crashed into one of the towers. The second device he thinks, he speculates, was probably planted in the building. So that's what we have been told by Albert Turry, who is the Chief of Safety for the New York City Fire Department. He told me that just moments ago. Now, we are continuing to hear explosions. Here downtown, and what we've been told by some of the fire officials is that there are some gas lines that occasionally are exploding down there, because obviously, as you can imagine, there are a lot of open gas lines down in the southern part of Manhattan where the World Trade Center towers used to be. As far as the situation right here, basically what we have are hundreds of New York City firefighters and other New York City rescue units who are massed here. There is a cordon just down there. We are not sure, to be honest, if some rescue workers have tried to go beyond that point as yet. When we spoke to the head of the Port Authority Police, that would be the organization that is in charge of the World Trade Center building itself, the Port Authority Police chief told us that they were at that point, about, I'd say 40 minutes ago, about to make a decision on whether or not it was safe to send emergency workers back in there. But the bottom line is that, according to the Chief of Safety of the New York City Fire Department, he says that he probably lost a great many men in those secondary explosions, and he said that there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people in those two towers when the explosions took place. He said everything above the 60th floor was extremely difficult to get to, as you can imagine.
Pat Dawson.
Back to you.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air, saying, actually that's a woman, pardon me, saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat emerged to speak with reporters ahead of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He said, "We are completely shocked. It's unbelievable. We completely condemn this very dangerous attack, and I convey my condolences to the American people, to the American president, and to the American administration, not only in my name, but on behalf of the Palestinian people."
And this comes on a day, Katie, in which obviously there's been a steady deterioration of the situation in the Middle East, but Shimon Peres was to meet today with Yasser Arafat in the West Bank. There has been some criticism of the Bush administration for not getting more involved in the peacemaking efforts in the Middle East in the past few weeks from within the Republican Party as well.
Because it has gotten increasingly volatile.
It has. There's been a steady escalation of violence, incursions by Israelis into Palestinian towns and declaring martial law and then pulling back. And everyone thought that the bomb was ticking in the Middle East. No one expected anything of these kinds of consequences to be visited upon this country in this horrific way that we have been witness to today. It is one more example, as we have been saying this morning, of events in far-off places that have such an enormous impact here, because the United States is, in the eyes of so many people who are opposed to our system of government and our alliances, is the devil incarnate. And today this is a very sophisticated, very cold-blooded, very widespread attack carried out with the most chilling kind of efficiency on several of the great nerve centers of our system of government and our way of life.
And we're talking about perhaps thousands of casualties. What's one thing that's very frustrating about reporting this story is we know that many, many people were inevitably very seriously hurt or killed in these explosions. We have 4 aircraft full of people, obviously, that were involved in these incidents, and an untold number of people who were in the World Trade Center at the time, in the surrounding area, and of course those individuals at the Pentagon as well.
And you can only hope that in the time between the actual collision, the planes hitting the towers, and the time it took for those buildings to collapse, that large numbers of people were able to get down the stairs. You'd have to assume that power in the building was probably disrupted. Elevators may not have been usable, that they were able to get down smoke-filled stairways to safety before both of those towers collapsed.
And as Pat Dawson just said, though, from the 60th floor up, it was very, very, very difficult. And there are 110 floors in the Twin Towers each in the World Trade Center. So you're talking about 50 floors, if his estimate is correct, of people. Now, the first explosion did occur at 8:42 in the morning. Some people might not have been at work yet, but many people here in New York, a workaholic town, get to work early, particularly those who are watching the markets, the overseas markets, and this is the financial center of the United States and, of course, of New York City as well.
Yeah, we have hesitated to use specific numbers, but Mayor Giuliani is saying it's a horrendous number of lives lost, and it could be in the thousands.
We want to go now to Ray Kelly, who's a former police commissioner here in New York.
We are going to now cut into the network coverage to bring you back here to New York City to tell you new information that we may have about the situation here. I'm Jane Hansen with Jim Rosenfield.
And good day to you all. We want to go right to Tiwa Chang, who is standing by, we are told, with Mayor Giuliani, who can give us the latest information on casualties, what we know about anyone who may have perished in this act of terrorism, as it's being called. Tiwa, are you there?
Yes, Jim, I'm here. I cannot tell you where I am because for security reasons, the mayor's office and the police department have moved the emergency center away from Lower Manhattan, evacuating the police headquarters to a degree, and they also left the emergency bunker, which is at 7 World Trade Center, right next to where the 2 Twin Towers were. I talked to the mayor directly. I rode up with his motorcade, and he said, when I asked him about the 4 planes that were in the air that were possibly filled with bombs or whatever may be the case, he said, that's not a problem. That has been taken care of. I don't know what he meant by that, but he said that is not a concern now. I also ran into the fire commissioner, Mr. Von Essen, Thomas Von Essen. I asked him, how many casualties were there? He said, I know many, many firemen and police officers were in those buildings when they went down. I do not know the extent. At this point, it's believed to be many, many hundreds, at least, if not thousands of people perished. That's not confirmed. Every official I've asked, can you give me a number, says they cannot give me a number, one, because the number is so staggering, but also because at this point, they're not really sure. All they know is there were many, many people inside those buildings, especially firemen and policemen inside those buildings. We are now at a secret location. They've asked all of us not to broadcast it because they are now regrouping here to try and determine what to do to see if there's any possible further attacks at this point and how to triage people and take care of the emergency management at this point. Can't tell you where I am, but I am in the city somewhere, and that is actually the latest that I got just about 5 minutes ago from both the mayor and the fire commissioner. Now back to Jane and Jim in the studio.
Tiwa, what is the mayor saying about, we've got a city that's a little panicky at the moment. We have an awful lot of people who are either stuck in town, they can't get home from their office buildings. There are virtually no modes of transportation. I've been told that they're shutting off power to some buildings in Lower Manhattan now. What can he say to these people to help them as they try to sort?
Jane, I walked from my apartment on the west side all the way downtown. And I have to tell you, the people are calm. This reminds me very much of when I was in Beirut in a war situation. People are out walking on the street, walking away, most people walking away from downtown Manhattan, walking north, uptown, but very calmly. A lot of people standing by radios because of and televisions and stores. Some of the store people, it reminds me of the blackout situation where we've had a lot of calm and people pulling together. I have not seen any panic. I walked all the way downtown. Now, obviously, in Lower Manhattan, where the explosion occurred, there probably, I'm sure there was. But as far as the people leaving the area, it's very calm. and people are listening by cars. They have their radios on. Stores have their televisions on. There's a sense of unity of people, and also just a sickening feeling at what has happened, in the sense that this, can't imagine that this would happen. But so far, from what I've seen, from walking down, I walked down 9th Avenue and 7th Avenue and 6th Avenue, it was very calm the whole way down there. In terms of what will happen after this, that's what they're working toward, and they seem to feel the main concern now is the number of people who are injured, trying to get them to hospitals, and also the many, many people, scores of people who have been killed in this, clearly what appears to be a terrorist attack, but that's not even confirmed yet at this point.
So, Tiwa, in a word, as far as any kind of specific advice from Mayor Giuliani as to what New Yorkers and commuters who have come to New York today to carry out their business.
Hang on one second, Jim.
Yes.
What does he say to people in general?
We are listening to Tiwa Chang, who is with the mayor. And
okay, what the mayor said in the news conference, okay, because I wrote up with the caravan. I spoke to him directly. I only asked him about the planes, and I asked the fire commissioner about the number of injured and killed. The mayor has said in his news conference he's asking people to remain calm. I have to tell you, from what I've seen, certainly in Lower Manhattan, walking toward the bomb sites, and that's what they have to be called at this point, I would assume, is that there's a lot of calm, people working together, stores giving out water, televisions on, people trying to get the news of what has happened, people talking to each other, a few people walking down toward downtown to try and reach their children at the schools, and also at the Borough of Manhattan Community College, which is also near the bomb site on West Street. But the mayor did ask for everyone to basically stay calm, probably stay at home, and to certainly stay away from Manhattan today if you're in any of the outer boroughs.
All right, thank you, Tiwa. Obviously, we will come back to you as the management of this city regroups and tries to figure out what their next steps should be.
Okay.
We have this to report to you, that apparently United Airlines has confirmed or has said that another of its airliners is crashing, quote unquote. We have not confirmed which airline that was, but there was some talk earlier that it was a Boston to Los Angeles airplane that they weren't sure where it was. So we don't know if that's that airplane or not, but there apparently has been another crash of an airline.
Involving a United Airlines airliner. We'll get you that information just as soon as we get any details on that. And in the meantime, Brian Thompson is standing by live for us right now at Newark Airport, one of the 3 major airports shut down at this hour.
Here at Newark Airport, this was one of the first airports to shut down nationwide. One of the reasons is one of the planes that came out of Newark Airport, a United flight number 93, was flying from Newark to San Francisco, and that was hijacked as well. You may have heard that by now, into Pittsburgh, where it was crashed in Pittsburgh. We don't have, of course, the full listing of planes and airports, but the situation you see behind me is an indication of security nationwide at all airports here. The Port Authority have blocked off the entrance to the air traffic control tower, the administration building, and to their police headquarters. Officers armed with shotguns and sniper rifles, AR-15s, according to the police here. You see that site all over the airport as well. Now I'm going to ask my photographer, Jim Roberts, to take you to the site that has just devastated the New York metropolitan area. Over the tails of parked Continental Express Airlines, because this airport is shut down and for the most part evacuated now, you can see what remains of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. About 3 hours ago, you would have seen the 2 twin towers sticking above the tails. Now all you see is the terrible smoke that's coming from that scene, as everybody wonders why all of this happened at this point. I'm going to ask my technician, Robert Gonzalez, to roll some tape of the airport itself that we took a few minutes ago. Excuse the bump in the video here, but this is what it looked like about an hour ago here at Newark Airport, as people were told no flights were going out anymore. They had to turn around, go to their homes, go to hotels, go to wherever, find rental cars. Thousands of people at this airport, the busiest airport in the New York metropolitan area, with nothing but an extremely trying day ahead of them, lining up, waiting for cabs, limos. Some people were actually walking over to the rental car areas that we talked to, and nobody understanding how this could happen, why this could happen, and the magnitude of what had happened.
We must leave you at this moment because Governor Pataki apparently is speaking now, and he is on NBC, and let's go take this live.
Ability had been eliminated through security measures? I mean, obviously no one can predict an airliner or two airliners crashing into these buildings, but was there some sense that security had been shored up?
You know, you do everything you can. You make sure that people don't get into the towers without being inspected. You make sure that people can't park under the towers, but you just can't be prepared for a plane to fly into one of the towers or two planes to fly into the towers. It's a horrible, horrible situation. Our heart goes out to all those whose families are at risk, and we're just going to do everything we can to respond and be supportive and helpful too.
Obviously, the loss of life is the primary concern right now in helping those who've been injured. But if you will, at least talk to me a little bit about the other impact of this building. This is, for example, as Tom and Katie and I have pointed out, the world financial center, the hub of finances in the world, if not at least here in the United States. What type of damage has been done to the financial infrastructure of this country?
The economic impact is something we can talk about as the days unfold. Right now, we still have to focus on making sure we save as many people as possible, help those who are injured, help with an orderly removal of the people who are leaving downtown and leaving the city. We're going to focus on that and be concerned about what may or may not be the economic consequences once the immediate crisis is passed.
All right, do you have plans to get down to this area?
Yes, I'm in the city, and I've been in touch with the mayor, and we're going to be continuing to do everything we can.
Governor, what about other emergency procedures for the city of New York in the next several days in terms of what's going to remain shut down and so on? A lot of people have this as a destination. A lot of people, millions of people live here.
Tom, right now we do have limited service out of the city. We have both the Metro North and Long Island Railroad running out. We have the George Washington Bridge open. The tunnels are shut for security reasons. We're not having traffic other than emergency traffic come into the city. And I think at this point it would be extremely unlikely that we're going to have many people coming into the city tomorrow. We're going to be continuing to try to deal with the horrendous situation downtown.
Thank you very much, Governor. I know it's been a long and difficult day, and it will go on for you and for all New Yorkers for a long, long time, unfortunately.
Well, our prayers are with the families and the people whose lives are still at risk.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you.
We want to go now, Matt, to Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon. Jim, a lot of these flights were transcontinental flights, heavily loaded not only with passengers but with fuel.
That's right, Tom, and we just learned a few moments ago that the U.S. Navy is dispatching a couple of aircraft carriers from Norfolk, the JFK and the George Washington. One will be stationed off of New York. The other will be stationed in the Atlantic as close to Washington, D.C. as they can get. They'll be there to provide any possible military support that may be needed, including flying any kind of air cover should there be any additional warnings of any further terrorist attempted attacks. Now, as we stood here this morning, you can see the smoke is still billowing. The smoke just in the past few minutes has changed from black to white, a strong indication that they're throwing more water on the fire, as we saw from other vantage points. But the priority now is to get the fire under control. A casualty count is impossible at this point, Tom. As you've seen from the earlier pictures, the plane opened a huge wide gash in the side of the building. We're being told between the 4th and the 5th corridors. It smashed through the E and D rings, and people who were in that area tell me that debris and parts of the plane actually penetrated deep all the way into the B ring. There are 5 rings, A through E, and it entered in the E ring, so it plowed through a number of the rings. The priority now, as I said, is accounting for the casualties. Medevac helicopters have been flying in and out. You hear the ambulances. Occasionally, we've even seen F-16s flying low routes around the Pentagon and over Washington, D.C., flying those CAPs or air patrol missions that are usually flown in combat. But to see 2 aircraft carriers moved in locations off the United States to provide air cover, Tom, I mean, that's the kind of thing you normally see in a war zone.
Mick, can you tell me, was that chosen randomly where they hit the Pentagon? Can you tell us what the function of those people in that particular ring was, where it was hit?
Well, it's interesting because a number of people, and this really wasn't sarcastic, but they said, well, they hit on the wrong side, because just the opposite side of the building, of course, you have the offices of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. We were on that side of the building when the plane hit. we felt the building shake, the windows rattle, and looking outside immediately saw people on the run. There was pandemonium in the hallways. Now that section of the Pentagon, I thought at first when it was described to me that it may have hit in an area where some of the special operations offices are located. The Assistant Secretary for Special Operations is located near there, but the plane actually hit maybe about 60 to 70 feet to the right of that location. In that part of the building, there's it's very near a mall area, actually, where they have a shopping area for Pentagon employees. After all, there are 25 to 30,000 employees in there on any given day. And also in that part of the building, you had many Navy personnel, many reserve personnel. I bumped into many Army personnel who are adjacent to that. They think everybody's all right. The Navy people I talked to said they still had a few people that were unaccounted for. But again, it's going to be impossible to tell exactly what the casualty count is in there until they get that fire under control.
Matt.
All right, Jim Mikoszewski outside the Pentagon, thanks very much. Joining us now is General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of all forces in the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, you've seen the footage, I'm sure, of the Pentagon and of southern Manhattan. We haven't seen much footage outside Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, you know, it's a very, very sad day for this country. It's really a sad day for the world as far as I'm concerned, and your heart goes out to all those families and your prayers go out to all those people who lost their lives.
We are fighting a war now, it seems, a terrorist war here in this country. The question is, how do we go about fighting it, General?
Well, you know, that's one of those easy questions to ask and one of those very tough questions to answer. The deterrence against terrorists is almost impossible because these are people who could care less about their own survival. And normally deterrence is just says, you know, you hit me and we hit you back harder. And in this case, these people don't care whether they lose their lives or not, and therefore it makes it doubly tough to deter. The fact is that the world is getting smaller, and you know, terrorism has come to our shores because we have the ability to span oceans and great distances in a very short time.
Yeah, General, have you been able to talk to anyone at the Pentagon and get some updates on who may have been injured or lost?
No, I mean, the information that I've heard is basically what you all have, and that's it. You know, they didn't hit the very critical parts, and therefore maybe we don't have as many casualties there. But when you look at what happened at the World Trade Center and the number of casualties that they probably have there, it's just horrendous.
General Schwarzkopf, hi, it's Katie. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously you've been in the military for a long, long time. Have you ever heard, or is this a method of destruction that the U.S. military was aware of and had concerns about, where they would actually, hijackers would use a plane as a flying bomb?
Well, Katie, you know, Tom Clancy wrote a book about just that. Several years ago, he wrote a book about a Japanese pilot crashing his 747 directly into the Capitol building and wiping out the national government. And so it's not something that's new. Obviously, what's kind of shocking is we thought we had good protection against hijacking of aircraft, and what's very apparent today is that something needs to be done about that if this many aircraft can be hijacked all at the same time.
Meaning security at airports across the country, General?
Well, that and many other measures that could be taken, but I mean, it's kind of frightening when you consider the number of aircraft that were simultaneously hijacked and apparent with, I don't know, I can't say with apparent ease, I don't know, but it did in fact happen, and that's kind of frightening in itself.
Well, also, General Tom Brokaw here, the failure of intelligence here. I know it's always easy to say that at this point, but this is a very sophisticated and obviously widespread, complex operation that was planned. It was very tightly held in the most sophisticated way.
Yeah, Tom, but you and I both know that getting inside the intelligence, getting inside a terrorist group is probably the most difficult type of penetration that you can do. I mean, you've got to have somebody on the inside that can let you know what's going on, and that's not always the easiest thing to do in this type of terrorist organization.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll be back in touch with you throughout the day as we get more information. We'd love to get your oversight on all of this if we can.
Okay, Tom.
Well, let's go to Paul Bremer now, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who's the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. Mr. Ambassador, do we have any idea whatsoever who may be responsible for this?
Well, as you were just saying, we have a massive intelligence failure and a huge security failure that's going to have to be looked into. Analytically, there probably are 4 possible candidates. There's the Osama bin Laden al-Qaeda group that you've been talking about. There is the possibility of a Middle Eastern group such as Hezbollah or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad conducting an attack like this. And there are at least 2 states which at least are capable of such an attack, and that would be Iran and Iraq. So you have probably not more than 4 suspects.
How do we begin to find out who is responsible?
Well, the good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in, and they will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names. They will have had to have showed pieces of identity. There will be a trail that will lead back from the hijackers at some point to the perpetrators. It may take some time, but we'll get there.
You're an expert on national security matters, Ambassador. How is this country going to have to change?
Well, I think it's one of those great challenges of fighting terrorism is to find the balance between being tempted to overreact, but also being absolutely certain, as the President said this morning, that people understand we're not going to take this sitting down. And I think once the perpetrators have been identified, and I believe they will be, the United States will have to retaliate with the full force of its military as hard as it possibly can. This is an act of war. It's an act of war that some have described as a domestic Pearl Harbor. In many ways, it's worse than Pearl Harbor. I think we will probably find the casualties are going to be higher than they were at Pearl Harbor. In Pearl Harbor, we knew immediately who had done it, and we therefore knew what the return address was. It was Japan. Here, we have higher casualties, less certainty as to where the attack came from, and therefore a more difficult response. But there must be a very strong military response to this act of war.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who is a longtime colleague of Henry Kissinger and a veteran of national security affairs in this country. This is routine in times like this. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan has condemned what he called the terrorist attack, saying this is a terrorist act. We strongly condemn, as the Taliban have given shelter to the Saudi militant Osama bin Laden, of course, and he's been accused by the United States in the past of masterminding these kinds of attacks. So they're at least on the record, from a rhetorical point of view, of saying we had nothing to do with this.
Let's go to Martin Fletcher, NBC's Martin Fletcher, Tom, who is in Israel right now. Martin, tell me the reaction by the Israelis to this turn of events here in the United States.
Well, of course, everybody has been very, very quick to express complete solidarity with the United States. The Israelis, of course, are very experienced in these kind of things. They've offered to send all their emergency help they can to the United States. They've also, by the way, just closed the Israeli airspace just in case things do spread. But among the Palestinians, there's a different reaction. Yasser Arafat immediately expressed complete horror, condemned the attacks completely, but on the same time, in some places on the streets, in the Palestinian towns, there's been rather strong expressions of support, of delight even. There were 3,000 Palestinians took to the streets, we're told, in the West Bank city of Nablus, and smaller demonstrations also in East Jerusalem, Tulkarm, Bethlehem, other Palestinian towns in support of the bombers. Happy of these few Palestinians at what has happened. But of course, that's just, we don't know how widespread that is, but there have been some clear support, demonstrations of support for the bombings.
But Martin, we should point out...
I must stress, the Palestinian leader, I should stress that Palestinian leaders all condemn totally the bombings.
We should put into some perspective for us, if you could, Martin, how displeased many Palestinians are with the United States right now about their feelings that somehow the U.S. is siding more with Israeli and what's going with the Israelis in terms of what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, there's complete support across the board belief among Palestinians that the United States and Israel are one. That the United States is together with Israel in the situation here in Israel and the West Bank. They believe the United States completely supports Israel and therefore deserves to some kind of attacks against the United States. So there have been many calls here, especially in recent weeks, by the way, in some of the Palestinian media, for attacks against the United States. So there is a great feeling of anger, a great belief that America supports Israel, and a great belief also that Israel, without American support, could not be as aggressive in its retaliation against Palestinian suicide attacks as it is. So
but Martin, that's
really a feeling, strong feeling.
I was just going to say, Martin, that
I'm sorry,
sentiment.
Katie, go ahead.
I was just going to say that sentiment is really nothing new. Has it been exacerbated in recent weeks in terms of how the Bush administration has been dealing with the Mideast?
I think it has been exacerbated because throughout the last 11 months of the fighting, there was always a feeling among Palestinian leaders that the worse the fighting got, the more likely it would be that the United States administration would intervene, would try to help impose a solution on the Palestinians and the Israelis. The Palestinians have always wanted an international force to get involved, believing that's the only way to really get to a solution, an imposed solution. And what they're seeing from Washington is, if anything, President Bush backtracking from that, making it rather clear in several statements from American leaders that Israel and the Palestinians should get on with it, and that until there's a real possibility of peace talks, America won't get involved. That's the belief of Palestinians. But of course, I just want to stress that this Palestinian anger, we don't know that has anything to do, of course, with what happened today.
All right. Thank you, Martin Fletcher, in Israel this morning,
We have
afternoon.
I was going to say we have a couple of other developments that we ought to share with everyone. Ripple effect seems like an understatement. The U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada now have been closed. White House sources are saying all principals in the White House, senior Bush advisors and officials like the Vice President and the President himself are either in the Situation Room or in bomb shelters. They will not say exactly where the President is except to say that he is safe. There have been comparisons to Pearl Harbor this morning. 2,400 people were killed in Pearl Harbor on that attack on December 7, 1941. It is likely that the death toll today will be higher. The political magnitude of this is yet to be fully calibrated as well. But as we have been saying throughout the day, this is a new form of warfare against the United States.
And as Ambassador Bremer said, in that case, we had the return address.
Right.
It's still certainly unclear and may remain unclear who was responsible for these absolutely horrendous attacks.
Christian Martin is a producer for Dateline NBC, and he joins us now.
And good afternoon once again, everyone. I'm Jim Rosenfield along with Jane Hansen. We are sort of working in tandem with NBC News. We want to bring you the very latest in local information that might be of importance to our local viewers. And we have just heard from Mayor Giuliani a short time ago. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Go north. Get out of southern Manhattan. For two reasons: the dangerous smoke condition, and secondly, we need all of the open space we can get to evacuate people from the World Trade Center. What we've heard is, I think, what you've heard, which is that there are two different planes hit the two towers of the World Trade Center. There was an attack of some kind on the Pentagon, which was confirmed to me by the White House. The Defense Department, and I don't believe so. The Pentagon is what I was told. The military has sealed or is trying to seal the airspace around New York City. I assume they're doing the same thing with Washington. We know because we've seen several jets up there, American jets up there. We have our helicopters up in the air also. So we hope right now that things are stable, but the evacuation effort from lower Manhattan is going to be horrendous. And it's probably the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my whole life, watching people jump from that building.
That was Mayor Giuliani within the past hour, and his advice right at the top of that sound was go north.
Exactly, which is the best thing to do. We've had a number of inquiries into our offices about where people can get information, emergency information, information about people who might have been in those two buildings, information about transit, etc. You can go to our website. We have dozens of phone numbers that are at WNBC.com, and please go there because that way you can get the accurate information and the numbers, which will give you all that you need to know for the moment, at least what there is to know, because again, there continues to be a lot of information that we are seeking and we do not have answers to, and in fact we have heard of a few casualties, but we do not yet know the extent of the human casualties in today's tragic incidents.
And the scope of this, what appears to be very well coordinated terrorist attack, is unfathomable. And Ralph Penz is in our newsroom right now to share with us what you have learned in the way of the terrorism angle on this story. Ralph?
Yes, folks, you've been hearing some speculation this morning, but now an FBI source that has been very reliable in the past for me tells me that the Bureau is now convinced that this has all the marks of the multimillionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden. Only someone with his widespread terrorist operations, I'm told, and I'm quoting, could have pulled off such an elaborate attack. And shortly after I talked with the FBI source, other experts began pointing to bin Laden. Now, you should know that just a few weeks ago, he was saying that he would spring an unprecedented attack on the United States. And as we're talking, unless things have changed, he has been under the protection of the government, so-called, in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan has been warned by the United States in the past that if bin Laden pulled anything of this magnitude, they would face a great deal of difficulty from the United States and perhaps military action. And so we're going to have to see now what takes place. And as you look at these horrific scenes, you can only wonder what the U.S. military and the FBI is now planning. But I can tell you the FBI is now convinced that Osama bin Laden is at the heart of this. Back to you.
As I look at this list, there were 2 American Airlines airplanes that were involved. There were 2 United flights. It's possible that the second United flight was the original crash into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. That's the speculation that I'm hearing now. So it appears to have hijacked these airplanes is what we're looking at the moment, according to some of your FBI sources.
Right.
There would be a track record of some sort, at least names, at least somebody had to be on board that airplane to hijack it. So that will give them some kind of leads, will it not?
Well, you know they're working already, and my instinct on this is that the force of the statement indicates they've already got some indication of where they're going. Incidentally, we're getting some other late developments locally here. You may have already reported them, I'm not sure, but just to be sure, the northern and western borders of this state, of New York State, have now been completely closed. The U.S., of course, is now closing the borders with Mexico and with Canada. Just came across the desk. I thought I'd pass that on to you.
Thank you, Ralph. We appreciate
Right,
that.
Jane.
We should also tell you that Con Ed has reported some outages that apparently in Lower Manhattan, West Street, and Hudson River, south of Chambers Street. Apparently there's also some gas and steam service that has been interrupted. So again, all of our urgings are simply avoid going towards downtown Manhattan at all costs today.
And I'm sitting here holding faxes that have been coming into the newsroom. We'll just pass them on to you with information about closings. The Metropolitan Museum of Art closed to the public this morning. The Yankee game has been canceled in light of this morning's event.
In fact, Major League Baseball has postponed its entire schedule for today across the country.
All branches, all 85 branches and 4 research libraries of the New York Public Library closed today. You mentioned the Con Ed power problems. New Jersey, this is important, New York Waterway Ferry Service operating to New Jersey. It is carrying passengers from Manhattan over to the New Jersey side. Ferries are departing Pier 11 at the foot of Wall Street to points in Jersey City, Hoboken, and Weehawken. They're telling us that additional boats are departing from the New York Waterway Ferry Terminal at West 38th Street to Weehawken. So that is indeed a way for people to get out of Manhattan.
It might be one of your only ways at the moment.
Right. I do have some bridge and tunnel information as well. The Lincoln Tunnel still shut down. The Holland Tunnel still shut down. We had heard from Governor Pataki earlier on the network. He was saying that portions of the GW Bridge were reopened to outbound traffic, as well as LIRR trains and Metro North trains heading outbound, heading out of the city, although the Verrazano and Brooklyn Bridge city-bound closed. The Goethals and Bayonne and Outer Bridge closed in both directions. I'm just reading right off the list here. The Manhattan-bound 59th and Queens Midtown Tunnel closed Manhattan-bound. The Williamsburg Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, Brooklyn Bridge, and Battery Tunnel closed in both directions. Obviously a transportation nightmare.
And also, of course, all the airports are shut down. And we should also add that a lot of foreign carriers are not allowing their aircraft to come to the United States. Flights from France, for example, have been canceled for the duration of the day. So if you were expecting somebody to come home today, you can pretty much count on them not being able to get here. And there have been some phone difficulties. That's because of the sheer number of people who are trying to use telephones in the New York City area right now.
But again, if you're trying to get some specific numbers for information, go to our website, and that's where you'll find some listings as we get these numbers into us. There's the website address, WNBC.com.
Linda Beccaro is joining us now. She has been out in Midtown Manhattan and has been talking to an awful lot of people, and a stunning reaction and
It's actually good news that you're talking about people being able to get out of Manhattan, because as I was walking through the streets of Midtown Manhattan, people are simply walking around in a daze, shocked, confused. Here you see a car radio being the center of attention for New Yorkers, people desperate for news, people asking me as I was walking around with a television camera, please give us the latest information. As you can see, any center of news, whether it was a ticker, news ticker, or a television set, became the center of gathering for New Yorkers. Many people just worried about their relatives. Here we see a woman at a school picking up her daughter, overwhelmed with emotion. Her daughter obviously was fine, but she was just overcome with emotion. That was the reaction that I saw in many New Yorkers' faces. Also, people having trouble getting out on cell phones, trying to reach their loved ones to make sure that everyone was okay. Also, there you see a view from 6th Avenue. This is something unbelievable. Normally we would see the two buildings there, but no longer.
Wandering. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have so many friends that work down there, and I'm just...
Does it seem like a lot of other people are just kind of walking around in shock as well?
Everyone's mesmerized. I mean, this is huge. It's unbelievable.
Pretty much devastated. Not sure what else to say. I'm thinking of all the friends that I know I have in the building somewhere. Hopefully they got out, or maybe they haven't had a chance to get to work yet, hopefully.
Many people actually being evacuated from their office buildings in Manhattan. And now, as we are hearing, as Jane and Jim are telling you, there are some ways of getting out of Manhattan if you are here, including Metro North, the Long Island Railroad, as well as the George Washington Bridge. I just can't believe this picture. This is an unbelievable picture. I'm a native New Yorker, and I've never, ever could imagine anything like this. I could actually see the buildings directly from my home, and I looked out. It was just a surreal image.
It certainly was.
And to notice the two buildings that have dominated the New York City skyline for as long as they have, no longer there.
And I should have been tipped on something, because I heard these sirens throughout the streets of Manhattan. It reminded me of Atlanta. I was there during the bombing of Centennial Olympic Park, and I heard the same, amount of sirens blasting through, and I just could never imagine that it would be something like this. And then, of course, I turned on to the two of you watch and heard what happened.
Absolutely. Who could ever imagine something like this today? And these are images that we took earlier today. A lot of concern about rescue workers who are also inside these twin towers trying to get to people, firefighters, police officers. There are concerns about casualties among them.
They're simply doing their job, trying to save people's lives, and some of them may have given their own. Apparently there's some word about New Jersey Transit. Katie McGee is over at Shadow Traffic, and she's got all of this for us. Katie?
Well, good morning, Jane. This, of course, has been a morning with change following moment by moment. Now, the very latest we have for you, we'll start off right now. Take a look right now at the George Washington Bridge. All three Hudson River crossings, the George Washington Bridge, the Lincoln Tunnel, and the Holland Tunnel, closed in and out of town. Now, as far as New Jersey Transit goes, New Jersey Transit buses are operating within the state of New Jersey, but bus service in and out of New York into Penn Station, that has been suspended. Now, I can tell you that New Jersey Transit trains are running as many trains as they can right now out of Penn Station to get you back home again. Now, taking a look right now, if we think about other ways to get out of town, here's what your options are at this point. Throgs Neck, Whitestone, Triborough bridges open Queens bound only. The Midtown Tunnel, the 59th Street Bridge, open Queens bound only. If you're trying to get around anywhere else, you're going to find all the arteries heading into Westchester out to Long Island jam-packed at this point. Let's talk about Long Island actually making some steps right now. We can tell you that police have requested all traffic westbound LIE, Southern State, Northern State, and Suffolk and Nassau counties stay off unless you are emergency personnel. Long Island Railroad limited outbound service is running. Southern State Parkway, westbound Northern State Parkway closed right now at the Queens line. Emergency vehicles only will be allowed in between the city limits. Now, as far as Long Island Railroad, we did say limited outbound service. Trains in and out of Penn Station themselves suspended that limited service running from from Hunters Point, Woodside, Flatbush, east of Jamaica, and on the Port Washington branch to Main Street. Now, in New Jersey, you're going to find the New Jersey Turnpike closed north of Interchange 11. Northbound 95 closed down as well. The eastbound Newark Bay extension, which takes you from the area of Newark Airport at exit 14 all the way into the Holland Tunnel, that closed down as well. And again, these closings have been changing minute by minute. Metro North, limited outbound service if you're traveling Long Island Road, but again, we've covered that. So those are your best bets getting out of town, into town. It is not going to happen.
All right, Katie, obviously an awful lot of information, and again, we urge you to go to our website because there's so much to digest that if you go there, you'll be able to take a look at the information and glean exactly what it is you need to know from that.
And we'll go back to Katie periodically so we can keep abreast of the latest on the closings and ways to get out of Manhattan. We want to go right now to Teresa Ward, who we understand was in the number 2 World Trade Center this morning when this attack occurred. Teresa, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What can you tell us? What was it like?
Well, it was a little surreal, actually. I was just sitting at my desk having my coffee, starting my day, and we felt a shudder, and we didn't really know what it was at first, and when we looked out the window, it was just floating papers, as if there was like a ticker tape parade. There was just papers floating to the ground, and having had the experience of the 1993 bombing, everybody on my floor sort of immediately evacuated very calmly, and we walked down the stairs, and as we got to about the 9th floor, we heard an announcement saying that there was an incident in 1 World Trade and that everything was fine in 2 World Trade and that we could return to our offices. And myself and a coworker then got on an elevator to go downstairs, ignoring the announcement. And when we got downstairs, it was a little chaotic, but at that point everything was pretty calm. But when I got outside, the second explosion must have just occurred because there was debris flying everywhere, and we had to run for cover and hide. And then the emergency service workers shuttled us back into the World Trade Center, where we were able to exit through the subway exits.
Teresa, what floor were you on?
I was on the 33rd floor of 2 World Trade Center.
And where do you work?
At Oppenheimer Funds.
What do you know about your co-workers? Did everybody get out of there safely?
As far as I know, everybody on my floor is okay. I was able to contact a number of people who, through different channels were able to contact everybody. I think because we were on a lower floor in the other building, most of us got out safely. So, thank God, most of us are okay as far as I know. But I haven't heard from everybody. I don't know if people were caught in any of the debris as they exited the building or anything, because I was, there was a steel beam 30 feet from me falling to the ground, and there was, blocks of cement crashing to the ground and burning debris floating in the air. So it was quite something else. And when I got to Houston Street, we saw a crowd yelling, and we turned, and we saw that 2 World Trade Center was no longer there.
That would be your workplace.
That is my office, which is no longer, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do now.
I think you express the feelings of many, many people here in New York City.
Yeah.
Teresa, thank you for sharing your experience with us. We appreciate it, and we're awfully glad that you got out of there safely.
So am I. Thank you very much.
We are expecting the president to address the nation in the not-too-distant future. We hear that he's going to do that. And I can't urge you enough to check in on our website at WNBC.com for further information, just simple facts that you need to get through this day. And again, the state of the nation is on high alert. You cannot come into this city, and you must take great precaution getting out of it. And we will have continuing coverage. We're going to go back and rejoin the network now.
The plane went into the World Trade Center. We stood in there. You could see outside. It looked like a war zone. Debris, dust, ankle deep, cars on fire, cars turned askew in the explosion. We decided to stay inside. I was there with some firemen and some maintenance workers of this building. We decided to stay in there because it appeared to be safer inside. Then at about 10:30, it looked like everything was all clear. I started to walk out. I walked down Broadway towards Canal, and we heard a second explosion. I ran back into the building. All the chandeliers shook. Again, we were covered with black debris from everywhere. At that point, a fireman came into the building and said we all had to stay in one place. He then told us all to get out of the building because they felt if there was a third explosion that this building would be in danger. And then I walked down Broadway to Canal Street, and it was like walking through something that looked like out of a movie set of a nuclear holocaust. It was nothing but debris and papers and all parts of buildings down and glass.
Can we please move?
I will,
please.
sir. I will.
Right now, please.
Tell the people, please move back.
All right, obviously, Ann Thompson. Ann, thank you very much for that report. Ann's being asked to move her location. Obviously, firefighters and police officers are frantically trying to help those people who have been hurt, who perhaps have not been rescued, or perhaps to retrieve even bodies as a result of this.
So many people in this country obviously in a state of shock over what's happened in several locations, but at times like this you do find people who try to rally to do what they can at St. Vincent's Hospital, which is just south of the World Trade Center, where they've taken a lot of the wounded, 184 patients in total, 10 critical. There are lines now of people who are showing up to donate blood, which is something
heartening in the face of this tragedy. Catherine Hughes is at Virginia Hospital Center, where many of the people who were hurt at the Pentagon, where yet another plane crashed early this morning, is here to tell us what the situation is. Is this the old Arlington Hospital, Catherine?
Yes, it is, Katie.
Can you tell us about the people you're seeing there?
We now have approximately 26 patients. We are expecting more. They're coming in at the moment. We have called in additional surgeons, nurses, and other staff members to help with this crisis, and we've seen basically a variety of medical issues coming in. We do have some in surgery at this time.
So tell me about the medical issues that these individuals are experiencing, Catherine, if you could.
As I said, there are a variety of medical issues, some severe and some not. We do have some cuts, burns, people coming in with shortness of breath. We took our first person at about 10:35 this morning, and they are coming from the Pentagon area.
Catherine, if you could give us an idea, is this the only area hospital that is treating people who are inside the Pentagon at the time of the crash, or have they been diverted to other hospitals as well?
I don't know that. I know that we have already seen 26, and we currently are receiving patients at this time.
A Navy Public Affairs spokesperson has confirmed, or apparently told a local station in Washington, that people have lost their lives inside the Pentagon. And you expect how many more patients, Catherine?
We're expecting patients. We don't know how many. We are just taking them at this time.
All right. Catherine Hughes at Virginia Hospital Center, formerly known as Arlington Hospital. Catherine, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just to recap where the president was when this occurred, just before 9 o'clock this morning, he was taking part in an education event near Longboat Key, Florida. He was actually, we understand, reading to students down there when he first got word of the first plane crashing into the World Trade Center, and then he was given word that a second plane had crashed into the other tower. He did have a chance to make some comments before heading out of Florida, and here's a sample of what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
I want to mention that President Bush is said to have made a couple of other comments. He said that freedom itself was attacked. Freedom will be protected. and that the U.S. will hunt down and punish those responsible. Go ahead.
He also said that the U.S. military was on high alert at home and abroad.
Just to update you on the situation, we told you that there had been several international flights en route to the United States. The original plan from the FAA was to divert those to Canada. We now understand that they will be allowed to land in the U.S. The FAA is not saying why they're not going forward with their original plans to divert to Canada, and we don't have any information on the points of origin or the destinations of those 22 planes. NBC's Campbell Brown is standing by in Washington. Campbell?
Well, Matt, what we can tell you is that we do know the president now is at the Barksdale Air Force Base. That's in Shreveport, Louisiana, northern Louisiana. He flew there from Florida, where he was this morning. And it was interesting because in those early minutes, shortly after Air Force One took off from Florida, no one was told within the White House press corps where the president was, where he was going. Our information now is coming from what we call the travel pool. It is one network reporter who is on board the plane with the president. He did make a brief statement. We're waiting to get more on what he said when they landed at Barksdale Air Force Base. We're not sure whether or not he's going to stay there or that they will take the president somewhere else. There are a number of options. Obviously, there's a bunker in Colorado Springs that the military runs. There is the so-called Doomsday plane, which is another option. This is an aircraft that is far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the most advanced electronic equipment on board where the president could communicate with anyone from that plane. It can stay in the air. It can be refueled in the air. So it is something that was designed and built in the event that there was a nuclear attack, but it is a possible option today if they feel like they need that. Of course, the president, when he was in Florida and initially made those remarks you played a moment ago, he did say he was coming back from Washington, but obviously now they're reevaluating the situation to try to figure out where it may be best for him to operate from. There are a few officials still at the White House now. His National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and other key officials are in the White House. We're told they're operating out of the Situation Room, and that a few areas of the White House have been designated as so-called hard rooms, meaning special Secret Service agents are there guarding the few key people who are needed to stay at the White House. The rest of the White House has been evacuated. But the president is obviously in close contact with his national security team, who is remaining there for the time being. He was informed of this while he was in Florida at an education event this morning of the first incident when the first plane flew into the World Trade Center. He was told by phone by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, while he was in a holding room, while he was about to go out and speak to some elementary school children. Then while he was actually reading to these students, a note was passed him from his chief of staff, Andy Card. In the pictures you can see the reaction on the president's face, as shocked as the rest of us at what had happened. And his plans immediately changed, initially to come back to Washington, but now, again, the Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, and we'll be waiting further word on where he will go from here and where he will sort of command the military operations, given the situation. Matt?
All right, Campbell, thank you very much. Katie?
Meanwhile, Matt, Cardinal Egan of the New York Archdiocese is joining us now. He has been outside St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan delivering last rites to some of the people who have been brought to that hospital. Your Eminence, thank you for talking with us. Can you tell us or describe the scene for us if you could?
Well, I've been here since the very beginning. We have 184 patients here at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. 10 are critical, and 6 are of the police department or the fire department. So far, 2 have passed away. The situation has been that the doctors and the nurses are waiting outside here. The hospital is completely mobilized, and we believe that we will be able to handle whomever they send. We understand that Bellevue Hospital and St. Vincent's Hospital are the 2 places where they'll be sending the most critically injured, and that they do have triage down closer to the 2 centers. I have to say this, that I've taken care of a lot of people spiritually, anointed a lot of people, and I've no limit to my admiration for what I've seen of the doctors, the nurses, and the staff and the administration of St. Vincent's Hospital. And I'm told that that is what is to be found throughout this great city of New York. We're addressing this the way New Yorkers address things, with a prayer and with a total commitment to help everyone who is hurting, and especially to make it clear to families and others that we will be doing the very best we can for their loved ones.
Well,
I have here Dr. Ackerman, if you'd like to speak to him.
Sure, that would be great.
Here he is right now.
Dr. Ackerman, are you an emergency
Hello?
physician there? Dr. Ackerman, it's Katie Couric. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the situation there and how the patients are doing? I know that you have about 184 patients, is that correct?
That's correct, Katie. And actually, the number is growing as the minutes go on. When the first ambulances came in, there were 10 or 11 people in each of them. Now that the triage centers are set up downtown, we're getting fewer patients at the moment, but we're getting the most critically injured. Severe burns, several heart attacks, multiple traumas, many broken bones. And probably what's most striking is that everyone that's coming is coming full of gray powder from the massive explosions that obviously took place. There are family centers set up here at the medical center. There's a special number that family members can call to try to find out if their loved one is here at St. Vincent's. That's area code 212-604-7285. And the New York City Police Department's working very closely with us. We're very grateful that His Eminence has been here to help us and our staff, and we continue to be prepared. I was here for the last major incident with the World Trade Center, and this, in my opinion, is many, many times worse.
Well, Dr. Ackerman, do you have enough people on staff to take care of the hundreds of people who are there already and the other people who may be arriving at your hospital?
We are very well staffed right now, Katie. We are a little bit concerned, though, about later in the day. People will obviously wear down the number of traumas that you can handle, that one can handle not only physically but psychologically, and so we're asking all of the people that call us at this point in time to please check with us around 5 or 6 o'clock this evening, because we fear we're going to need another shift of workers to handle the tragedy of this magnitude.
All right, and we heard that people were standing in line to donate blood, and of course that was heartening news for us to hear under the circumstances. Dr. Ackerman, thank you very much. I know you're very, very busy, so we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
You know, Katie, we've been showing basically video of New York and the World Trade Centers, or where the World Trade Centers used to be, and of Washington and the Pentagon, and we've forgotten somewhat to remind people that there was the crash of another plane, a fourth plane outside Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and we don't have video of that story at the moment. That's one of the reasons we haven't been talking about it as much, but that's the fourth prong in this terrorist attack on U.S. soil, and it's just information we'll be trying to get as the day progresses.
In fact, we want to just repeat those airline numbers, which is extremely upsetting news for people who had loved ones on these flights, but we want to give you that information. The 4 aircraft involved: American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was American Airlines Flight number 77 from Dulles, Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. And finally, United Flight 93, the plane you just referred to that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. It was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
Here are the phone numbers if you'd like to inquire. If you think you had a family member or a loved one on board any of those planes, American Airlines has set up a number at 1-800-245-0999, and United Airlines 1-800-932-8555.
You mentioned that we have not shown shots of Pittsburgh and the United Airlines plane that crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. We have the first shots, pretty shaky video of that airplane that crashed shortly after the 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Tower. At least we got the information. And after that other plane crashed into the Pentagon.
In short, and you really can't put this story into short form, this has been perhaps the most devastating day in American history in terms of terrorism. It certainly has been. 4 separate attacks, obviously coordinated fairly thoroughly. 2 on the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 on the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., a 4th, the hijacking and crash of a plane, as you just saw, outside Pittsburgh. Unclear now as to how many lives have been lost, but the numbers are bound to be staggering as the day progresses.
Aboard those airplanes alone, 266 people have lost their lives. That was confirmed by both United and American Airlines, and we are unclear, as Matt just said, about the perhaps thousands of people who have been killed and certainly injured as a result of what happened in New York City and outside Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. With more, here's Tom.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Tom Brokaw.
September 11th, the year 2001, a day unlike any other in the long course of American history, a terrorist act of war against this country. President Bush saying today that freedom has been attacked by a faceless coward and freedom will be defended. Not since Pearl Harbor was attacked on December 7th, 1941, has this country undergone such a devastating and damaging attack. And it may not yet be over. We do know at this time that at least 4 targets have been attacked. The 2 Twin Trade Tower centers here in New York City, the Pentagon, and then another plane that was crashed deliberately into an area outside of Pittsburgh. That is the second plane hitting the Twin Trade Towers this morning, all of them hijacked airliners. Then these 2 colossal icons of the American capitalist system collapsed in lower Manhattan. The death toll at this hour is unknown, but it is expected to be, as Mayor Giuliani has said, horrendous. Shortly after those attacks on the Twin Trade Towers in New York City, at the Pentagon, in one of the outer rings, another hijacked airliner crashed into 2 areas there, killing an untold number of U.S. military personnel in Washington, D.C. A code red was put in effect in the nation's capital. The White House, State Department, CIA evacuated along with the Pentagon. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was evacuated to a secure area. President Bush, who was in Florida for an appearance for an education project, was evacuated to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where we do expect to hear from him before too long. The United States is in effect in a national state of emergency. All domestic flights were grounded immediately. Most flights that were already in the air, we believe, will arrive safely at their destinations. The borders between the United States and Canada and the United States and Mexico have been closed. Transatlantic flights were diverted to Canada. U.S. military forces in this country and around the world have been put on the highest possible alert. Aircraft carriers were moved to waters off New York City as this scene played out in the nerve center of this country, lower Manhattan, the financial markets, an area that is home to literally hundreds of thousands of people. They are still dealing with the carnage in lower Manhattan. We want to go now to NBC's David Bloom, who is in Midtown Manhattan, overlooking all of this. As you can see there, communications have been severely interrupted. David?
Well, Tom, what we're looking at behind us more than 4 hours after the first explosion is the smoking hulk of the essentially vanished World Trade Center. As you've said, the essential question at this hour in New York City is how many people may have died in these attacks. The various officials here in New York City believe that the casualty estimates will essentially go into the thousands and thousands of people. Here is the sequence of events as they happened at this hour. The first plane attacks the World Trade Center's South Tower at approximately 8:42 Eastern Time. Airline officials say at least 2 American Airlines flights and 2 United Airlines flights were hijacked today, and that the attack planes were the hijacked domestic flights. Roughly 21 minutes later, approximately 9:03 Eastern Time, the second large jetliner can be seen taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's North Tower. Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the 2 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling and in some cases jumping from the 2 buildings. At approximately 9:40 a.m. in Washington, D.C., a third hijacked plane crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, one side of the building collapsing. Non-essential personnel from federal buildings, including the White House and the U.S. Capitol, are evacuated. 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside. 1/2 hour later, at approximately 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 767, crashes in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The FAA closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace. So again, Tom, 4 hijacked airplanes. We know what happened to each of the 4. Other officials investigating now, both apparently the worst terrorist attack in the mainland United States ever. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. What we don't know is who may be responsible for these attacks. There's a lot of speculation, obviously, about Osama bin Laden, who is a Saudi dissident who is believed to be harbored somewhere in Afghanistan, but no one is claiming responsibility. In the West Bank, however, the Palestinians in the streets are cheering and celebrating these attacks on the United States, even though Palestinian leaders have condemned the attacks. We want to go now to NBC's Pat Dawson, who is down near the World Trade Center, because the big question, obviously, in New York City and across this country, how many people have been able to survive this horrendous attack? Pat?
Tom, right now, hundreds of rescue workers are massed here on the southern tip of New York in Manhattan Island, waiting for a possibility where they can go back in large numbers to begin searching through the debris. Obviously, the first task at hand will be to find anyone who is still alive in there. There really is no precedent for this. 2 110-story buildings. First of all, the impact of those 2 planes into them, and then the buildings themselves literally tumbling down into the streets. It's the sort of thing that one assumes very few people could have survived, but the task of those rescue workers, and if you look behind me, you can see many of them massed down there. The task will be for them to go back in and to try to find anyone who is alive. First of all, that is, of course, the priority. They know. We have spoken to a number of them. Of course, common sense tells us as well they are going to find a very, very high number of dead bodies in there as well. No way. We have spoken to officials here with the police department and with fire. They all say the same thing. This kind of a catastrophe, there's no way of knowing how many people that they're going to find in there, how many people are dead, how many people are alive. There's really no way to know how difficult their task is going to be, going in there and trying to dig through the remains of 2 110-story buildings that are now lying at the bottom of Manhattan. Obviously, taking care of those that are hurt, that they have been able to get out, is a first priority. There are literally, I would say, probably a mile-long line of ambulances and rescue vehicles along this stretch of the West Side Highway in the lower part of Manhattan. Just on the right here is a community college in New York. That college is the triage center for those they've been able to take out. But I can tell you at this point that at least from this vantage point where we have seen most people going in and out, there have been, relatively speaking, very few ambulances going out of here in the last 3 to 4 hours. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, Pat Dawson. One of my colleagues who is right in the middle of the collapse of those buildings is CNBC's Ron Insana, who went down with a cameraman hoping to get close to the World Trade Center, and then it began to come down. The first one. Ron, take us through what you experienced.
Well, Tom, much of the area had been, in fact, cordoned off, and the cameraman from MSNBC and I were trying to get across to the west side of the World Trade Center in order to hook up with the rest of the NBC crews that we knew were there. As we were moving towards the building, we saw the top begin to blow out in a plume of smoke, and we heard the noise associated with an implosion. We turned and immediately ran for cover in the other direction as debris began to rain down. As we made our way, John going straight down the street, I taking a right turn around a corner, it got increasingly dark. The skies blackened as the material just continued to rain down. I hid briefly behind a car, and as the material got thicker and thicker and it became increasingly difficult to breathe, I got inside a parked car, a random parked car, and hid there basically until the material stopped falling. It was pitch black, black as night inside that car, and for several minutes I remained there until some flickers of light were able to be seen. I made my way to a building and joined some police officers who were inside, and as the blackness began to lift and this gray thick smoke clung in the air, we were able to find a police car and make our way out of the area. The policeman stopping along the way to pick up 2 injured people and leave them at a Midtown hospital, and subsequently made my way here.
What about collateral damage to other buildings in the area? Those, of course, are the classic canyons of Lower Manhattan, and as that building came down, it did create a kind of tornadic wind that went through there.
Absolutely. Much like the images that were created for the movie Independence Day, when New York was exploding, the corridors of Lower Manhattan are so narrow and channel so much wind, even just on a plain windy day, that this material blew through in a way that was really unimaginable. It was truly frightening. It continued to rain down for several minutes, as you can see there, and the winds just whipped through these corridors for several minutes, eventually calming down to such an extent where there was just a thick gray haze throughout the entire area, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, CNBC's Ron Insana, who was right in the middle of it all today. New York City effectively has been shut down. All tunnels in and out of the city have been closed for security reasons. The airports are closed. The subways are closed. Traffic has been removed from the streets. All hospitals are on extra alert. One right kind of in the middle of it all at ground zero is St. Vincent's Hospital. And NBC's Robert Bazell is there, as he has been all morning. Robert, any additional word on casualties?
Well, Tom, actually there have been about 200 casualties, some of them very severe, at least 8 deaths, and 5 of those were firefighters or policemen. We're not sure of which one. But one of the things that's amazing about being here is that it has been much slower than anyone anticipated. That's a lot of casualties, of course, and but the casualties have been coming out of Lower Manhattan at a much slower speed than people anticipated. I think just because as one rescue worker who had been down there told me, it's just hell down there. You can't move around. You can't discern who's a body part from a living human being in several of the areas. So we have a very dedicated staff standing by. Large numbers of medical workers are ready to attend to anybody who appears.
Bob.
Several have been very severely injured, but we're still waiting.
All right, Bob, we now have the videotape of President Bush, who was diverted from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana. This is what he had to say to the nation moments ago.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President George W. Bush, in his capacity today, not only as President of the United States, but also as Commander-in-Chief, as U.S. military forces around the world are on the highest possible alert. There is so much uncertainty in this situation. Who is responsible? when it could happen again and where. These are questions that are still unresolved as we try to work our way through this day. I'm joined on the telephone now by the former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, Sandy Berger, a longtime veteran of national security matters in this country. Mr. Berger, in all of your contingency planning during your days in the White House, did you ever anticipate anything like this, 4 hijacked airliners that would be driven into the Twin Trade Towers and the Pentagon?
Well, Tom, I think for some time we have known that terrorism is the greatest security threat that this country faced. We've seen some horrible incidents here before. We broke up a multi-pronged effort on Millennium Weekend, but this certainly goes beyond anything that we have seen before in its dimensions and sophistication.
As we work our way through this day of shock and grief and still trying to count the number of casualties, we also have to say, however, that there has been a stunning failure of intelligence at the highest possible level. The American people are going to wonder why they spent billions of dollars of intelligence if we can't find out about a complex operation like this that involves so many people.
Well, I think all of that is going to have to be sifted out. I think that in the midst of our outrage and anger, President Bush is right. We have to show the world that we will respond to this both with determination and with steadiness. That means first, obviously, focusing on security and on rescue, then on determining who's responsible, and this is of such magnitude that it's inconceivable to me that we will not soon know what the origin of this is, and then how we did not detect this, since it obviously involved a multiple operation based on from the United States. But blame, I think. The blame game, I think, comes, in my judgment, after we do everything we can to take care of the people who are in those buildings. We assure the security of others who may be in situations that are vulnerable, and we find out who is responsible for this absolutely horrifying set of events.
Mr. Berger, it's just not a matter of assigning blame. That's not the question. The question is, how do we get our intelligence back on track so it doesn't happen again in the next 20 minutes or the next 20 hours?
Well, I think we have to recognize that this is the overwhelming security threat to the nation, more so than any foreign nation, more so than long-range missiles. Terrorism has been and continues to be the #1 threat to our people. I think the intelligence community has intensified its efforts over the years, but this simply demonstrates that we're certainly not doing enough.
Sandy Berger, thank you very much for being with us today on what is obviously a day of great trial for this country, a great tragedy, and we have to determine how we go from here once we do begin to sort out just how many lives were lost, who is responsible for all of this, and how we can protect ourselves from this kind of attack again in the future as it continues to play out across America. Robert Knowles is on the phone with us now. He was on the 54th floor, I'm told, of one of the World Trade Center buildings when one of the planes was flown into it. Mr. Knowles, you're safely at home?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn down your television? I can hear it in the background, and that will cause us some problems if we continue our discussion. Okay. Tell me exactly where you were and what happened to you.
I was on the 54th floor.
Of #1 building or #2?
#1 building.
And when were you first aware of the attack?
Well, something hit the building, and it knocked me to the floor. And then the whole window blew out of the office I was in. And it snatched the desk out of the office like it was a piece of paper.
And how did you get out of that office?
By the grace of God, I was holding on to the door so I wouldn't be sucked out the window.
And then did you go down the stairs?
Yeah, going down the stairs was really rough because it was from the 30th floor down, it was water. The sprinklers was on, And then I pray to God for the people in the wheelchairs because they couldn't get out. They were sitting there waiting for somebody to carry them down.
How many people did you see like that, Mr. Knowles?
2 people. They were invalids. You know, they couldn't get out the wheelchairs. It wasn't a regular wheelchair. It was the kind of wheelchair where they do everything in a wheelchair.
It was a heavy mechanical wheelchair of some kind.
Yes, sir.
And then as you made your way to the bottom of that stairwell, was crowded with other people trying to get out?
Yes, sir, but God bless the fact that it happened early, because if it had happened at 10:30, it would have been chaos because you couldn't get down the stairs. Between the smoke and the lights being out in the water, and the staircase was slippery.
When you finally got to the ground floor, then what happened?
Then they herded us out of the building. They told us to walk fast. We walked up towards Broadway, up Nassau, and it was glass blown from everywhere.
When you were in your office when the first explosion occurred, that was the first building that was hit?
Yes, sir.
And were there lots of people in the building at that hour?
It was a good amount of people, but not lots.
It was not full to capacity?
No, thank God.
And were there other people who, so far as you could tell, were either seriously hurt or killed in the first explosion that you could find?
No, people. Everybody I seen was mobile. They were able to get out the building. You know, people were coughing. People fell on the stairs. They weren't hurt from the explosion. They were hurt trying to get out of the building.
Okay, Mr. Knowles, we wish you the very best, and by the grace of God, you were able to get out of there, and we know that this has been a difficult time for you, but we thank you for sharing your experience with us today.
Thank you.
Going to go to Washington now. Senator John McCain, who has declared this an act of war on the United States. It's already being described as a kind of 21st century Pearl Harbor. Senator McCain.
I think that's accurate in many respects, Tom, although clearly the implications of this are very significant, and including the fact that at least we knew exactly who it was that took these actions against the United States at Pearl Harbor. And obviously at this point we don't know who it was or which organization or nation may have been sponsoring this kind of activity.
We're obviously in the early stages dealing still with the shock and the grief, trying to count the number of casualties, but this country will have to take immediate action in terms of how we rearrange ourselves now to hope that we don't have this happen again. We're going to have some profound changes in America, Senator.
I'm afraid so. I think that our lifestyles will not be the same for a very long period of time because of security requirements. I also think that, as I was watching you earlier, there is going to have to be an evaluation about our intelligence capability, and part of that evaluation will be recognition that we don't have the kind of human intelligence capabilities that perhaps we need. We have excellent technical capabilities, but a lot of times you have to have someone on the ground to penetrate these organizations so you can know their intentions rather than their actions. But look, this is a terrible, unspeakable act. I believe the American people will rally behind and support the President of the United States, and I believe that we will find out who did this, and I think we will respond. And I don't know how you could describe it, very frankly, any other way but an act of war.
You grew up in the conventional military, and we have such an investment in all of that, but for some time, national security officials across all administrations have been saying the great threat to this country is terrorism. Have we devoted enough attention to this kind of an act?
It's very difficult for me to second guess. I think there's going to be plenty of that kind of activity. I would repeat that when I talk to people in the field and when I travel around the world, our lack of human intelligence capability. Part of that is the difficulty in penetrating some of these organizations. As you know, they're very difficult, but that may be an area that would have to be addressed. Our technical capabilities, our satellites and others are absolutely superb and sometimes phenomenal. But you've got to divine people's motives. As I said, you've got to get these things before the act is being carried out, and that's probably an area that we have to look at. But I'm sure that this administration and the Congress will will devote all their efforts to making sure not only that the people who perpetrated it are punished, but also that it never happens again.
Senator, is it too early to speculate on whether or not we're going to need protective air cover over the nation's capital and some of our more critical areas?
I don't know. I do know that average citizens are going to find it a much more complicated process going to an airport and getting onto an airplane. That'll be one of the first, obviously, one of the first and necessary evaluations that are needed, because I think it's pretty clear now that these planes were hijacked, and how they were able to do that in the case of at least 4 airplanes is going to be a subject of great interest and perhaps some controversy, because there's been this issue of security at airports for a long period of time. How much inconvenience versus how much security, which has been one debate that's been in Congress and in other areas of government as well. So I think that rather than attacking it from having air cover over the Capitol, perhaps we ought to devote our efforts to going places where these acts of terror originate. That would probably be much more effective and cost-effective as well.
Senator, we're still dealing, as I say, with the initial stages of shock, but in fact, it is hard to overstate the magnitude of all of this or the continuing effect that it will have on the business of this nation.
Oh, I don't. There's never been anything like this in our lifetime. Pearl Harbor was a horrible and dastardly deed, and I don't like to compare it to Pearl Harbor. But this is unprecedented in its scope and frankly, its efficiency.
Senator John McCain, thank you very much for being with
Thank
us
you,
today.
Tom.
Thank you. Under these very difficult circumstances. It's also worth pointing out that in Pearl Harbor, it was a military attack on a military installation. This was an attack by terrorists using innocent American civilians, for the most part, in hijacked airliners directed at targets filled with civilians, with the exception of the Pentagon, obviously. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now for an update. 4 planes hijacked today, Bob, 2 United, 2 American. Bring us up to date.
With a total toll just in the airplanes, so thousands dead presumably on the ground, but just in the airplanes, 266 dead. She said 2 American planes, 2 United planes. 2 of those planes were taking off from Boston, 1 from Newark and 1 from Washington Dulles. 2 went into the World Trade Center buildings, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania with no idea where that one was being hijacked to. At last report, and this report was about 40 minutes ago, there were now only 50 planes left in the air, 50 commercial flights over domestic U.S. airspace. So that is saying no new flights were being allowed to take off, haven't since 9:30 Eastern Time this morning. The planes that were already in the air were allowed to continue on. There were only 50 of those still in the air. They were mostly about 20 minutes away from airports, so presumably almost all of those should have landed by now. There were also 22 international flights still in the air, heading here. Initially, the word was they were going to be diverted to Canada, and then the decision was made that that would be just too hard for Canadians to handle, and so those 22 flights were going to be allowed to land in the U.S. So far, we don't know of any of them landing. But this is a very important point. The FAA knew of no problems with any of those 50 planes still in the air in the U.S. or 22 in international airspace bound here. So that would seem to indicate that the problems are over in terms of these hijackings. Just to run the flights down very quickly, the first was an American airliner, Boston to Los Angeles. There were 92 killed on board that one. It went into the World Trade Center. That was the first event. Then there was a United plane leaving from Boston. 65 were killed on it. It also went into the World Trade Center. It, too, as the American plane before it, was supposed to have been bound Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was an American airliner leaving from Dulles Airport bound for Los Angeles, 64 aboard, and it crashed into the Pentagon. And finally, a United flight leaving Newark Airport bound for San Francisco. It went into rural Pennsylvania, so we don't know what its intended target was. Now, in terms of what Senator McCain was talking about, when you think of a plane being hijacked, you've got to get the hijackers aboard, and you have to get some sort of deathly weapon aboard, like a gun or some explosives. And there are two ways to do that. Either they go through passenger screening and manage to sneak through passenger screening without getting caught, or you get behind the doors somehow and sneak those people aboard behind passenger screening as though they were an airport employee. There have been investigations done on both those things. The FAA tests them a lot with plainclothes people to see if they get through, and every time they do it, a sizable percentage do get through passenger screening with mock weapons or mock explosives. And the same thing on the employees behind the lines. A sizable number do manage to get through the doors. So we'll be seeing in coming days what it was that led to all this. Tom?
Bob, any indication from the FAA of radio traffic indicating that there was a hijacking underway?
No, what it is in the cockpit, presuming that an armed person, in the course of a hijacking, an armed person or somebody with explosives has broken into the cockpit, and the pilot, therefore, cannot say it over the open radio because the hijacker would take action against the pilot. So there's a button that you push, and the button sends out a code, and it tells the appropriate air traffic controllers, and word is flashed to Washington immediately that there's a hijacking in progress. So one could presume that that happened in all 4 of these flights. Of course, we don't know at the moment, but it certainly must have. Then you wonder, too, because the targets were hit so precisely, is that somebody standing behind a pilot and saying, okay, now fly this right into a World Trade Center tower? Or is it an experienced pilot, the hijacker himself, who gets the pilot out of his seat and takes over at the controls to guide it in at the last minute? We don't know, of course. Yeah.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Hager, who will be monitoring the airline part of all of this. The 4 hijacked airliners, in effect, became guided missiles in the hands of terrorists who hijacked the plane. They took innocent people to death with them, 266 altogether. President Bush is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana at this time. We're told other senior members of the Bush administration are in secure positions. There's code red at the Capitol right now. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was removed to a secure position. All financial markets have been closed down. All national monuments have been evacuated across America in places like Minneapolis, Kentucky, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. A number of critical installations have been closed down as well. This country, the most powerful in the world, has been, in effect, semi-immobilized today by these terrorist attacks. And we can only hope that they are now all over with. When we heard this morning at 8:42 that the World Trade Center had been attacked, we thought that that was a single a solitary and horrifying event. Not too long after that, the second one was hit, and then NBC's Jim Miklashevsky here on NBC said an explosion was felt at the Pentagon, and that was a plane that went into the Pentagon, another airliner near the helipad pad there. It fortunately was on the far side of the building from the most critical offices housing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Intelligence Center, and of course Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who at first did not want to evacuate the building, and then he was persuaded that that was in the best national interest of this country to do just that. And then, of course, we had the situation in Pennsylvania where a United airliner crashed into the ground. It, too, had been hijacked. James Lee Witt is the former head of the Federal Emergency Administration in the Clinton administration. He was well known during his tenure there because there were so many natural disasters around the country. Mr. Witt, what is FEMA doing at this hour?
Well, Tom, I'm sure that they've already activated the Operations Center and also talking to the City of New York Emergency Management and Governor Pataki's office in putting together whatever resources they can to support their efforts in meeting that immediate need. And I'm sure they're probably activating some search and rescue teams. Probably. Go ahead.
I know, James, from our own experiences together that you had lots of contingency plans for tornadoes and for hurricanes, those kinds of natural disasters. What did you have in planning at FEMA for a terrorist attack?
Well, of course, you know, after the Oklahoma City bombing, Tom, we've worked very hard in putting together a very strong federal response plan in which they have continued to work on, particularly adding the terrorist component to that, and working with the FBI, who will have the lead on this in crisis management. And, of course, FEMA has a consequence management, and I'm sure Director Albaugh and all the staff there are liaisoning with the FBI at this time.
Was that something that you prepared on your own, or did you do that in close coordination and get regular updates from the FBI?
We worked very closely with the FBI, and if there was a threat, then they would notify us and work very closely with them, and as far as having someone in their operations center.
When you look at those pictures of what happened in lower Manhattan, in the canyons of this great city with those two 110-story buildings coming down, you can only imagine what the carnage must be on the ground.
It's probably horrifying, and I saw earlier said it looked like a war zone, and I'm sure it does, and just looking at the pictures. But, you know, there's so many firefighters and police officers that were probably up at the base of that building, probably in that building, trying to get people out, and I'm sure that, you know, the loss is going to be tremendous, and the pain is going to be felt for a long, long time.
Jimmy Lee Witt, thank you very much. By the way, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement on Tuesday said that Osama bin Laden, they're closely allied with him, was not responsible for the attacks on the United States. What happened in the United States, according to the Taliban, was not a job of ordinary people. It could have been the work of governments. Osama bin Laden cannot do this kind of work. Neither can we, a Taliban spokesman said from the southern city of Kandahar. The Taliban, of course, a very militant and very conservative Islamic organization, and widely believed to be harboring Osama bin Laden, a very wealthy Saudi dissident who has a very sophisticated apparatus at his disposal. He has not been seen for some time, although he does appear from time to time on some Islamic media outlets. One reporter who has been in touch with him said that 3 weeks ago he said an attack was planned on the United States, but that, of course, has not yet been verified. He is, at the moment, I think fair to say, at the top of everyone's list of suspects. But as we have learned on these occasions in times past, it's often not the best thing to do to make a premature judgment. There is the picture that we have often seen of him as he has declared a holy war against the United States. Let's go to General Norman Schwarzkopf now, who had the Southern Command and, of course, commanded the forces during the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, I've been trying to review in my own mind the incidents in which the United States has been a conspicuous participant or absent in the past month or so. We lost a spy plane over southern Iraq. We've stepped up pressure on southern Iraq. Obviously, in the Middle East, in the ongoing dispute between the Palestinians and the Israelis, there's a great feeling that the United States is siding only with the Israelis. The war in Sudan goes on, but we've not taken an active role there. Are there any other signs on your radar screen that would indicate that this kind of thing was likely to happen?
Well, you know, Tom, the truth of the matter is that most of the Middle East countries consider the United States to be, you know, the main source of support for Israel. It isn't isolated just in certain states. And, you know, any one of those people, if you got them aside and asked them truthfully, they would tell you that they were not in favor of our policies with regard to Israel.
So do you think that that probably was the cause of all this continual escalation that has been going on between Palestine and Israel? And there's been an absence of participation, I think that it's fair to say, on the part of this administration and all that.
Well, I think that's kind of speculation at this time. I certainly think that you know, the reason why the United States is hated in so many places in the Middle East is with regard to the support of the state of Israel. And as a matter of fact, they'll openly state that if Israel had not had the support of the United States, it wouldn't exist today. So they go so far as to say that.
There are people, many people, still trapped.
When you and I were talking earlier, we were commenting on the sophistication of this attack and the complexity of that. Doesn't that stun you some?
It really does. I mean, just what was mentioned by, you know, by Robert Hager, the fact that undoubtedly, you know, I can't see any U.S. commercial airline pilot flying their plane directly into an obstacle like that. Undoubtedly, there was, you know, somebody at the controls that was able to guide the plane there. That in itself is kind of scary. I told you earlier about the fact that it bothers me that with all the devices we have against hijackers, that hijacking can still take place on this scale and organized in that fashion. That causes me concern. I certainly agree with what Senator McCain said about the fact that, you know, many years ago, we abandoned human intelligence. The attitude was that only bad guys have spies. and good guys don't need spies, and we put satellites in the air, and we put a huge amount of investment into technical intelligence. At the same time, we dismantled human intelligence. I don't know what the status of that is today, but we damn sure need to get somebody inside these organizations. I would tell you that...
General, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment because we're looking at some scenes that we have not yet had an opportunity to see. It does look like a nuclear winter in lower Manhattan. It is one of the most vital areas anywhere in the world, obviously, the home of the financial markets, the World Trade Center, lots of residences. There's been a real revival down there in recent years, and it has a great gray pall of dust and smoke and debris, and of course, overlaying all of that is the psychological effect of knowing that there could be a casualty list in terms of fatalities that could go into the thousands.
Yeah. I mean, Pearl Harbor, we lost 2,400. And, you know, when you hear the numbers today, it's hard to believe that we're not going to greatly exceed that number.
And as I pointed out earlier, in Pearl Harbor, it was a military attacking a military installation. This was the use of innocent people in commercial airliners to attack other innocent people in New York. There was one military target, obviously the Pentagon. You can see, if you're looking at this with me, General, the extent of the damage in lower Manhattan.
Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you know, it's the natural inclination is, okay, we got to hit somebody back. And in this case, what's going to, you know, be even more frustration to the national psyche is you can't hit back. You know, you don't, who you're going to hit at this stage of the game.
Yep. Thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll ask you to stand by. We'll be coming back to you. This is as effective as a bomb being dropped there. There were two bombs in effect. Commercial airliners flown into those two buildings, and they came down. We presume because of the initial explosion, there may have been secondary explosions as well that were detonated in the building by these terrorists. Robert Harper was one of those who was in the area when all of this occurred. Mr. Harper?
Yes. Tom, how are you today?
Tell me where you were when the first plane flew into the first building.
I was down below the World Trade Centers. I was arriving at work just a little late, and the first plane had crashed into the building, so there were many people, you know, sort of standing around. There were EMS workers running around as well, and you could see the second plane coming around and everyone sort of pointing up, and then that second plane just crashed into the building.
And what about people who were trying to get out of the building? We had one report of bodies falling through the air and people jumping from windows. Did you see any of that?
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a very traumatic day, I think, having seen that, because where the initial explosion was, there was a lot of black smoke coming out of around, I believe it was around the 78th floor, and you saw people jumping for their lives out of the 78th floor of the World Trade Center. Smoke everywhere, fire everywhere, and people were continuing to jump out of the 78th floor. So people began to run away because once the second explosion happened, the debris that was caused by that began to fall everywhere, and everybody just started running toward the mayor's office. You know, I began to run toward the Woolworth building, which was close to that. And then as I got closer to that, I realized if, you know, the top of the World Trade Center hit the Woolworth building, that building too would be affected, and it might also fall down.
Did you have a sense right away that these buildings could come down?
Not initially. For about 15 minutes or so, people only thought, you know, they couldn't really tell what had happened. And only after the second plane hit did people realize that, you know, this is probably something that was orchestrated. And so then people initially who had, you know, been trying to go back to the scene and try to help people realized that another plane had hit the building. And that's when people said, look, this can't have been a mistake.
Where are you now?
I'm outside of the emergency room at Presbyterian Hospital. I've just been released for smoke inhalation. I've been in the hospital there. They rushed me to the hospital, you know, not too long after that because the black soot and everything that was associated with the building. I mean, heavy black smoke engulfed the entire financial district. You know, from 9 o'clock onward, and we were sitting on the side of the road. EMS workers were there administering oxygen to people, thinking that everything was okay. And then as they began to realize that the explosion might have caused so much trauma to both the World Trade Center that they would fall, then everybody just began to run because they saw that the building itself was actually going to fall. So all of the people that had gone to help out were then put in, you know, double danger because you were then running, and the building literally came and fell over the entire financial district area. It was a complete nightmare. Black smoke everywhere. People were running toward the Brooklyn Bridge, running away from the mayor's office, afraid that the falling part of the World Trade Center would hit other buildings, and that would cause a topple effect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harper, and thank God you're okay, and I hope that you'll be able to deal with all of this. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a real mess, and I can't, coming back in the ambulance, somebody said, one of the things that they remembered, thinking about is the date today is September 11th, so 9/11. So, it's something that can't really go without notice, is that this was completely planned, completely orchestrated. Whoever did this has been planning this obviously for a very long time.
Thank you very much, Robert Harper, who was one of the survivors who was just a little bit late to work this morning, but then got caught in the devastating attack on the Twin Trade Towers. It's hard for me to overstate to people who are unfamiliar with New York just how dynamic that area is in terms of people coming and going. The two towers are 110 stories high, or they were. 20 to 50,000 people would work in them at any one time. It's just a few blocks from the stock market and from many of the principal banks in America, to say nothing of residential areas. And we will not know for some time what the death toll is there, to say nothing of the number of people who have been injured, so many of them with burns. Let's go to Washington now, and NBC's Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert. Tim, give us the state of play in the nation's capital right now. We know that the White House and the State Department and CIA have been evacuated. Dennis Hastert has been removed. Where is Dick Cheney at this hour? Do we know?
Tom, he is in a secure location. They won't tell us exactly, but I do know that he is there with his top-level aides. We have heard from some of those people. He has been in constant communication with the President of the United States and the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. Tom, I've been speaking to people in the intelligence and law enforcement community, in and out, those who have served, those who are serving now. No one is the least bit surprised that there was a terrorist attack on the shores of America. Every person, to a man and woman, absolutely stunned, not only by the magnitude, but by the precision of this attack. They are absolutely convinced that there's only a few cells that could possibly have done this. And this is quite interesting because I didn't realize it until it was pointed out to me. Every one of the 4 hijacked planes that Bob Hager talked to you about was bound for California. In the words of this high-ranking official, the bastards knew they all had a plane full of fuel for the maximum impact upon collision. There is, in my experience in Washington, unprecedented anger here, but no one knows how or where to channel it. Right now, the situation is a bit chaotic. Communication is difficult, but the Bush administration is underscoring that the President is in charge, in command, in constant communication, and will bring these people to justice. They just know it's going to take a long, long time.
Tim, it's also going to be a test of the political maturity, if you will, of Washington. It's a city that has been so riven by what many would describe as petty political disputes. But this is one nation on this day.
Suddenly, the Social Security lockbox seems so trivial, Tom. One official said to me, Tim, your life is going to change, but more important, your son's life is going to change forever. America will never be the same after September 11th, 2001. The levels of security, heightened tension, the way we look at each other and look at our institutions will in fact be altered. That will bring some gratitude, if you will, to the terrorist. And that's why we as a nation, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, as they talk with one another today, are absolutely unified in their attempt to strike back, but also try to put salve on the national psyche so we don't become an armed camp resisting an enemy we really can't identify and never know when is striking.
Because the consequences psychologically for this country are every bit as great as they are physically for America as well. It is worth pointing out, I suppose, that we all breathed a great sigh of relief when the Cold War came to an end with the collapse of communism. And yet there was nothing as devastating as this for this country during that long, cold twilight that we faced down communism in Moscow with its considerable nuclear arsenal, which it still has in place, obviously.
You know, Tom, it's a very important point because all during this past few weeks, the debate about missile defense systems many people were saying publicly, even those proponents or the detractors, well, you know, we're a long way from research on this, but there is a potential threat of a rogue nation launching a missile, or an accidental launch from Russia, or China modernizing their force. But everyone kept saying the true risk, the real risk, is terrorist attack, and we plain don't know how to defend ourselves. But again, and let me underscore this, people are absolutely stunned, disbelieving that something so well coordinated, something is with a tick-tock like this, 4 hijackings within a matter of an hour, and then being able to take those very planes and drive them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And there is growing suspicion, Tom, here, that the plane that landed, it crashed in Pennsylvania, was most likely headed for the Capitol or White House. That's the operating theory of many of the people I've spoken to today.
Thank you very much, NBC's Tim Russert. The equation has changed for all of us, personally and professionally, in the course of the last several hours, and we'll be dealing with this for a long, long time. But first, we want to take you through the eyewitness accounts of people who were witness to what happened here on a very sunny early fall morning in New York today. Some of the eyewitnesses.
I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this. Saw a lot of people die, but nothing this devastating.
We carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. It was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling.
Then there was the haunting story from an eyewitness that we heard from a few moments ago of people in wheelchairs who were unable to get out of the building as he ran down the stairs, and he was obviously overcome with emotion as he described that for us. We don't have any numbers for you. We're trying to be as circumspect as we can be. All public officials are saying that they expect the final death toll to be horrendous, but this business of determining how many people are still in the rubble will take many, many hours, if not days, to determine. Here is a quick summary of what we have been through today in this country. On the 11th of September, the year 2001, at 8:42 this morning, first one plane that had been hijacked crashed into the World Trade Center. Then, not too long after that, a second plane. About an hour later, the Pentagon was attacked by a hijacked airliner, and then came word that another hijacked airliner had crashed outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. When we saw the first reports and witnessed, those of us who live in New York, of the World Trade Center being hit by an airplane, at first all of us thought, I'm sure, that it had to be some kind of a terrible accident. And then when we heard that a second plane, and you could see it flown deliberately into the World Trade Center, the horror of this terrorist war began to unfold, and it continues to unfold here now almost 5 hours later. And we'll be continuing to cover this across America and in the nation's capital. NBC's Pat Dawson has been not too far from the World Trade Center throughout most of the day, where it has been chaotic and terrifying. Pat?
Tom, as you point out, we try not to exaggerate very much in this circumstance, and yet in many ways it's hard not to exaggerate just the things we have been seeing and the things that we have been told. I think it is fair to say that the task that now confronts rescue workers here is Herculean, a very, very difficult task, and it is of two parts. It has been about 3 hours since what we might call the last catastrophic incident in a morning of catastrophes. That is since the North Tower of the World Trade Center, which used to stand behind me just about 10 blocks south. Right below there, it used to tower above the buildings, which you can see, and obviously it is no longer there, nor is the South Tower. 3.5 hours since that happened. There have been no catastrophic incidents since then, but it has affected the rescue effort clearly because they are afraid of what could happen, what still might happen, since there were a sequence of catastrophes, if you will. That has made the rescue very, very difficult. At this point, we are being told unofficially that there may be as many as 200 to 300 rescue workers who are actually down there. We have seen pictures of some of them. They are down around the base of this building. They are beginning the, again to use that word, Herculean task of trying to find the people who might be alive in that debris. We know that there are a great number of people who are dead in there, unquestionably. What they are hoping to find is survivors, and at this point they really can't speculate on how many there are, how many there could be, and I don't think it really serves us at this point to speculate on the numbers that it could be. One of the tasks, though, is to try to get this rescue effort in its entirety going, and as you can see behind me down here, there are probably hundreds of New York City and New York State and federal rescue people who are involved, fire, police, emergency service, quite a few. In addition to those, the task is certainly aided by the American Red Cross's disaster relief teams. They are here on the scene. This is Frank Donahue, who is with the American Red Cross. Frank, tell me first of all, as you start out here, what is it you're trying to do?
Well, our immediate purpose is to kind of assess what role the Red Cross can play initially, and certainly it's to help the emergency medical people that are here provide any kind of relief and support we can for them. People being evacuated from neighborhoods need a place to go, and the Red Cross is setting up service centers and shelters. There's one at Grand Central Station and Penn Station. And then the blood supply, making sure we have a safe blood supply, not only here, but throughout the country.
Do you have any idea, have you heard, how many casualties have been dealt with so far?
No, I have not. I'm sorry, I have not heard that.
Is it, now part of your task, though, is also to provide blood supplies. Obviously, that will be needed in huge
Absolutely, and people throughout the country are responding. They should call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. It's important to know that this incident, and you know, there's blood needed here in Altoona, there's blood needed all throughout the country that's been affected by this disaster. Another part is people that are moving around, are traveling today. No airport in this country is open, and so Red Cross volunteers are in every airport providing assistance to families. Families are calling the Red Cross here in New York as they are calling their local Red Cross to try to communicate and find the well-being of people that were in this building, as well as people in the other affected areas. So
you were also telling me about grief counseling and dealing with people who've been traumatized around the country, maybe at other airports.
Absolutely. Boston, for example, LAX, where those airplanes were coming from and headed to, we have Red Cross mental health worker volunteers there that are providing assistance to families. And again, that's happening throughout the country where people have been affected by this disaster. Here in New York alone, the Greater New York Red Cross has had lots of experience at the World Trade Center a number of years ago. Today, there's about 1,200 local Red Cross volunteers here in New York providing food and shelter, direction, and support to people that are incredibly affected by this incident.
And how many Red Cross workers do you think around the country?
Oh, a number of thousand, a couple thousand for sure. I know in Philadelphia, where I came from, we're on standby working with emergency management. It's the same thing in every major metropolitan area that Red Cross workers work closely with emergency management.
Frank, thank you so much for taking some time out. We appreciate it. That was Frank Donahue, the American Red Cross. Tom, that brings you pretty much as much information as we have here in what remains a fairly chaotic situation. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pat Dawson. As the shock begins to wear down, we're going to all of us are going to have our patience tested as well as we await these reports. We'll try to deal with it as factually as we possibly can. It does now appear that the wave of attacks is over. We could not be certain of that just a few hours ago, as there were these reports of planes that were still in the air, some that had been hijacked, and their destinations were uncertain at that time. This is a live picture of Lower Manhattan, missing two of its most familiar profiles, obviously. The twin trade towers of the World Trade Center, iconic buildings here in New York, really representing, symbolic, if you will, of the enormous economic strength of this country. They sustained an attack in 1993. They were reopened. The country came back from that, and we went about our merry way again, thinking that in Fortress America, this couldn't possibly happen, but of course it has. Neil Livingston is one of the most widely recognized experts on international terrorism. Mr. Livingston, we keep coming back to the same issue. This was a very sophisticated attack. This was not just a lone suicide bomber of some kind. 4 hijacking simultaneously. Obviously someone in the cockpit who knew how to get the plane to the targets that they wanted to get them to. And it had to have happened over a long period of time, and they were all transcontinental flights loaded with fuel.
Tom, this is our worst case nightmare scenario, the one that we've hoped would never happen, and that would be a multiplicity of targets with a multiplicity of highly sophisticated bombs, in this case aircraft, and very symbolic targets. And so this great deal of thought went into this, a great deal of time and money. This kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. So we can anticipate that maybe a year or more was probably devoted to planning this attack, and there may be others coming.
Mr. Livingston, I remember that the FBI has been concerned for some time about the number of cells harboring terrorists in America that have been growing. Is that true?
Well, there clearly are a number of people in the United States that have been the beneficiaries of our relatively liberal immigration policy that have hidden within various communities here and have expressed very strong anti-American sentiments. Whether that can be translated into terrorism at this point is open to question. I would suspect that what we will see in this case are perhaps foreign nationals who have arrived in the United States strictly to carry out this mission, hijack these aircrafts, and take them to their targets. Very similar to what we saw in that millennial potential attack when a man was arrested at the border in Washington State, who was going to carry out bombing attacks in the United States. He was an outsider who had been sent here to do that.
All right, Neil Livingston, thank you very much. I also have on the phone now Anthony Lake, Tony Lake, a former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, who's been a longtime student of the prospect of terrorism in this country, recently wrote a riveting fictional account of the various scenarios that the United States may have to deal with. But even in your most wildest imaginative days, Tony, you could not have anticipated something like this.
No, it's terrible. It's hard to say you can be lucky in any respect in something in such a catastrophe. But one of the great dangers still lurking out there is that it could have involved some kind of weapon of mass destruction.
But at the same time, it's hard to understate the amount of damage that has been done here physically and certainly in terms of loss of life. When you have an institution like the Pentagon attacked, the World Trade Center is attacked, and the plane that went to Pittsburgh might have been headed for the Capitol or the White House, for God's sake.
No, this is terrible. As I said, a catastrophe. Clearly a very sophisticated terrorist attack. Our intelligence community has headed off some in the past year or two. Their ability to evade our usual intelligence gathering methods in order to pull this off is extraordinary. And one question now we need to focus on is not only why did this happen, but where do we go from here?
Well, short term, if you were the National Security Advisor now back in your old office in the White House, what would be your recommendations in terms of a suppression of some of our normal liberties that we have in this country?
Well, we mustn't defeat our liberties in trying to defend them. I think what I would be urging now is, first of all, of course, get all the information we can immediately while dealing with the human dimensions of this catastrophe. And then thinking ahead, I think there are three fronts we have to act on. One, there must be, once we have identified the source of this, there must be an American response to this of some kind.
And once again, we are going to interrupt the NBC News special coverage of the tragedy in Lower Manhattan today to bring you what we know about the situation here in our area. Again, rescue workers continue to be on the scene, trying to determine if there are people trapped still inside those buildings. We have absolutely no word on the number of casualties. We can only imagine what it might amount to be.
I can only imagine what our hearts have to go out, certainly to those people who don't know, who have relatives and friends and acquaintances down there in the World Trade Center area and other areas in this country that have been hit by this. I just arrived here about an hour ago and have been watching the coverage. I understand that we have Mayor Giuliani. We'll get to him in just a second here, but I had to drive in. It was difficult getting in from Connecticut, and from a slightly different perspective. Coming in, you could see the plume of smoke from Westchester County in the World Trade Center, and it was just a startling thought that this smear on the landscape, this symbol of terror and an assault on our country could be seen from so far away. And as I came down, approaching Midtown, traffic was stopped. A blood van went through, trying to head down to the area where it was needed most.
Of course, and we do need blood donations desperately. We've had calls from all of the hospitals asking for help. And of course, if you're nearby and able to get to them, please do go donate blood. Chuck, again, we're taking a look now at the towers collapsing, but you're a pilot, and eyewitnesses initially began to tell us about the size and the scope of the airplanes that they saw making a beeline towards these towers. And at that point, we, couldn't imagine that there would be a pilot that would actually be doing that. Now, we know now that these are two United States aircraft. The pilots obviously the regular pilots were obviously not at the controls at that point.
One would assume that whoever took command of the planes also took control of the planes with some basic knowledge of aviation. What I will tell you is that as you look at that cascading wreckage of the collapse of the World Trade Center, that somewhere in that wreckage are 2 cockpit voice recorders and 2 flight data recorders. And they may be the most vital clues in this investigation, because whatever was said in that cockpit for the last 45 minutes of the flight is going to be recorded and retained. Those things are designed to withstand crashes. And odds are they'll be found by investigators, and clues will be in that tape, particularly the cockpit voice recorder. There's no mystery about the flight. We know exactly what happened. So the flight data recorder will only confirm what we saw with our own eyes. But the cockpit voice recorder will have in it, unless these guys were sophisticated enough
to disable it? To
pull the circuit breakers in the cockpit voice recorders. But they may have wanted to leave a message. So I would say, as we think about along 2 tracks here, we're thinking, of course, about trying to rescue the people who are still alive, trying to save as many lives as possible from this terrible attack on our country. The other line of thought is, who did it and what do we do? This is a whole new chapter in a war of terror on this planet. And I think that certainly those voice recorders are going to be a very high priority item for any investigators.
There was also some speculation, I should caution, from an author who has followed terrorist acts very closely and has done a lot of reporting and writing about them, and she suggested that this was geared for maximum media attention.
Well, certainly, and if that's the intention, it generally is in acts of terror. It worked. We have no choice but to cover this hideous tragedy. And certainly the sequencing of the planes into the World Trade Center, when all attention was fixed on the first impact, to see the second plane strike as dramatically as it did. Well, you couldn't have, if you were planning it as a terrorist, you couldn't have planned it better.
In fact, the nation's air system right now is basically paralyzed, shut down. So there are a lot of people outside of New York who are affected by this tragedy because they will not be getting to where they wanted to go right now. As we look once again at this amazing home video, shot in fact by a Dateline producer, as the World Trade Center tower collapsed right in front of his eyes.
He's lucky to have survived that.
Well, his description of what he did, he ran along with some police officers who were right by him. They ran, they turned a corner, became black as night, and he dove underneath the car, and that is the only thing that saved him.
Omar Wassaw's with us here. He was actually in the area and felt the explosion. And I see, this had a rather profound effect on you, Omar. You saw firsthand, up close, exactly what happened and how terrifying that explosion was and the collapse.
I was in the area, and before the buildings collapsed, there were lots of people standing around basically looking at the explosion, and we were sort of talking to each other, amazed that it hadn't collapsed. And then all of a sudden there was this thunderous crack, and you saw the building start to, sort of move, and everybody just in this sort of riotous tumble began pouring down the street. Like something out of a movie. There was this billowing cloud of smoke. I was scared that a building would topple and in a domino effect crush us, darted into a lobby, and then just, it sort of the outside became nighttime.
You were actually at one point outrunning the smoke behind you, or trying to outrun.
Yeah, exactly, and it was quite scary because there were all these people who had been watching now sort of trying to run away, and so people were stumbling over each other, and you could look behind you and see. I mean, I was convinced that one of the buildings was tumbling in part because there was smoke billowing out of it, and so not just the World Trade Center but buildings around it, and it was quite frightening.
And as I understand it, you actually there was somebody who was injured, and you then carried them someplace to get them treatment.
Well, the people who were in the sort of the doormen of the building were quite professional. They put us in the basement, and while we were in the basement, I noticed a gentleman was bleeding from his ankle, and me and another fellow carried him out of the building. When we got outside, it was as if it were nighttime. and you know, you were breathing all of this dust and smoke, and we sort of carried him to a Duane Reade, where they offered us some stuff, and then finally got him to a nurse far away. But it was quite terrifying, not only because you couldn't see very well, but because there was the sound of the airplanes coming overhead, and of course when you hear the airplane you think it's another terrorist attack, and then there would be more sort of wild cracking sounds, and so every now and then everybody would start to charge down the street fearing that another building was collapsing.
We know the World Trade Center towers are gone, which is difficult to believe. But what did you see, Omar, in terms of other damage to other nearby buildings in this very tightly packed part of Manhattan?
Well, when I first got down there, all you saw were sort of scattered papers and the kind of fire and smoke coming out of the building, and so it seemed like it was going to be contained to that. When we got out, it was so dark, so dusty, you couldn't see anything. I mean, you were happy to see 20 feet in front of you.
As we've been watching all of these scenes, there have been many instances of certainly heroic efforts, not only by the policemen and the firefighters, but certainly by passers-by in the street just simply trying to help one another to escape this horrid situation.
That was actually one of the inspiring things, was that people were making water available, people were really trying to be helpful, and so there was a kind of civic response that was inspiring.
We said a moment ago that Mayor Giuliani has made a more recent statement. We've heard from him a couple of times informally, but now I think we have some videotape of the mayor commenting on today's tragedy.
I would, first of all, once again remind everyone to evacuate Lower Manhattan. I mean, further away from Lower Manhattan you can get, the safer it's going to be for you with regard to the smoke, and the easier it's going to be for the police and the fire and everyone else to evacuate the people that need to be evacuated. We're going to try to get as many emergency personnel down there as possible. We've communicated with the governor, the National Guard will assist us later in the day. We've communicated with the White House, and the urban search and rescue teams will be here later to help us and assist us. And the government is doing everything it can to secure the airspace around the city of New York. At this point, I don't know the reason for this. I don't have any more insight into this than anyone else does, other than the two planes attacked the World Trade Center. Tremendous damage has been done to both buildings. I don't even have a guess at the amount of damage in terms of the loss of human life. And this is a horrible, horrible, awful day. Our focus now has to be on trying to evacuate as many people as possible, save as many lives as we possibly can, and make the city as secure as possible. The subways are running in the rest of the city. Lexington Avenue starting to run again, so people need to use the subway to get out of Lower Manhattan. They'll be able to use the subway. And we need people out of there so that the rescue efforts can go on all during the afternoon. I suspect they'll be going on through the night, and we'll be getting relief from the National Guard and the federal government later today.
Mr. Mayor, any indication on ballpark number?
I don't want to. Obviously, there are all kinds of numbers that are swimming in my head as to what the numbers must be, but I don't know. I have no idea yet what the numbers are. It's horrible. I think any of you that saw this have probably never seen anything like this before. That people jumping out of the building, and it's a horrible, horrible thing to see.
In terms of the police mobilization, maybe the commissioner can tell us how, what's going on downtown. Have you brought in additional cops, presumably from all over?
There's additional resources coming from all over the city. We've activated off-duty MOS to come in. We're getting the assistance of New Jersey and the outer line counties. And they're all kind of pushing in toward Lower Manhattan.
Are either of you hearing anything from the federal government with regard to either what's going on in Washington or intelligence or anything out of federal law enforcement?
The only thing that we've heard is what I guess is publicly available, that the Pentagon was attacked, that there were other apparent attempted attacks in other parts of the country, some of which were stopped. And I'm not sure I know how accurate all that information is, but it appears as if there have been either attacks or attempts to attack various parts of the United States.
Commissioner Bonnet.
Well, the mayor there was flanked by the police commissioner, Bernard Carrick, fire commissioner, Thomas Van Essen, three very stone-faced, sober-looking men who are coping with a massive tragedy in their city, our city. September 11th, 2001, in the words of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, is a date that will live in infamy. And we're looking at it right now. This is the perhaps signature shot. Well, look at the bridge. We've got people who are evacuating themselves from Manhattan on foot. I'm not sure what bridge that is.
It's the Brooklyn
Bridge, okay.
Which, of course, is a downtown bridge. Lots of people who work on Wall Street are probably just taking that bridge. Manhattan Bridge.
59th Street Bridge also, we're told, is open to pedestrians, only for pedestrians. There are some other bridges that are open now outbound, the Verrazano, the Goethals, the Outer Bridge. The following open to Queens, but not the Bronx or Manhattan. The Whitestone, the Throgs Neck, and the Triborough Bridge open to Queens, but not coming back into Manhattan.
That's only outbound.
Right.
For people who want to get home, get out, obviously.
Speaking of attempting to get home, Pat Battle is in New Jersey at the site of the ferries, and an awful lot of people have not only been coming home that way, but they've used it to transport some of the injured, Pat.
Well, Jane, we're at the foot of York Street in Jersey City, just across the river from downtown Manhattan, which of course is now obliterated virtually by a cloud of smoke. But at any rate, a full state of emergency has been declared here in Jersey City. In this area of Exchange Place, all these buildings have been evacuated, and this area has been transformed into a virtual triage center. The New York Waterways Ferry, since we've been here at 10:30 this morning, made more than a dozen trips across the river, bringing people from Lower Manhattan over to New Jersey. All of them are in shock, many of them injured, all of them just trying to get out of Manhattan. At this point, we can tell you that the ferry has stopped running for the moment. There were also tugboats bringing over the injured. A lot of those people had to be taken out of here on stretchers. There were children among them, firefighters, New York City firefighters, New York City police officers. It was just an incredible scene down here. Emergency service personnel waiting there on the dock to get those people off the ferry and take them to safety. Many of them just wanted to get somewhere and get home and get away from this. A lot of them were given oxygen on the scene, being treated for incredible respiratory problems. People were choking. There were lots of people bringing down water so that they could simply rinse out their mouths, get the smoke out of their hair and their lungs. It was just an incredible scene down here all morning, and it continues as we speak. We're now been pushed back about 200 yards from that triage area, but there are still people down there receiving treatment. People had broken bones, cuts. There were people bleeding, coughing. Just an incredible scene. Now, earlier today, we met an EMT, an emergency medical technician. He works for Hatzola, which is the private ambulance service in New York City. You got down there after the first tower collapsed, but were actually unable to ever get that close to the scene because you got caught in it yourself. Mark Weiss.
Yeah, as we arrived from Staten Island, we were sent, our ambulances were sent to certain triage areas. We had our stretchers out and we were waiting, and what you saw there was, I don't even have the words. You looked at the towers and you saw every 30 seconds people were jumping out all over. It was devastating. And then must have been about 5 minutes later that you heard, like you hear in a movie theater in surround sound, and you saw this building just blow up, the First Trade Center, and we all ran, and I ran under a overpass, and we just laid down, and you saw 2 cars fly over us with boulders, and I mean, we basically said Shema, and we were dead. I mean, there was no question about that. It was black. You couldn't see a thing. Our mouths were full. We were about 8 of us under there, and we started moving, and you just walked and whatever to some light. And we somehow, thank God, we made it to where the water was, and we jumped on a police boat. And I ended up staying on there about 4 trips to get people across, and then I just had to get off. And I mean, I'm just staring at this thing over there, and there's no word how many tens and tens of thousands of people are dead here. It's like not to be believed. I was just in touch with one of our ambulances there who were just running in and back. We must have 500 members on the scene, and just running in and back to the hospitals with people who are totally 80, 90% with burns on their body. I mean, whatever did something like this, it's just not to be believed.
I'm sure you're counting your blessings, Mark, that you were able to get out of there alive, but I know that you're also looking back and saying, God, I couldn't help anybody there.
I mean, we came to help, and we are helping, and all of us are helping, and we're trying whatever we can do to help, but, emergency personnel come down, and we're at the same risk, and then in the middle of this whole thing, they try to evacuate because they said there was a bad gas leak. So then, we all jump and go to run, but then we have to stop and think we're here to help, so... you know, it's such a catch-22, but nobody should ever have to see what we saw here this morning. And I barely saw anything what they're seeing now over there. I'm going to head back over there, but it's just sick.
Well, Mark, listen, thank you very much. You be careful over there, okay? And appreciate you joining us under such difficult circumstances. Take good care. That was Mark Weiss. Again, he is an emergency medical technician with the private Hatzola Ambulance Corps in New York City, just describing the devastating carnage that he witnessed in the moments after the first tower collapsed. He was there on the scene again trying to help, unable to really pull anybody out there. He had to get himself out of there and is thanking his blessings, counting his blessings that he was able to get out of there alive. Again, we are live on the Jersey City waterfront with the triage unit, lots of emergency service personnel. And if I can make one other note, Chuck, if you'll bear with me, there were a number of children in a daycare center just about 3 blocks away from the site of the collapse. They are with the Battery Park City Day Nursery, and the director of that nursery has come by and asked us to please let their parents know that they are all okay. Several of those children were actually brought over on a tugboat to this side of the river, and if you'll bear with me, I know their parents are probably frantic. It's Louis Frisco, Kaori Shitsuri, Sophia Zhang, Lauren Walsh, Ronan Patrick, Hannah Stonka, and her babysitter. They're all okay, and I know everybody wants to know. Let's go back to you in the studio.
Sure. That's a relief, and that does, of course, evoke memories of the attack on the Murrah building in, what was it, 1993, where so many children were killed in the nursery in that building, and that terror, which turned out to be a domestic act of terror.
Yes, it did, and yes, it certainly was, but all of this.
There is a military effort underway in terms of trying to protect New York, if such a thing can be done. There are 2 aircraft carriers that we're told are steaming their way towards this region, the JFK and the George Washington. Governor Pataki also said that he called out the State National Guard to help in this rescue effort because obviously New York City's rescue personnel are going to be inundated and overwhelmed, so the National Guard will be coming in to Manhattan to help in the aftermath.
You may ask why they station aircraft carriers. Because you don't have to take off from an airport in the United States to attack the United States. These planes are international. And following this, one has to take precautions against a plane departing from some other destination, some other country, and coming in here. All domestic flights, we are told, have landed now, and of course, air travel is at a standstill in this country and in Canada. The airports are closed, flights are grounded. Until further notice.
Yep, and we have no idea when they will permit them again, but I guarantee it will be some time. Rob Morrison is in Lower Manhattan right now. Let's go to him. Rob?
Well, guys, I'll tell you, I was just listening to what Pat Battle was saying, and that certainly is good news about that daycare, because here in Lower Manhattan, we've talked to a few parents who had children in the daycare, and they were frantic. They weren't really getting any information, so if what Pat just reported is true, then that certainly is great news. Look over my shoulder. It's the scene we've been showing you all morning where the Twin Towers used to stand. That ominous cloud just billowing, smoke and debris and dust still billowing out from ground zero there. And Ralph, if you could pan down here, you can see this is a staging area. Hundreds of firefighters and other emergency personnel have gathered here. They're just waiting orders, really waiting just till they can get a little bit closer until the dust settles. As you can see, it is still quite thick down there below Chamber Street. We're only about 12 blocks north here on West Street of where the Twin Towers used to stand. If I could just describe for you a little bit of what we saw and heard this morning. We arrived on the scene shortly after the second plane hit the Trade Center number 2. We were over on West Broadway, just a few blocks east of here, about 2 blocks north of the Trade Center. We were waiting for some kind of word from the mayor. We heard that the mayor was in a building close and that he was going to come out and talk to us. Everyone was pretty much just standing around at that point, looking in disbelief up at the trade centers. The fires were burning, the gaping holes, and as we have reported and as we have heard, people were jumping out of the windows. It was a horrific sight. People were just staring in disbelief. They didn't think it could get any worse when all of a sudden the ground just started to tremble. We took cover behind a building, so we were shielded on the north side, thankfully. And then all of a sudden, a plume of smoke, similar to what you're seeing up there, just started coming at us from all directions down every street. We had to run up West Broadway along with everybody else at that point, about 5 blocks up, just to get out of the smoke and the debris. It was pretty frightening there for a while. out of the smoke came walking Mayor Giuliani and several other people. We went up to him and we walked and talked with him for a while, and he was simply just as stunned as everyone else at that point. He didn't have much to say at that point except that he was trying to get somewhere where he could set up a command center and get his bearings, and thankfully the mayor was okay at that point, because for a few seconds there we weren't sure. Then we started to make our way west here, and that's when we saw the top of World Trade Center number 1 come down, and that's when that plume of smoke started coming right up here on West Street. We were actually south of Chambers, south of that bridge that you're seeing there right now. And I think we were on the air at that point. Walter Perez and Ralph Patterson, the photographer, were on the air at that point, and the smoke was coming at them and actually overtook them and our vehicles. Luckily, they were able to get out okay, and everyone here is all present and accounted for. Right now, we're simply staying here. Everything south of here has pretty much been evacuated, and as I said, these emergency workers are just waiting for orders to get in and get close. The Red Cross is also on the scene, and I'd like to bring in right now Frank Donahue from the National Disaster Response Team. Frank, hello. Thank you for joining us.
It's good to be with you.
First of all, I want to ask you about something that's been reported this morning, and it's about a shortage of blood. What can you tell me about that?
Any incident like this is a reminder that we need to keep our blood supply safe, and we need to keep it full. People in New York have been very responsive, but people throughout the country can call 1-800 and give life, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, and schedule a blood donation. I understand that the blood banks here in New York have been overwhelmed with people, coming forward to give blood, and they should continue to do that.
Is there a type that you're most interested in?
Yeah, certainly O positive. It seems to be that what they're calling for, what I've heard from your folks actually. But again, people anywhere in the country that want to give blood should call their local Red Cross or 1-800-GIVE-LIFE.
Okay. As far as the disaster relief you're providing on the scene here now, just describe it for me. What efforts do you have underway?
Well, here as well as everywhere in the country, airports are shut down, so Red Cross workers, mental health workers are there at LAX, they're in Boston, they're here at airports providing support to family members who are expecting people in these planes, and also providing food and shelter for people that are stranded throughout the country. A few blocks from here, the Red Cross has its first service center. There's one at Grand Central Station and Penn Station. We literally have over 1,200 local volunteers here in Greater New York responding today. Working with the disaster at the World Trade Center is no stranger to the Red Cross here at Greater New York. Have an incredible relationship with emergency management and continue to work in providing kind of emergency response when these kind of disasters happen.
Obviously, there's the medical aspect of what you do. What about the mental counseling you provide as well?
We have throughout the country a large number of mental health workers who volunteer that are, as I said, standing by with airports, providing support to family members who cannot get in touch with loved ones. We're suggesting that everyone in the country that may have known somebody that was in the World Trade Center and wants to find someone that can't get in touch with them, to call their local Red Cross, and they will begin the process of trying to track those folks down.
All right. Frank Donahue from the National Disaster Response Team, thanks so much for your time this morning, and good luck to you. Guys, that's what's happening here on West Street, just north of Chambers, about 12 blocks from where the Twin Towers used to stand. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you,
Rob. Thank you. As we've been discussing all day, we have 4 aircraft hijacked, 4 airplanes involved, and that is leaving family members of passengers and crew members desperate for information. And there are 800 numbers from the 2 airlines involved that had these 4 flights. There you're looking at the list of flights. United's Flight 175 from Boston to LA, and it's Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. So United has this 800 number set up for people who are trying to get information on passengers on board those flights. There it is on your screen, 1-800-932-8555. Once again, 1-800-932-8555. You can also go to United's website at united.com, and you'll find on there all the press releases that the airline has released so far, a statement from the chairman expressing his grief. Now there's the American Airlines information. American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to LA. It's believed that was the flight that crashed into Tower 2. And then American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. That would be the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. There's the American Airlines number, 1-800-245-0999. Again, 1-800-245-0999.
And bits and pieces do continue to come in. We see on the wires now, Jane, that the pilot on one of the American flights was from New Hampshire. No other information, but at least we're beginning to find out something about the crews on these planes that were hijacked.
And obviously we will never know until they find those black boxes what went on in the last moments of those flights. The manifest lists from them, which of course the airlines are apparently already giving to the FBI, will provide many clues, perhaps because those hijackers had to get on board those airplanes.
Which will raise all sorts of questions, already has, about
security.
What went wrong with our security in terms of the nation's airlines. And how difficult is it now going to be for all of us to fly? And we took it for granted. It became fairly easy. It became fairly trouble-free to get to the airports, despite past terrorist attacks.
Look at that roadway. That would be the Grand Central Parkway. That would be LaGuardia Airport. There is nothing going on. The city is at a standstill.
Well, we can certainly expect much, much tighter security. Logic would dictate that. If you want a model, look at how the Israelis handle their security. In Israel, security is a profession. It's a military profession, and they take it very, very seriously. The Israelis I think, have established a model for this.
You go through a lot of checkpoints and delays. It takes a lot longer to take off, but you do feel fairly secure once you get on board those flights.
I don't recall hearing an incident with one of their airplanes in a very long time. We should also point out that we've had some word from Con Ed that because of some equipment problems in Lower Manhattan, they have suspended most service, gas and steam service in the area below, between West Street and the Hudson River, and it's below Chambers Street. And of course, we heard the mayor earlier say, evacuate Lower Manhattan so that the rescue workers can get their work done.
Key also is he said that the subways are starting to run again, so that will be a way for people to get around. And you're looking at a crawl at the bottom of your screen with other transportation information, which does keep changing as the day wears on. So just stay tuned and we'll give you the information as we get it.
Obviously, the first priority when there was a terror attack was to close down the bridges and tunnels because they are the lifeline of Manhattan. And one has to assume when there's been an attack that they would be highly likely targets.
Right.
To blow up the bridges and tunnels would leave the island completely isolated and then devastated. So they were closed down. Now as the situation is beginning to resolve, the threat seems to be abating. They're being gradually reopened, and life, not as it is normally, but life is beginning to return to some semblance of workability in the city.
That's a key word, workability, because it's not been workable for the past 5 hours.
Melissa Russo is standing by right now at St. Vincent's Hospital, where some of the casualties were taken. Melissa?
Chuck, hospital officials here at St. Vincent's are describing what they call an atmosphere of controlled professionalism, as the situation here becomes increasingly grim. Ambulances are continuing to arrive. Of course, St. Vincent's is one of the two main trauma centers that's taking in victims at this hour, the other being Bellevue. And at this point, St. Vincent's has taken in at least 209 people, 18 at this hour, maybe more. This is as of the last briefing, 18 in critical condition, 3 have died. And there are a lot of family members, of course, who have been trying to get through for information to see if one of their loved ones might be here at St. Vincent's. There is a hotline number, which I'll give to you, for families interested in information about their loved ones to find out if they are at St. Vincent's. You can call 212-604-7285. Now, hospital officials, as you heard earlier, are saying that there is still a desperate blood shortage at this point, a desperate need for blood. And they are asking people, although there are 500 people here at St. Vincent's now waiting online to donate, they've brought in New York City public buses to start transporting some of those blood donors to other sites. They're completely overwhelmed here. They don't have the capacity to take any more blood, but they do need it. So here at St. Vincent's, they are boarding donors onto buses and taking them to other locations. The New School of Social Research, which is also right here in Greenwich Village near St. Vincent's Hospital, has donated their building, which is located at 66 West 12th Street. That's 66 West 12th Street. That's going to become a family service center for some of the relatives of the most seriously injured people. So that is another alternative if you believe your loved ones are at St. Vincent's Hospital. It's a place you can go to get information at this hour. There are 2 other hotlines I need to tell you about. Hundreds of doctors and nurses have volunteered since this tragedy took place this morning. And at this point, the hospitals are adequately staffed. However, hospital officials say that in several hours, beginning at around 5 or 6 o'clock, some of these people who have just been working furiously to deal with the sheer volume of patients are going to need relief. And so if you are a doctor or a nurse and you're listening to this and you are able to volunteer your services, the city does need your assistance, but they're asking people to wait until 5 or 6 o'clock, which is when people will start needing to be relieved. And there are 2 hotline numbers for physicians willing to donate their services. 212-604-3850. That's for physicians. I'll repeat the number, 212-604-3850. For nurses, the phone number is area code 212-604-8474. 604-8474 for nurses. I also spoke to officials at Mount Sinai Hospital, which at this hour
Morgan Stanley is the biggest
is
lessee
preparing its trauma center at this hour because they're expecting more victims to be unearthed later in the day, and Mount Sinai is busy preparing for some of those later victims. Everybody in this neighborhood is involved in some way or another. The local Starbucks is offering water and coffee to people who are working. They have mental health people, psychiatrists on site. Edward Cardinal Egan is here. He had a message for New Yorkers. He invited New York to join in a prayer and said he was amazed at the goodness of the firefighters and hospital personnel who are willing to do anything to save life at this hour. I should also mention that a lot of the people who are coming in here to St. Vincent's Hospital are in uniform: police officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians. And the last thing I would say would be that there's been a steady stream of New Yorkers walking north on 7th Avenue, just emerging from the smoke of Lower Manhattan with stories to tell that are just unbelievable about escaping from this horror, carrying towels that they were able to find in their company bathrooms and douse in water so that they were able to breathe, stories of victims being loaded into sanitation trucks and rushed to help. It's just an unbelievable scene, but at least 3 people have died here at St. Vincent's Hospital. Hundreds are being treated here.
Melissa, thank you very much. And Melissa mentioned that the Uniformed Services members coming in for treatment, which brings us to another awful thought, and that is how many were actually in the World Trade Center towers trying to save people, save lives, when the towers were burning before the collapse, when suddenly they let go.
We heard somebody from the Port Authority, I believe it was, earlier tell us that he had at least 200 personnel that he believed were inside. And he did not know, because of the chaos, he did not know how many had gotten out, how many might be trapped, etc. And of course, at that time, it was impossible to go in and assess the situation because of the instability of the structures there.
All right, we have the mayor. Is he live? Tell me that.
Good afternoon.
Yes, here's the mayor speaking live now.
Today is obviously one of the most difficult days in the history of the city and the country. The tragedy that we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, while this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude, we will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
There are large
And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after that.
Could you tell us, do you expect any further attacks on New York? Is there anything to indicate that there could be more bombs, more planes out there? I know originally there was a report that 8 planes had been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by some...
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from? Warships coming into the port of New York?
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan? The scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago, and the governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there were 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66th in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed, and it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets Lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Mr. Mayor, I got reports of a gas explosion related to this as well. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion.
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case. No.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
about where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinauer, please.
Just a housekeeping. Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer,
Mayor, can you
please.
please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subways and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway's doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan, and throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved?
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers that they come in? Or like
All NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they get information?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
the National Guard looting or anything like that? Any lawlessness? Mayor?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort, and they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state, surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor, bridges and tunnels will have to stay closed.
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People come with us. Some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think
dust?
Well, obviously, if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was
So what's normal
right before 9 o'clock.
capacity?
I don't know. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's, you know, that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is on should be on a state of alert. Now, that instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the
Mr.
Port
Mayor, can
Authority
you tell us
certain
about
kinds of
the other
buildings,
public
Mr. Mayor?
buildings, City Hall, One Police Plaza? When will it be safe for you to return to?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never.
We have people in the command center right now.
Mr. Mayor, there have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before, because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should, in their own way, say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than a vicious, cowardly terrorist, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done, Mayor.
The Mayor of New York City, Governor of New York State, Police Commissioner, talking live now for the first time to the people of New York and beyond about what happened today. The Mayor assuring everybody the city is now safe, telling New Yorkers not to be frightened, to go about their lives, but of course giving the first indication of the magnitude of the disaster, telling us that 1,500 people were walking wounded, 600 in local hospitals, 150 critical, and those are just the very first figures, and admitting that there are casualties, perhaps a significant number among the police and fire departments.
He also
More than
said,
any of us can bear.
yes, those were his exact words.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go to the telephone. Allison Gilbert, who is one of the producers here at News Channel 4, is in the hospital. She apparently suffered some slight wounds. Allison, can you tell us where you were and what happened?
Well, this has been the most incredible day of my life. I was on the way to the scene, going to meet up with some reporters who were down there, and I saw the first tower collapse, and when that cleared, I was heading further in towards the scene. And at that point, when we were still trying to make our date, if you will, trying to meet up with all the reporters down there, that's when the second tower began to tumble, and we were running, and it was chaos, and it was horrendous, and we were just running basically for our lives. My shoes came off. I was running barefoot over debris and rubble, and I'm sitting here now, thankfully, I would say one of the lucky ones at Bellevue Hospital.
How many people are there with you, around you, awaiting treatment, Allison?
I was in the emergency room in triage for my first few hours here, and I must say it was like a war camp in how they distributed the patients and who went where. Right now I've been taken to another floor where people are stable and still being looked at and monitored, which is where I am right at the moment.
Allison, how severe are your injuries?
It seems really insignificant to talk about what I've gone through when I've seen what I've seen here and what I've experienced. I had major breathing issues when I came in. I was covered in rubble and debris for about 5 minutes before I was taken out by EMS. And what I have is really insignificant.
Are you telling us you were buried underneath some of the rubble?
I couldn't see anything in front of my face for about 5 minutes. It was dark soot. It was black. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face. I didn't know whether or not I would see the sky again. I didn't know whether or not there was a building on top of me and I had 2 inches of breathing room, or whether or not I would see the sky. It was the most horrendously nerve-wracking, scary 5 minutes I've ever experienced.
And who got you out?
I was with, thankfully, some EMS folks who were in the same position as I was, because as you can imagine, with the NYPD press credentials we have, I was fairly close to the scene, so I was near these men and women, and it was a bunch of us who moved out together, and from that position, we were really brought in very rapidly into some sort of restaurant, deli, makeshift triage place where we were really doused with water, and you know, we were put on oxygen right away because we couldn't breathe.
Well, Allison, we're looking at the plume right now that presumably is the one that caught up with you.
Yep.
We're certainly happy to hear your voice, I must say that, and to know you came through this thing with only minor injuries.
Thank you.
Allison, what about some of the other people that are there with you? You keep saying that your injuries are so minor compared to theirs. Can you describe for us what you've seen?
What I've seen, and I don't know whether you say this is fortunately or unfortunately yet, but I've seen people who are similar in condition to me. And what I mean by that is, unfortunately, a lot of the really horrific cases that we don't even know about yet, people are still back at that location. I was extremely lucky. I wasn't in the building. I was outside. I was able to be brought to a series of triage centers there, and before I was taken to an ambulance. The people here who are here now are people who are not, I don't think, having not been there since this all happened, the ones that are tragically injured and still buried. It's beyond the scope of anything you could imagine, and all I could say is I've been incredibly impressed and lucky to have encountered all the professional people along the way, from the police to the EMS to the fire officials to the ambulance workers to the Bellevue Hospital doctors downstairs when I was first admitted. It's been nothing but war triage, and it's unbelievable, and we're only now going to understand the magnitude of it.
We have sitting with us here, Allison, if you'll stay with us here, Omar Wausau, who was also in the area and was running for his life at one point, who also was telling us off camera a while ago how impressed he was with how helpful everybody was, and how, contrary to one of the questions we heard in the news conference where someone asked if there was any looting or lawlessness going on, quite the opposite. It was everybody helping everybody, Omar.
Yeah, at a Duane Reade, the women who worked there were encouraging people to take water, take bandages. I saw one guy take a case of water but pay $20 so he could take it out into the street and give it to others. When we got to the lobby of one of the major office buildings, there were volunteer nurses, and I mean it was a very impressive and inspiring kind of response by the New Yorkers who I encountered.
I assume that the stories we're now beginning to hear are only going to be multiplied hundreds of times over before the end of this day, and certainly by tomorrow and later. You have talked many times about the professionalism of the law enforcement people and the firefighters, etc. Can you just tell us what?
Well, given that there wasn't much time between the initial hit of the planes to the building and the collapse, when I was walking around, I saw lots of police guiding people. There were, everyone from I saw lots of people from the New York Fire Department coming in on motorcycles. I mean, it was clear that this was sort of an all-points bulletin, and people had converged very quickly and were trying to make a chaotic, horrible situation more orderly. And just at every point, there were people there handing out water, making sure people had food, or I walked past a hospital, they were handing out masks for people to breathe. So it was really a concerted effort to try and bring some stability and sanity to the situation.
And Mayor Giuliani pointed out it's probably going to be tomorrow at the earliest before we know the extent of the casualties and the deaths in this. Tomorrow at the earliest, but that sounds optimistic, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, because obviously they've got to get inside that rubble to see if there are people that are still inside that can be saved.
And even people who are okay, who may have gone somewhere to safety, getting through on cell phones has been impossible or difficult. And getting through on regular telephone lines, we've been finding out as we've been trying to check on loved ones and call schools and such, you get fast, busy signals. So there are a lot of people who are wondering if everyone is okay in their individual families.
Sure, all you need is just that simple word, I'm okay, I'm alive, I'm fine.
Speaking of which, across the wires, there are thousands of workers in those two towers, tens of thousands, in fact. One of the large employers is Blue Cross Blue Shield Health Insurance, which employs roughly 4,000 people in what was World Trade Center 1, between the 24th and the 30th floors. And this is an example of an attempt to find a way to let people know that you are okay. Empire Blue Cross Blue Shield has set up a telephone number, and we're going to give it to you, for employees to call in and let their company know that they are okay, and relatives can also call and check on their whereabouts. This involves some 4,000 employees, and here's the phone number that's on the wires, 866-761-8265. I'll give it to you one more time, 866-761-8265, and that's for employees of Empire Blue Cross Blue Shield, where workers can call in and let the company know that they're okay. Also, we got word, Chuck, just before you jump in there, at 3 o'clock we were supposed to be seeing the reopening outbound of the Lincoln and Holland tunnels and the George Washington Bridge.
All right. Good news. A little after 3 right now. Our transmitter was on top of the World Trade Center, as that's the transmitters for all the television stations in New York City virtually were on top of the World Trade Center. So our over-the-air broadcast was knocked out when the World Trade Centers collapsed. We're being seen on cable, but we're also being seen on a number of stations in our area, and let me tell you what they are so you can pass the word on to people who can at least get this much information about what's going on. On Western Long Island, you can get this broadcast, WNBC out of New York, on Channel 21, which is WLIW. In New Jersey, we are being broadcast on WMBC, that's Channel 63 in New Jersey. And Long Island City, there is a low-power Channel 26 television broadcast, and we are being broadcast over Channel 26 in Long Island City. So again, Western Long Island, Channel 21, New Jersey, Channel 63, Long Island City, Channel 26. You can pick up this broadcast. If you know people who do not have cable and who are eager to find out what's going on, you can guide them to those 3 channels, and they'll see exactly what you're seeing right now.
I would assume that one of the hardest things at this moment for people who do have loved ones or friends or fellow employees that were in one of those 2 buildings, the hardest thing right now is not having heard from them. And in many instances, there's probably a good explanation for it. They may not have access to a telephone. They may be in the hospital. They may be at one of these triage centers. So again, all we can tell you is that there are some companies that are starting to create these numbers that you can call. We will bring them to you, and we also have all kinds of numbers on our website at WNBC.com. So there's a lot of emergency numbers there to look up and get information.
At this hour of the day, we should take note that a lot of youngsters are getting out of school. Those who remained in school to try to have some semblance of normalcy are now coming home, being picked up by their parents. And Jane, you and I have talked about this. What do you tell your children? This is a tough subject, and how do you try to explain in any kind of rational way what's taking place and give them some sense of security?
It is not a rational act, and so therefore you cannot begin to explain it. And I know there will be many questions and probably many nightmares. Fortunately, the kids were in school, so they weren't watching any of this being broadcast live, because we all found it most disconcerting and shocking and stunning, and just imagine what they would have thought. It will take an effort with the kids.
Very much so. We have on another tack here, James Donegan, a military expert's on the phone with us now, and while we're focusing on the immediate carnage and how to deal with it, we're also looking ahead at what the options this country might have in finding the people who are responsible for this and preventing it from happening again, and certainly prosecuting those who did this. James Donegan, what are the options?
Well, first we have to find out who did it. It seems fairly conclusive that it was bin Laden. He had made a boast, as it were, a pronouncement about 3 weeks ago that in 3 weeks he was going to make a mighty strike against American interests. Now, nobody really took that seriously because he makes these pronouncements occasionally. But what most people don't know is that the FBI has quietly quashed a lot of his attempts. Now, the reason why you don't hear about that is because to release any details would compromise the FBI's ability to go after these people. Well, this is one that got away, and what you're going to hear about in the next few months is a lot about the internet and encryption, because that's how they pulled it off.
Well, you say you're pretty confident it was bin Laden, but there certainly are other suspects out there. Are there not other people who have an axe to grind with this country who have the capability of doing this sort of thing?
There are very few people who really have the capability of doing something like this. This required, a lot of heavy-duty recruiting. Now, we do know that bin Laden has the largest pool of trained people, motivated people. I wrote a thing on my strategypage.com just today, unfortunately, discussing the problems that terrorists are having recruiting pilots. Well, obviously, they found at least 4 of them. Bin Laden is known to be very active in recruiting people. He has money to pay them, to maintain them. Something like this requires a lot of money and a lot of time and a fair amount of expertise. I mean, pulling off operations like this is not for amateurs. And that's why I say it's fairly certain that it's probably bin Laden. Again, we won't know. I mean, the FBI has a lot of leads. I'm sure they're chasing down right now. You're going to see a lot of arrests in the news over the next few days as people they've been watching are picked up for further questioning. The Taliban, of course, have said they had nothing to do with it. But we're going to see some stuff coming out of Congress about, well, maybe we'll let the military send some people in there to look around. It's going to get very strange in the next few weeks as people basically look for a reason and some way to add some, finality to all this. It was easy when we got hit by the Japanese at Pearl Harbor. They declared war a few hours later. But here, somebody's waging war on us, killing more people, many more people than at Pearl Harbor, and they aren't even announcing themselves. I mean, there's no planes with red markings on them. There's no declaration of war. It's, well, welcome to the 21st century. Mr.
Dunnigan, assuming that they do find out it was bin Laden or some other identifiable terrorist, what do we do?
Well, then it becomes even stranger. Over the last 50 years, terrorism has only succeeded when it had a country to provide bases. Up until the end of the Cold War, and this came out after the Cold War was over, Russia was providing the training bases, the money, a lot of support, which of course they always denied, but now it's ancient history. The only ones really doing that now big time are Afghanistan. I won't go into that. That gets fairly complicated. But the problem is, if you're going to invade Afghanistan, which somebody in Congress is going to bring up before too long, it's going to get very complicated. On the east, you have Pakistan, the only major country that recognizes the Taliban. On the west, you have Iran, which still doesn't like us and is controlled by Islamic fundamentalists. Basically, we're going to need the assistance of Russia, and I expect we're going to get it. President Putin has already condemned, the attack in very strong terms, and we're already working with the Russians. We have been for over a year now on the intelligence level, trying to keep an eye on, terrorist operations coming out of Afghanistan. If it isn't the Taliban, it's going to be somebody we can't declare war on. I mean, if it isn't, bin Laden, it's going to be somebody we can't declare war on. I doubt if there's a country involved here. So this is Pearl Harbor without anybody to blame, without anybody to attack. The Congress will probably come out with laws or measures to repeal the restrictions on special operations. Will end up being under a lot of pressure, political pressure, to do what the Israelis do, send out assassination squads. I mean, even, on the day of this horror, that is very, very unpleasant to a lot of Americans. But how do you stop it? There probably is no way. We don't even know how they carried out the hijackings. The hijackings may have been carried out despite the best security. For example, you could put 6 people on each of those planes, every one of them, traveling separately, and then on a signal, they get up and run for the cockpit, overpower the crew, use things like plastic knives. There are plastic knives you can get that can get through any security, and basically take over an airplane. You may not be able to stop those kinds of hijackings. Remember, these people were willing to sacrifice their lives. That's very difficult to fight against.
That's a very good point. That's probably the bottom line of all of this. James Dunnigan, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Joining us now is Doug Kriegel, who is from KNBC out in Los Angeles, and you actually were out in Long Island and came back into the city and made it through a heck of a lot of security. Is that not true?
That's right. We keep hearing on the radio that you can't get into Manhattan, and I was absolutely shocked that I drove in from Cutchogue to the heart of Manhattan, 90 miles, through about 15 checkpoints, and was never actually stopped. I did show my press credentials from Channel 4 News in Los Angeles and my NBC credit card. It was looked at, and they said, well, go right on through. And we even got to the Queensboro Bridge, which we were told was absolutely shut down. We got through simply only traffic officers are there, not actual police officers. Simply a group of traffic officers stopping people, and we got through there.
What time was this?
This was about, well, I arrived here about 10 minutes ago.
Okay. I think that, in fairness, the level of security has been dropping steadily all day long.
I think
this morning you would have had a tougher time. I did. So
you had a few checkpoints,
yes,
right?
I did. And I almost didn't make it in here. It took an awful lot of persuasion. Happily, some of the police officers and the ranking officials watch Channel 4 from time to time, so they recognize that I wasn't actually a threat.
Yeah.
But as the day has worn on, certainly the level of concern about the bridges and tunnels has dropped as we've seen things quiet down a bit.
Well, we were obviously concerned that there was going to be another attack on, and they obviously seemed like prime targets, so nobody knew what was going on and everything was halted.
Well, the scene at the Queensboro Bridge was like France in World War II. Hundreds of people just walking across the bridge into Queens.
Coming out of the city towards
Right, coming
Queens.
out of the city, and virtually nobody going into Manhattan except my sister driving me and myself. It was really quite a scene.
Refugees heading out on foot.
Like refugees in France in World War II.
They had no, no ability to leave other than that, because for a time everything was just shut down tight. Look at this.
There's
this is the
a
scene.
shot of it still going on.
And you could see, I presume, the plume of smoke from far out.
Oh, we could. As soon as we got into sort of Glen Cove, Long Island, you could begin to see that plume of smoke. And the line of trucks on the Long Island Expressway was several miles long, with hundreds of angry, furious truck drivers, motorists, people who need to get into Manhattan, just backed up for miles, unable to get in. And actually, we just drove around following the police officers, and there's sort of a cavalcade of police officers riding in the left lane, letting them in. And actually, we did join them, and as you say, Chuck, in fairness, they have made the security a little more lax as you come into the city.
Well, we have a tape that we're going to show you in just a minute, but first, to kind of set the scene, during the news conference you saw live with the mayor and the governor and the police commissioner, there was a question asked about, was there a secondary explosion that caused the World Trade Centers to collapse? Was there another bomb? We've heard this on and off all day long, that this wasn't just after the planes hit, there was something else, some other device that must have gone off to cause the collapse. They said in the news conference that it was likely just the effects of the impact of the aircraft. And we'll take a look at this tape.
And Chuck, you were speculating earlier that it seems that it would be structural damage from the actual impact from the aircraft that would have caused the structure to weaken.
I think it is likely to assume, if you look at them very carefully, you see that after the impact of the aircraft, there was a very hot jet fuel fire. And the heat of that fire would compromise the steel. It's the structure of the building in that area. It would weaken the steel to the point where finally, when the steel got hot enough, it would simply begin to sag. And once the top of the building began to sag down, the inertia of that mass on top would take the entire building to the basement. I think that it certainly, although you can't rule anything out right now until they thoroughly investigate it, but it would seem logical that the planes themselves did all the damage, including the ultimate collapse of the buildings.
And there was discussion earlier about the fact that these planes were all headed for the West Coast, loaded fully with fuel, only creating more havoc because of the fuel on board.
So there was just a furious jet fuel fire, and that is extremely hot.
Did you just notice at the end of that tape how it looked like darkness had set in? We've heard that described over and over and over again this morning, that when those plumes of smoke came blasting at people, it suddenly turned from day to night.
And what is it? 6 hours later, there is still that gray smoke rising from lower Manhattan into the sky.
With a little bit of white smoke, it seems, around the bottom there, so perhaps they are finally beginning to get in there and attack the heart of this thing. Brian Thompson standing by right now at Newark. Is he at Newark Airport? Yes, Brian Thompson's at Newark Airport, of course, the source of, we think, of one of the aircraft that took off and caused some of this damage. Brian?
Yeah, that was United Flight 93 out to San Francisco that was crashed into an area near Pittsburgh or in Pittsburgh. We have no details from here on that. However, there was a news conference just a few minutes ago, a briefing rather, by the general manager here for the Port Authority, Susan Baer, in which she said that she has no guidance from the FAA, and she has been in contact with the Federal Aviation Administration this afternoon, no guidance from them as to when the air system across the United States, and of course these airports that have been shut down, when the FAA will lift this shutdown of the entire nationwide air travel system. I asked her, could it be 2 hours or 2 days? She says, I have simply no guidance whatsoever. And so for now, Newark Airport, as well as every other commercial airport in the United States, all airports for that matter, are shut down other than for military traffic. We have seen some military traffic around here, by the way, through the course of the afternoon, mostly helicopter gunships, we believe from Fort Dix. We don't have a confirmation on that, however. Susan Baer talking about the security at this airport, again, where one of the hijacked planes was took off from, could only say at this point that while we don't discuss security in detail for obvious reasons, that there will have to be another look at security, both on the ground and perhaps in the air, but certainly on the ground, for airports across this nation and on behalf of the Port Authority. The Port Authority, by the way, of course, is very worried. They had thousands of workers in the Twin Towers, and they don't have full reports on possible casualties there. They have moved their operations over to Journal Square in Jersey City, where they have a training center and technical center. And so that is now where the Port Authority is based out of, and it is definitely an ongoing operation. Emergency ambulances did go into the city from New Jersey to help out there. I talked to one paramedic for UMDNJ who told me that while they have been trained for mass disasters like mustard gas attacks or plane crashes, he said never have they ever been trained for any kind of mass destruction along the lines that we've seen in Lower Manhattan earlier this morning, now some 6+ hours ago, I guess. That is pretty much the situation here. Most of all of the airport has been evacuated. There are probably a few people left. We're not at the terminal right now. We're near the main administration building and tower. You can see the World Trade Center over my shoulder behind me, or what's left of it. But there are probably still a few people left, according to Susan Baer, that they're trying to find accommodations for. Needless to say, a lot of travel plans were disrupted. People coming into New York, not able to get vehicles, people who were leaving, who no longer have hotel rooms. We understand most hotels are pretty full around here. It's going to be a very, very long night, even on this side of the Hudson River. Live at Newark Airport, I'm Brian Thompson. Back to you.
Brian, thank you. And we should tell you also that if you're planning to travel anywhere, we've gotten word that the airports across this nation are going to be closed until at least noon tomorrow, perhaps beyond. So your travel plans are on hold.
They are indeed. It's pretty eerie to see airports that empty and the roadways this empty, is it not?
Very.
Doug Kriegel, you live in Los Angeles. We assume that you're not going back anytime soon, certainly not as soon as you would have hoped.
Well, I was hoping to spend the week fishing and playing golf on the
Guess what?
the
You're
North Fork of
working.
Long Island.
They're calling you from KNBC right now because you will be working. But thank you so much. We appreciate you coming in and telling us what you experienced trying to get back into the city when everybody else was trying to leave.
Right. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a look at, I'm sorry?
We have
we have another witness on the phone right now. Who do we have? Hello, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, but I understand we have somebody else who is an eyewitness to the explosion on the phone. Can you tell us who you are and what you saw? I'm not getting anything here, so.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good, okay. With whom are we speaking?
Greg DeVerna.
Greg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Greg, where were you when the disaster struck?
25th floor of the first World Trade Center building.
Which floor again, I'm sorry?
25.
25th floor?
Yeah, the World Trade Center.
Tell me what happened.
Sitting in a meeting, and there was several shutters that were rocked through the building. 3 or 4 particular shutters that sent the building rocking and reeling a little bit. And at that point in time, just evacuation occurred through the stairwells, and everything was very orderly, although there were some people extremely scared and nervous, and some people needing assistance to get down the stairwells. But from the 25th floor to the ground, prior to the second explosion, everything was pretty uniform.
So you think everybody, at least from your floor down, got out okay?
I would think so. At that point in time, the emergency service people and the Port Authority that were on site immediately assisted everyone in a very orderly fashion. And at that point in time, from that point until they got to the street level, everything seemed relatively clear until the falling debris was an issue getting outside of the World Trade Center.
Are you in Tower 1 or 2? Were you?
Number 1 at that time.
There were only about 18 minutes between the two crashes. That sounds like it was almost enough time to get a fair number of people who were in that building out.
Well, I would say it took us about 15 or so minutes to get from the 25th floor down to the ground level or street level, and then I would say it was probably about a minute or two from that time before we saw, or anyone that did see, the impact of the second plane crashing into the number two building.
Did you know right away when you felt the building shake that something dreadful had happened and you had to get out?
It was, the shudder was certainly pronounced enough that there was a lot of concern, people immediately scared, and then once we were in the stairwells is when some people said they saw falling debris and that it might have been from an aircraft. And not until that time, but once again, from the time you exited the stairwells and went down 25 stories, everyone was pretty orderly and more concerned about people that were struggling to get down those stairwells.
I'm wondering, the kinds of warning, we had one witness earlier who told us that they were kind of given the all clear and people started to go back up to their offices. You didn't get anything of that sort?
No, that I had heard that actually from a phone conversation I had with a friend of mine's wife, because I know he worked in 2 World Trade Center, and she said that some people were given the all clear to go back into 2 World Trade Center, but I'd be shocked and dismayed if that was the case.
Do you know anything about your coworkers? Are they all pretty safe and sound from what you can tell?
Unfortunately, my colleagues and friends were on significantly higher floors from 102 through 105, and I have not had any correspondence with any of those friends or colleagues at this time yet.
With what company are you, sir, if we might ask?
Well, I formerly worked for a company called Cantor Fitzgerald, which occupied on 101, 102, 103, 104, 105.
When you got out onto the street, where did you go? How did you know what to do at that point?
Once again, police personnel escorted us out from the Liberty Street exit, and most people then, I would say, made a direct line over towards and behind the World Financial Center towards the Hudson River. And at that point, that's when we saw the crash of the second airplane into the building.
What was the reaction among the people you were with when you saw that second airplane hit?
You know, I was really kind of by myself at that point in time, and I think once again, just total shock is what really was, you know, a lot of people were obviously very concerned, very hysterical at that point in time, maybe realizing and having it finally sink in the severity of what was going on. But until that point in time, people didn't know if it was a fire. If, you know, people just didn't know until I think that second airplane hit.
And did you tell yourself then, as your thoughts cleared, that this was a deliberate act, that you were under attack?
Clearly, I think at that point in time, I saw for about 10 or 15 seconds the sound of the engines, and I actually saw the aircraft hit into the number 2 World Trade Center. That aircraft, unaffected, went right into that building and never tried to veer off course.
Were you anywhere near the towers when they began to collapse?
No, actually, fortunately, I think at that point in time I was on the FDR Drive, almost to the Triborough Bridge, with a friend of mine who drove into Manhattan, and we had heard on the radio that the buildings were collapsed, and when we came over the Triborough Bridge at that point in time in his car, we looked off to the south to our right, and we saw what was left of the buildings, and at that point in time was just in total shock of you know, the severity of where we were, and fortunate that we were long gone.
Well, we thank you very much for sharing your experience with us, and we are awfully glad that you got out of that building safely. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Katie McGee is standing by right now at Shadow Traffic. Let's check in with Katie and see what the situation is around the area. Katie?
Chuck, I've got to tell you, this situation has literally been changing minute to minute since about 9 o'clock this morning. What we have for you are some of the latest updates. Now, if you take a look right now at our Panasonic Skycam, you get a nice shot here of the Cross Bronx heading into the GWB. For most of the day, trying to get outbound at the George Washington Bridge, everything was closed down. I'd say about half an hour, 40 minutes ago, they reopened the outbound upper level only of the George Washington Bridge. So So the traffic you're seeing on the Cross Bronx right now, that's everybody that has been waiting all day long to get there. Now you're still going to find inbound GW Bridge closed, inbound Lincoln and Holland tunnels, they are closed down as well. Now just to get to the latest at some of the other bridges, up at the Upper East River, Throgs Neck, Whitestone, Triborough bridges open into Queens only. Further down the East River, the Queens Midtown Tunnel, the 59th Street Bridge, Queens bound traffic only. Lower East River, Brooklyn Bridge and the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel are closed in both directions. Williamsburg Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, those are going to be open. As you can see, this pedestrian traffic only heading into Brooklyn, and this has just been an amazing sight all afternoon as you just see everyone travel across the Manhattan Bridge heading back into the city this after a day where we have seen so much destruction. Some other bridges to update you on: Verrazano open into Staten Island only. Other Staten Island bridge crossings: Bayonne, Outer Bridge, Goethals, New Jersey bound only. Transit updates: these are really going to help you if you have been in the city all day and need to get home. Metro North is first. As of 3 o'clock, Metro North running a Saturday schedule on all outbound trains leaving Grand Central Station. Inbound service will be terminating in Yonkers on all 3 lines. If you need to take Long Island Railroad, limited service heading eastbound, or that would be outbound from Penn Station. Passengers being lined up outside Penn Station, allowed in small groups to enter, and then you'll be put onto the small number of trains they have running. As far as Long Island roadways, westbound LIE closed down Patchogue Holbrook Road. Westbound Northern State closed at the Queens line. Westbound Southern State still closed down at Hempstead Avenue. New Jersey Transit, this is where we've really had a rough time today. No bus service for you in or out of Port Authority. Obviously, with the bridges and tunnels closed coming in and out, that's causing the biggest backup. Now, trains, we do have some good news for you. Limited service outbound New Jersey Transit trains from Penn Station, New York to Penn Station in Newark. From there, you're going to find limited service on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey coastline and Raritan Valley lines. PATH train service still suspended, and a couple of big road closures to let you know about in New Jersey. New Jersey Turnpike closed northbound from Interchange 11 up to the eastern-western spur split. The northbound western spur is open. Eastern spur, however, remains closed down. Other roadways in New Jersey: northbound 95 closed in the area of the GWB. Eastbound Newark Bay extension of the Turnpike is closed. Eastbound 4 closed in Englewood. Eastbound 46 closed in Fort Lee. Eastbound 3 closed at the 16W entrance to the Turnpike, which is right in front of Giant Stadium. Eastbound 80, you've got closures, express lanes in Saddlebrook, locals at Route 95, and northbound 19 closed at the Pulaski Skyway. Now, if you notice all of these New Jersey road closures, all of them are the roadways that take you to the Lincoln, Holland, and GWB. And of course, no word on when any of these may be reopening. Subways have some limited service running in